He was trying to offer very good advice. You need to let go of this unhealthy obsession with diet. I mean, it's keeping you from focusing on this project.
Much of our area, it does include until 6 p.m. this evening. That is all of Harris County over to Liberty as you get down into Fort Bend. All of our coastal communities, cities, and counties there under a tornado watch because the conditions are just right. The atmosphere is spinning. It is being lifted to put down a tornado or two, and some of which could be on the stronger side. Check out radar. It's already getting very, very active across our area, and it's only 11 o'clock in the morning. Lots of lightning and thunder. The atmosphere is very energized, and these storms are taking advantage of that. I want to start you off with a couple warnings that are already issued in our area. A severe thunderstorm warning is up for the Katy area. First, let's touch on the lightning, because there is tons of lightning associated with this. In terms of lightning strikes, last 10 minutes, 88 strikes just within this cell here that now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's give you the latest numbers on those here as it gets updated. This is up until 11:15, so it's up for another 14 minutes for areas of Austin, Fort Bend, Harris, and Waller counties. See, 41,000 people are currently under this warning here. This is right along I-10. Just to the west of Katy looks to be the brunt of it and likely the strongest winds. In fact, it's likely rotating because we do have spin in the atmosphere already, and this is our velocity product. This pinpoints where the strongest winds are and which direction they're moving. And why that is crucial to know is when we start to see them spinning in opposite directions in close proximity to one another, like we're starting to see here, a couplet being identified by our velocity product here on radar. This is just to the south of I-10, west and southwest of Katy right now. This has the potential of tightening on up, becoming a tight couplet, and the potential's there for a tornado. Even though this is not a tornado warning at this time, severe thunderstorm warning. But look at these winds here. If I put some values on some of these wind gusts, ground delay at IAH apparently has just been initiated by ground crews there out of the airport, Bush Intercontinental. Look at some of these winds associated with 72 miles per hour. It is extremely windy. Even outside of any of these storms, there's a wind advisory up through the duration of the day today. But we're already seeing wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Also keep in mind, in fact, there we go. We do have a tornado warning now for that cell for this couplet that is just to the west, southwest of Katy. This is south of I-10. We're going to give a second and jump back over on air to let everybody know what's going on with this particular cell. So join us in just 1 second. All right, folks, coming back in now, we do have an active tornado warning in portions of our area. This is off to the west of downtown Houston. It does include the city of Katy. So here's the latest on that. What you're looking at here is our velocity product, and this is how we use to identify where there could be a tightening couplet, a rotation in the thunderstorm cell that is potentially putting down a tornado. You can see that couplet initiated here, identified on our radar products of winds moving in opposite directions in close proximity of one another. So this is an active tornado warning here. The timing on it, let's put it on there and show you how long this is up for. This is up until 11:30. So we're going to stay with you for the next 26 minutes until this is allowed to expire, or in fact it is extended as this holds together. So we just have the prime environmental and atmospheric conditions for these storms to take advantage of. We've got the atmosphere being lifted up aloft several thousand feet. There are 100-mile-an-hour winds that with these stronger, heavier downpours are pulling those wind gusts to the surface, and as they do that, they're getting twisted. So that's why it's a little easier for storms that do start to spin overall to consolidate and get a couplet, tighten up that couplet, and potentially be putting down a tornado. So here's a scan that we just recently got of our velocity product, and you saw just a minute ago as it was much tighter, a little more ragged, a little more broad at this current time. However, these are cyclical. A lot of times they'll cycle on through, they may put down a tornado and then lift back up. And a good way to get verification if in fact there is a tornado on the ground is to identify if there is any sort of debris getting lofted into the air. And this is a product called the correlation coefficient. What this does is it takes a scan of the cell. It takes everything back, it puts it out on a table, and it sorts it. And it says what doesn't look like it fits with this group. What is not a hydrometeor, a raindrop, a hailstone, something that's maybe a tree branch, some shingles or anything like that, that would be categorized as debris. I do not see a debris signature within this. That is good news. So there's no Ground verification, this is radar observed. There's nothing indicating to me that a tornado is on the ground. It is certainly still possible, though. Let's go back over to velocity signature. You can see this is a little more ragged. This is just to the south of I-10, just to the west of Katy here. So if there is some sort of potential circulation that's trying to consolidate, become a couplet, reach down to the ground, it is in this general area here, just south of Brookshire. Let's get a closer look here and zoom in on this area right around I-10. Right over FM 1489, FM 1458 as well, along 90, I-10 there, seeing some of the strongest indications of potential circulation. Again, this is very much ragged at the moment, but as I mentioned, it is cyclical, and it could have lifted if, in fact, there was a funnel trying to make contact with the ground and become a tornado. It may have lifted back on up, but we've certainly got some extremely gusty winds in this cell as well. Just a minute ago, I was putting some values on this, and the brighter yellows, I mean, we're getting 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, near 70 miles per hour. Out towards Katy, the winds could be gusting up to 60 miles per hour at this time. And this is also a concern, which is what prompted the severe thunderstorm warning initially. So gusty winds in excess of 58 miles per hour, certainly possible here. You also have to take into account we're pretty far away from our radar site. So the beam is angled, and with the curvature of the Earth, it ends up shooting higher up into the storm. So a lot of these winds are likely located higher up. The caveat, though, is that we've got extremely heavy rainfall. That rain works to drag those gusty winds down to the ground, and these could certainly be verifying in those areas as 50, 60 mile per hour winds, certainly severe criteria. The area of concern, though, is the couplet that was identified by the National Weather Service as being a potential source for a tornado being on the ground. This is nothing ground confirmed. This is radar estimated. And as I showed you just a minute ago, we'll bring it back up. Our radar product that can identify when debris is lofted into the air does not signal to me that there actually is a tornado on the ground here. Regardless, it should be treated as if there is a tornado that will imminently impact this polygon here. That includes Brookshire, that includes Katy. So if you're in Katy right now, even though the circulation that we're watching is off to your west-southwest, south of 90, it is moving in your direction. If you are included in this polygon, you need to get to your safe space right now. Again, nothing is confirmed on the ground at the moment, but radar indicating that the possibility is there. And from what we've seen so far today, I'll zoom out and show you what the actual area looks like off to the west. It is very active, and most severe thunderstorm warnings have been putting down tornadoes. We do have another one just to the south of Victoria. So the atmosphere is conducive to this. We've got the spin already initiated, and if it can consolidate into a couplet, it'll reach back down to the ground. And that's what we're seeing here potentially out in the Katy area. This particular tornado warning is up for another 20 minutes or so until 11:30 this morning. You can see the amount of people under the actual tornado warning, just under 20,000. There's a look at I-10 at Katy. Certainly very, very heavy rain. Another thing to take into account, if in fact there was a tornado on the ground, there's so much heavy rain, visibility is so greatly reduced that you likely wouldn't be able to see it. What we would be calling this would be a rain-wrapped tornado if in fact there is one. But again, I'm going to keep stressing until we get ground confirmation, visible confirmation, or even radar indicated of debris, that this is just radar indicated at the moment, and the possibility is there for this cell right here. You can see this is the most severe near Pattison, with the lightning and thunder, extremely heavy rain, 1, 2, 3 inch an hour rainfall rate certainly makes it blinding to be able to see if there is in fact any sort of couplet there. So here's the latest scan on our velocity product. Notice the two lobes, very strong winds to the north here, heading away from the radar site. The green here indicating that there are winds heading towards the radar site. That is spin right over I-10 at the moment, just to the west of Katy. It is building pretty much along the corridor there. You can see that drawn on. That's the spin, the counterclockwise rotation of that couplet, a little lobe of the overall circulating thunderstorm cell that could potentially be putting down a tornado. Again, nothing confirmed. Let's check our product again over here, the correlation coefficient, to see if there's any evidence of debris, and I'm happy to report that there is not at the current time. We don't have anything that points to us that there is any debris getting lofted from a tornado being in contact with the ground, so that's good at this current time. Let's jump back over to reflectivity, and I just want to give you a feel for how heavy the rain is within this cell. The dark reds, we even have some oranges or some pinks and blacks shown in there. That's rainfall rates that are up and over 2.5 inches per hour. In fact, if we put some numbers on there, I bet it would say,
I'm going to put a storm track on this real quick.
yeah, we're going to put a storm track on this real quick, that it is moving off to the, how fast is that moving, David?
35 miles an hour.
So it's moving pretty quickly. The storm motion today, that's another thing to keep in mind. These are going to be fast-moving cells. This is moving on off to the north and east at 35 miles per hour. So I'm not going to read each one of these off, but take a look at these. If you live near any of these landmarks, this is an approximate time of this couplet arriving, if it holds together, within the next 20 minutes, as it is under until 11:30 this morning. That tornado warning is up. Looks to be Katy here, that circulation passing by just to your north and west. So downtown Katy may move through okay with this right now. Still not an all clear for you. You are still under this tornado warning. The polygon does include you until 11:30. Tons of lightning with this as well. It's a very loud cell, lightning and thunder, on top of the very heavy rainfall. David, let's check on this and see if we have any hail that is showing on up. 85 strikes here in this cell just over the last 10 minutes. So it is certainly producing a highly electrified storm. That means the updrafts and downdrafts are kicking, and some of those downdrafts are bringing the gusty winds down to the surface that are verifying with 60, 65 mile an hour winds. There's our tornado warning again, up for 18,000 folks under that tornado warning here. That includes the city of Katy, just outside, just to the southwest of you in Cypress right now in the 290 corridor. If it holds together, this could certainly be extended back in your direction as we go through the next half an hour or so. Again, this is up for 18 more minutes, and there's our couplet now is lifted north of 90 and I-10. This is now to the northwest of Katy.
So that's hail. It looks like we might have a little bit of a hail shaft with that.
It might have a little bit of a hail shaft showing on up here. That indicates the very strong updrafts and downdrafts. And the hailstone size depends on how heavy they get until the downdraft and updraft can no longer hold it aloft, and it comes all the way to the ground. So that could be a signature of a hail core developing here. This would correlate with somewhat near where the center of circulation or the couplet would be. David, let's go back over to the velocity signature. We should have a new updated scan on this now. Yep, there it is, off to the south of FM Freeman Road, just to the south here, and it's a little more broad now. Would you agree with that, David? Yeah, it's a little more broad here just to the north of I-10. But again, we're likely going to see a lot of these cells cycle on through during the duration of their effective warning time. So Brookshire area, Commerce Parkway, Kingsland Boulevard. Again, Katy, you are here. This center is centered off to your west right now. So it is awfully windy through the Katy area. Let's put some numbers on these, David. Likely 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. But like we just talked about, this is sampling the winds higher up in the atmosphere because we are so far away from our radar site that's out in League City. So it's shooting at an angle. The curvature of the earth does angle it even higher. But some of these winds getting picked up at 85 miles per hour, 70 miles an hour here. It's certainly within the realm of possibility that within some of the heaviest of the downpours, some of these gusty winds get pulled down to the surface. So that introduces a whole nother risk of straight line winds, wind damage being brought on that other than a tornado. It's just straight line winds thanks to the downdraft and the heavy downpours mixing some of those strongest winds down to the coast, down to the ground. So here is our couplet signature we're looking at now. It is not as tight as it was earlier, but certainly still associated with very, very gusty winds. Storm track on this, the tornado warned cell, this couplet track on here, 35 miles per hour off to the north and northeast. There's a look at some of the landmarks, cities and towns, schools, landmarks that you may live near. Take a look at these. The time next to them is an approximation based on storm movement, how fast this will get to where you live.
Yeah, Tim, taking a look at this, and we go back, we look at the velocities as well. I'll take off the storm track. It does look like, this might be a little bit more of a straight line wind moment in this cell. You've got these 73, 75. Notice how broad this is. So, if you're in the Katy area right now, you're definitely feeling the gusty wind out there, and be prepared for winds to gust, 50, 60 miles an hour as those wind speeds are translated down to the surface. But you can see between Brookshire and Katy, if there is rotation, it's right here, just to the north of Brookshire, just to the north of Katy. You see Freeman Road, West Road, and all that racing off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And I'll zoom out once again, just so we can set the bearings and folks in the path of this storm can get an idea of where it is headed. Estimated speed moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And so Cypress Ranch High School, Cypress, Dry Creek, Dan Jones International, you're looking at these places in southern Waller and northwest Harris County that are in the path of this storm.
Yeah, and it's moving quite quick. The storm motion today will be fast. I would expect that a lot of these will probably move faster than 35 miles per hour as we go through the remainder of the afternoon. This is the first tornado warning of many that are expected. If you're just joining us now, we are now under an active tornado watch until 6 p.m., and that includes all of Harris County and pretty much all points west and east and south of there until 6 p.m. this evening. That means the conditions are right for tornadoes to form. As we're seeing now, these cells are already rotating and spinning. All it takes is a consolidation of that spin to reach down to the ground, make contact with the ground, and become a tornado and cause damage. So that would be a potential in this cell, although we are not seeing any confirmation of this, radar indicated, but certainly highly electrified cells. You can see that there, over 100 strikes just within the last 10 minutes in that tornado warned cell. Now let's get a closer look here and show you what it looks like out by the Katy area, because it looks like the majority of the strongest part of this cell is now lifting to your north. Still not out of the woods, not until this tornado warning is expired in 14 minutes that I want you to come out of your safe place, okay? If you're in schools now, you're watching at home, at work, this area in the polygon is under a tornado warning for another 14 minutes until 11:30. Even though the circulation, the potential couplet here that could produce a tornado, which has not evidenced us yet that it has, is rapidly moving off to the northeast and is on the northern side of this polygon at the moment. Regardless of where that couplet is, the winds are extremely strong. So we have our velocity product here, and that tells us basically the wind direction, where it's moving in regards to the radar site. These bright yellows here, just to the southwest, even Cypress itself, very gusty winds right now. These are all in excess of 50 to 55 miles per hour, verifying at the ground, even though some of the numbers that we'll pull from this, from our radar indications, are up and over 70, up and over 60 miles per hour. Out by Cypress, 60 miles per hour as well, but keep in mind it's shooting up at a height, and we have a low-level jet in place that is just ripping through the area. So some of these winds are sampled from that, but with the very heavy rain, it is dragging it down to the surface and likely verifying at the ground, and could be causing damage from straight line winds. That's different from what the damage would be brought on from a tornado. It would be more everything blown in the same direction. A tornado, you would have that cyclonic debris field that would be very evident that a tornado had gone through there. Hey, yeah, check out some of these numbers here being indicated by our radar velocities. Within the actual couplet itself, just to the north there would be where that spin is potentially there. This is heading out now on the northeast fringe of that polygon. It looks like maybe some of the strongest of the winds have lifted to the north of 90 and I-10, just to the northwest of Katy as well. Yeah, some of these indications are very weak, but just outside it, again, this bright yellow here is going to be the corridor of some of the strongest of the winds right now. This is just to the northwest of Attucks and to the southwest of Cypress and 290 at this current time, but it is moving in your direction in Cypress. So if you're watching from the Cypress area, or you live along 290 from Jersey Village up to Cypress and points northwest of there, this is coming your way with the stronger of the winds, and likely what we'll see today is these couplets go through cycles where they become more ragged and broad, and then they tighten back up again. David?
Yeah, this couplet looks a little bit broad, and at the moment we have no ground confirmation that we actually have a tornado on the ground. But again, this is Doppler radar. You're looking at the movement of raindrops in relation to the radar site. And what we're seeing here on this display, the green area is where the raindrops are moving toward the radar site. And then the orange and brighter colors, those are raindrops that are moving away from the radar site. And that's how we know we've got a rotation right in here. Again, that's the Doppler part of Doppler radar. And because we've got this rotation, it's the type of storm that can very quickly produce a tornado. And Tim, I'm going to put up another storm track on this so folks can see who is exactly. And there we just updated
scan.
And you know, this is looking even more like a straight line wind event than tornadic, just based on that last scan. Okay, the Berry Center, Cypress, Dry Creek, Deco, Texas Sports Medical Center, and Tomball, you're all in the path of this storm, which has a potential tornado with it. Again, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. If this storm is in your path, interior room of your home or business, on the first floor, away from windows, in a closet, in an interior bathroom, those are the safe place to be. Because even if we get a small tornado out of this, it's the broken glass and the flying debris that can become very, very dangerous as those become projectiles. And you mentioned earlier, and let's take another look at this, the hail potential with this, the hail shaft. You know, we may have a small hail shaft with this. Certainly the freezing level is low enough to be producing hail. But if we look at our hail detector and the tornado warnings coming up over that, I'm not seeing, Tim, a real well-formed hail shaft, but that may be hail right there crossing over the Waller County, Harris County line.
Yeah, if in fact it is hail, it's probably very small in nature, maybe up to dime-sized, that may be reaching the ground. Again, we got to sample this as the radar site being extremely far away, so some of those hailstones melting on arrival towards the surface, so it could be much smaller than even dime-sized there. So that's not the biggest concern. It's really the wind. This is a big wind-producing cell here that could begin to consolidate that spin and turn it cyclonic, and we become a tornado or a funnel.
So when Tim mentions how far the radar site is from this, so the radar site's here in League City. That is 50 miles away from this storm. That beam points up at about a ½ degree angle. So by the time it gets out here 50 miles away, we're talking about, we're sampling the atmosphere at more than 1,000 feet above the ground. And so that's why these wind speeds, we have to extrapolate them or estimate them back down to the ground. In fact, let's take a look again at potential wind speeds, as this may be more of a straight line wind damage event. But you know, Tim, even the straight line winds with the low-level jet above,
right,
you know, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, those winds translated to the ground with this intense rainfall, you can get tornadic wind speeds in straight line form.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be probably the trend today. It's going to be more of a wind event with some isolated tornadoes that still, again, the potential is there that those tornadoes be on the stronger side that we have for the next 6 hours or so until 6 p.m. this evening. There's a look at one of our cameras, David. This is 290 at Huffmeister. So travel today, not advised, especially if you're in this tornado warning polygon.
Yep.
That rain, even outside of that, extremely heavy. Visibility is greatly, greatly reduced. And of course, a lot of the drainage here, after you get 2-inch-an-hour rainfall rates, it does back up a little bit. It does evacuate it eventually, but you're going to be running on a hydroplaning situations on some of these area roadways.
Absolutely. So if you've got business or you know somebody who's on 290 or is about to head out 290 Northwest Harris County into Waller County, give them a text, give them a heads up that there is some very strong wind and heavy rain heading in their direction. And so, Tim, these wind speeds that we're looking at here, this is the radar beam measuring the wind speed at about 1,000 to 1,500 feet above our head. But because we've got that downdraft, that heavy rain coming down, it transports those wind speeds aloft down to the surface. And so those wind speed estimates of 58, 60, 70 miles an hour could easily be pushed down to the surface. And I see now we have a new tornado warning.
Yep, this is for Colorado and Waller, now extending up to the top of the hour at noontime today. This is back west along and south of I-10. But you can see by Eagle Lake, David, check out that velocity signature. That is a little bit more impressive.
Yeah, that's a tighter. Well, notice the difference. Look at how there's so much definition between the hot and cool colors. And once again, this is your rotation right in here near Ramsey, FM 102. Take cover right now, interior room of your home, away from windows. That's where your tornado couplet is, and we just got another sweep update, so we'll move our rotation right here. 11,000 people impacted here. FM 103 near Ramsey, just to the south and east of Columbus. This is in far southeastern portions of Colorado County. Real quickly, let's just zoom out and put a storm track on this so folks can set their bearing and see who's in the path of this storm. Again, these are all going to be moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So a storm track on this, again, near Ramsey in Colorado County, racing to the north and east. Looks like I may have to take off.
Yeah, let me take this off for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll take off the tornado warnings and we'll put on a quick little storm track of that. Moving in that general direction here. So here's a couple of the areas that could be impacted.
So in eastern Colorado County, in the path of this particular storm now, the 24-hour emergency care clinic, Sealy, Peters, and Stephen F. Austin State Park. So that's right along crossing I-10. So this is moving northeast. This storm will be crossing I-10 in eastern Colorado County, far southwestern Austin County during the next, few minutes here, during the next 15 to 20 minutes. And that is a much more well-formed couplet than the one that's moving into northwest Harris County toward the Cypress area. But there are your two active tornado warnings.
Yeah,
and
so
again,
David, what we're doing here is we're now in an area where we're getting samples from two separate radar sites. So we have the one in League City, that's our local-based National Weather Service radar, and one out of Killeen. If I move it there, I can get a sampling from there. So we're able to get two different radar sites perspectives on this. This is Killeen's perspective. You can see it's a little bit broader here, but certainly some very gusty winds. This is probably the same distance away that the League City radar is, which is over 50 miles per hour. So you have to keep that in mind with this. That circulation may not be reaching the ground, but it's a possibility, which is what prompted the warning. I shifted a little bit farther to the east, and we get the perspective from our Houston radar site that shows very similar couplet location and strength right now. So getting two radars to verify that is definitely helpful.
Yeah, and when you see a storm that is rotating like that, even though this rotation is aloft, this is the type of storm that, without warning, with very little warning, can drop a funnel cloud, can drop a tornado. And so that's why these are radar-indicated tornado warnings that we're bringing to you right now. At the moment, I don't have confirmation of an actual tornado or funnel cloud that's dropped down or done any damage or hit the ground. But these are the type of storms that can cause tornadoes. And with the setup that we have, Tim, with the divergent jet stream up at 35,000 feet, and with the twist in the atmosphere at the low levels, those two ingredients in place, and now seeing the couplets, it's likely that we're at least getting these to form funnel clouds, if not dropping tornadoes. That's the type of thing that can do fence damage, tree damage, roof damage, and of course break windows and knock power out. So that's what we're looking at right now. And as far as, we're looking for debris. So this, Tim, detects debris, and at the moment, I'm not seeing anything definitive.
No, very much not so. And this is such a great product for us here that are in studio, not out in the storm, to be able to give some sort of verification that a funnel has reached the ground and become a tornado. Once it starts lofting debris into the air, the radar can depict where that is, and it will throw up a signature, kind of like saying, hey, there's something different here that doesn't belong. These aren't raindrops or hailstones. This could be shingles or branches from trees. Not seeing that here. That would be in the form of bright blues or brighter colors that would really scream for attention. Not seeing that here out by the Ramsey area. Certainly the gusty winds could be maybe lofting some leafy debris, but I don't think it's from a tornado, at least at this time.
Yeah, Tim, Lauren Tallarico is standing by. Let's go to her. We do have some updates on how this is impacting the community. I understand there's some school updates to give. Lauren, what do we have?
We have severe weather moving in during a school day and during a school time. You're going to see those impacts in schools, of course. I know a lot of parents are worried about their kids when it comes to dismissal. What are they going to do with their kids after school? So I want to let you know that Houston ISD has already canceled all after-school activities for their district. So right now, they just sent this update out 6 minutes ago. This is the first major district we're seeing with these kinds of impacts. Again, right now, all after-school activities are canceled for Houston ISD. They haven't said anything yet about maybe early dismissal or a late dismissal, but of course, those are things that we are keeping an eye on. I do want to also let you know that Hull Day Zeta ISD, which is in Liberty County, they do have an early dismissal. They announced a short time ago that their schools will be dismissing at 1 p.m. to try to get those kids out of the schools and home somewhere safe as early as possible. But again, so far, HISD, the first major district to announce any impacts from the severe weather coming through. Parents, take note, all after-school activities for HISD have already been canceled. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on these districts all throughout Greater Houston and keep you updated on air and online as well. Guys.
Thank you, Lauren. And that's those are all great calls, I think, by the school districts. There's no sense in putting anybody in harm's way. This is about as good a tornadic setup as Houston and Southeast Texas gets, and we're already seeing a couple of tornado warnings, so that I think that is certainly very smart of the school districts to go ahead and take those precautions. Tim, it looks like they're going to update that tornado warning for Waller and Harris County into a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, they have updated that just to the north now. That comes just up to the boundaries of spring. You can see that cell that we were watching move through the Katy area, that was a tornado warning. has now moved outside of that warning polygon. You can kind of see where that couplet is. It's now to the north of Katy, headed towards the Cypress area. And that's the area we're concerned with. Even outside of that, along the 290 corridor, it's a white knuckle kind of day. You're holding on to that steering wheel very hardy because it's blowing and gusting up there 50, 60 miles per hour, indicated by some of those numbers here on our velocity indicator. Look at this, near 80 miles per hour. Again, this is a loft, but the rain is coming down at such a clip, David, that it is pulling those gusty winds down that really aren't at that high of a depth. You know, a couple thousand feet takes a downpour to bring that to the ground quite quickly, and you get wind damage over a larger area.
Yeah, well, just take a look to set your bearings. So this is, here's where we have this heavy thunderstorm. So now this has been transitioned from a tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is pulling down these wind velocities of 64 miles an hour, 79 miles an hour, where that heavy rain shaft is, down to the surface. So this area is crossing 99 out in northwest Harris County. It's just south of 290. So anyone in between the 99 connector and 290 and Highway 6 and 290. So the northern portion of the Copperfield area, then moving and transitioning into the Cypress area, you can expect in the next 10, 15 minutes, wind gusts to 40, 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. It's certainly strong enough to do at least some minor damage. So although, Tim, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, we're not seeing the rotation. We are seeing straight line winds in northwest Harris County that have the potential to do tornado-like damage just in a straight line.
Absolutely, and that was the first of 2 tornado warnings that we've had. Again, active right now is just one, and that is back off well west of Katy, still along the I-10 corridor. But it was this general now looking broad rotation near Beard, Ramsey, and south of Bernardo that could be potentially trying to tighten on up and put down a tornado. We're going to see this numerous times today. All of these cells that get going and become strong enough are able to mix down some of those gusty winds, and the atmosphere overall is rotating and lifting. So those are two of the top ingredients you need for tornadoes to take advantage of. And so far, this is our second tornado warning of the day. All since have been to the west of downtown Houston, but this entire area is pivoting eastwards and will be impacting the entire area through the duration of today.
Take a look, Tim. This particular couplet looks like it's doing what the one in northwest Harris County did. It looks like it's broadening out a little bit.
Yeah, it might be cycling.
It might be cycling and either about to produce straight line winds or be able to get its act together a little bit. Real quickly, first of all, the camera we're looking at, that's I-10 looking west toward the Memorial area, just to set your bearings. And then, Tim, real quickly, I'll zoom out. We'll just put a storm track on this so we can see who's in the path. And let me make sure I've got the right velocity on this.
It's at 30, yep.
Okay, we're at 30. Yeah, this looks like they are moving at about 35, so we're gonna increase that velocity to 35. So this potentially is where we've got this straight line winds headed. Beard, Sealy, San Felipe, and Damonaville. Let me just redo that. There we go. So Sealy Junior High School, you are in the path of this storm. Sealy, Peters, the power plant there as you transition into the southern portions of Austin County, and then Cochran, all in the path of this particular storm. Although, Tim, this does look like it's becoming a little bit more ragged.
It is, and it's going to be interesting to see how that evolves as it pushes into environmental conditions that through the remainder of today will become a little bit more conducive. We've got building moisture off the Gulf of Mexico, a warm front that is lifting on through, that's adding lift of its own. So all the characteristics are pretty much there. And you can see in the background here that red shading is our active tornado watch. That's up for the majority of the area. The only exceptions are areas north of Harris County up to Huntsville. You are not currently under a tornado watch, and that's because the atmosphere there is just a little bit more stable. You're still going to have gusty winds. You're still going to have some lightning and thunder and very heavy rain, but the tornadic threat is farther to the south where we've got more of the moisture. Dew points are climbing. That lift is initiating some spin. So we've got it all there, and most of it right now is set up to the west of downtown Houston. 446 lightning strikes just in that particular cell moving out of Colorado County across I-10 there, just near the Sealy area. 445. When we see that type of lightning, it indicates you've got up and down motion in the storm, so it's tapping all the energy in the vertical column. And Tim, this is also an indication of the storms, that the rotation, them rooting in that and tapping into that low
low-level energy. We've been seeing that a lot in a lot of the meteorological discussions leading into this. You know, if the storms can root in that deeper energy, that moisture near the surface, that's when they could become severe. That's when they could rotate. That's when they could produce tornadoes. And that's what we're seeing on radar this morning.
That's right. And here's another updated scan.
Yeah.
We've got two little couplets here that we're watching. One that is warned as a tornado, one that is a severe thunderstorm warning. But previously, as it moved northwest of Katy, it did have a tornado warning. This is now moving through the Cypress area. Now you're seeing a lot of times when we show you this imagery, it's two colors, red or green. You're seeing a lot of yellows here, and those are winds that are even much, oh, there it is. They reinitiated a tornado warning for the Cypress area. Let's see what the actual numbers are on that and how long it's up for. Probably until 12 o'clock. Again, this is right about to move over 290, David, moving through Cypress as we speak.
So everybody in the Cypress area, this is going to be northwest Harris County, FM 529 north to Cypress, where we cross 290. So that's going to be out there between Mushkey Road and Highway 6, the north side of the Copperfield area. That's where the rotation is being detected right now. It's going to cross 290 to the north and east and move into the heart of the Cypress area. So if you are out on Cypress Rose Hill, Louetta, the 1960 area, this is all headed in your direction. This looks like this is going to skirt perhaps just north of Willowbrook Mall. This is going to be heading toward the Champions area in north and west Harris County. Folks in Old Oaks, Westador, along Louetta and 1960, Cypress Creek Parkway. This is all heading in your direction. So this is a time to know where your safe space is in your house in the Cypress area, which is going to be on the first floor of your home, away from windows. An interior room is the best place to go. And it is a very good idea if you have a bicycle helmet to put a bicycle helmet on, some sort of helmet. We've seen time and time again, this has actually helped to save people's lives when a tornado actually did hit and damage a home and people were inside, and just having a bike helmet on was a great way to protect yourself. So interior room of the home, away from windows, first floor of your home or business, that's the safe place to be when the tornadic thunderstorm is moving through your neighborhood.
Yeah, and when we get these tornado warnings, the technology has evolved so much, David, that no matter where you live, if your phone and your person is located within the polygon of a tornado warning, geocaching is a beautiful thing. It'll send the alert to your phone. We do that in the KHOU 11 app. No matter where you are, you'll get the alerts for where you're located at that time. So if you're in here and you're getting those alerts on your phone, or you're watching us on TV and you're located within this polygon, a lot of times when we have tornado outbreaks, we get asked the question, well, what do I do if I live in a manufactured home, a mobile home, an RV park, or anything like that? We don't want you to stay there, obviously. We want you to go somewhere where you're going to get shelter. Go to a fast food joint, go to a gas station, anywhere that will offer you shelter until the threat passes, which will be pretty quickly. So this area here just south of Cypress right now is the location of ground zero for where this rotation is at this time, moving in this general direction, likely passing to the south of Tomball and moving eventually towards Spring. Even though Spring is on the outer northeastern cusp of this polygon, it could certainly expand in your area. This is the second tornado warning for this cell alone, so it's cycling, and this is its second cycle, potentially producing nothing that's ground confirmed, but a potential tornado.
So some of the roads in the immediate path of this cell as it races to the north and east, Spring Cypress, Huffmeister, where it's going to...
That's where our camera is right now.
And that is on Spring. That's Spring Cypress or Huffmeister?
Huffmeister.
Okay, that's right off Huffmeister. So that is right where the rotation is crossing now. Little Cypress Creek and Cypress Creek on the northwest side of Harris County. That's where it's going to be crossing right now. This is right between Louetta and Huffmeister, crossing 290 right now. And this basically, if you live on Spring Cypress Road and Telge Road on the north side of 290, that's where the strongest rotation is about to move right now. So right across Spring Cypress, Telge, and Huffmeister, where the three of those roads comes together in northwest Harris County, out near Little Cypress and Cypress Creek in northwest Harris County. This is heading, and we'll be crossing Louetta Road as well right there. This is where you want to be taking cover from the storm, interior room of your home, away from windows. And what I'm curious about, what I want to pull up, Tim, is just to see if the radar display is showing any type of hook echo with this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's bring it up.
You know, there's just so much heavy rain that there might be a little bit of some inflow here off to the south of Cypress, but nothing that's really screaming that hook echo.
Yeah, and so again, this radar is sampling at the atmosphere. It's about 1,000 feet above ground level. So these rotations are above ground level. This is not indicating rotation right at the surface, but this is the type of storm when it's rotating like that, so well defined just above the surface, that can drop and produce a tornado, and that's why we've got that tornado warning for Northwest Harris County, and that is in effect until noon, and we'll just have to wait and see if that recycles itself as it moves into northern Harris County and perhaps eventually, up into Montgomery County. If that storm is able to hold together, Tim, eventually that reaches spring and near the woodlands if it holds together over the next half hour or so.
Yeah, and if it does make it, in fact, far enough to the north of Conroe, that is a little bit more of a stable environment. So that could be the end of the line for some of these tornadic cells if they in fact lift that far north. It's also important to take note of what's going on to the southwest of these cells right now, because it's building in a northeasterly direction, and all of this atmosphere here, the environmental conditions are prime. Notice there's not much going on there now, so there's untapped fuel at the moment. And here's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's encompassing the tornado warning as well, just for a larger area. David, what we haven't checked in a while, I want to see if correlation coefficient is in fact picking up on anything. We'll start off with a cell farther to the west. Now this could potentially be something, maybe it may be a stretch. Let me see if I can draw this on here for you and see what we're talking about. This little area here to the west of Sealy could be maybe some debris. It's not really screaming that to me, but it's different from what we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, it's a little brighter. It's a little more defined. It could still be a little bit of an artifact, being that we're still so far away from the radar site. But this is something that we definitely want to keep a very close eye on, because if we do obviously see that become more defined, it would indicate that we actually have debris, which would mean we actually did have a tornado on the ground. You can see the rotation now right there over the Sealy area, central Austin County, just north of I-10. Sealy to Peters, that's where the strongest rotation with this cell to the southwest is right now, racing northeast at 35, so racing toward Clemens, toward FM 359 as it races northeast. And it looks like that couplet, Tim, has gotten a little bit more well-defined.
Yeah, I think so too. And yeah, it's moving into an area that was already sampled by that last cell, which it did show to tighten it up. So we'll see if it continues to do that. Here's a broad look, and we'll switch it back over to radar, because in these cells that are tornado warned, if you're one of those very curious types that you want to go outside and you want to try to see it, this is not the setup that you can possibly even do so. The reason why is because these are all rain-wrapped. Extremely heavy rainfall rates, all within where the circulation is potentially located to the north of Sealy. You can see some of these reflectivity values that are in the red, even some pinks and purples in there. That's rainfall rates that are just blinding, 1.5 to 2.5 inches per hour. Also leading to another hazard that we've been talking about would be the flash flooding risk. Because although these cells are moving around 35 miles per hour, they're rather large cells. So they're dropping a lot of rain over a short amount of time. And as they're moving in the same general areas as cells behind them, these are also called training thunderstorms. So areas that were just hit, going to get likely hit multiple times. Here's the bigger picture. David, we do have most of the action to the northwest of downtown at the moment, with 2 active tornado warnings and a severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see those polygons respectively. The red polygons are tornado warnings. The yellow are severe thunderstorm warnings. What we haven't checked on a little bit too is any hail potential. Here's an indication down here, David, south of I-10, potentially a hail core ending up there. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like it's throwing the hail off to the east of the cell, which is what you'd expect with those winds blowing to the east, blowing toward the east-northeast at the upper levels.
And there you go. We do have a signature here from our radar showing that maybe quarter-size hail north of Chesterville.
So Reka Mudaraj has been keeping track of power outages that are coming in. Reka, good morning, good late morning. What do you have for us? How are power outages going?
Well, so far, we wouldn't call these massive power outages, but as expected with severe weather like this, we could see more throughout the day. So taking a look at this map right now, this is the CenterPoint outage tracker. It updates every 5 minutes, so it's giving us a good idea of what we're seeing so far. Right now, where you guys are tracking the storm on the west side, we're seeing about 14,000 people out in this area. As I click on it there, we're going to take a look here, about 5,000 people. This is near the Sam Houston Parkway and Katy Freeway in this neighborhood just south of I-10 there. About 4,000 people down here. So again, most of the power outages on the west side right now, but of course we're seeing little glimpses here and there of power outages throughout the area. Right now, if we go out here, this is kind of Brookshire, Katy area. We've got about 3,000 here, 4,000 here, if you add all of those up. So these are the areas that are experiencing the power outages, which of course is expected when you guys are tracking those high winds that you are. But again, this is the CenterPoint Energy Outage Tracker. This is something you can look up online. We do have a link on our website. And right now, about 15,000 customers without power in this area. So we're going to keep track of this. Again, it updates every 5 minutes, and we'll let you know if we see more power outages in that area.
Rika, stay with me for just a second, because that is an excellent way for us to get evidence of was there actually a tornado on the ground or not, because that tornado would knock out power. It looks like they're at least a little bit more active where that first cell went through the Katy area. I'm wondering if you can move up to northwest Harris County.
Yes.
I'm just curious to see the 290 area out to and out 249. It doesn't look like. Well,
so
it looks
here, yeah. So we're seeing. This is 290 right here. 270 businesses or homes without power here. This is kind of up here in Cypress, about 32. So yeah, this is kind of what this is the area that you're referring to.
Can we let's check back with you in about 5 minutes when that map updates. And that will really help us know if we actually have a tornado, if a tornado has dropped and done damage, or it hasn't. Rika, thank you so much for that information. That's actually very crucial. And back to the radar now. Well, Tim, it appears they've let the tornado warnings, have they? No, okay, we still have the one in Austin County, but the one in Harris County has gone to a severe thunderstorm warning?
That's right. It looks like it's overlapping with the tornado warning there.
Yeah.
I think that they'll allow that one to carry on until noon when it's set to expire to see there. But the one back to the west of Katy, that one has been kind of holding together, even though now the most latest scan, very, very broad. However, this one here near Cypress, south of Tomball, southwest of Spring, what do you make of that?
That one looks really well organized.
Yeah.
I mean, just I'll draw on the circulation so everyone at home can see what we're looking at. We look at this all the time. We know exactly what this means. But there's your rotation. Cool colors, hot colors blowing toward the radar, cool colors away from the radar. And there is the potential circulation with this tornadic thunderstorm that has the potential to produce a tornado. It's right now moving just along the 99 connector near 249, so just to the south of Tomball. If this continues on this current path, it's going to move into the Spring Woodlands area here pretty quickly. And let me clear this off. We'll put a storm track on this so folks in the path of this storm. What you want to do is move to an interior room of your home or business away from windows on the first floor of your home or business. That's the safe place to be no matter what structure you're in. And there it is moving off to the northeast at 35, and it does, if this holds together, 1209, this storm reaches the Woodlands area, Tim.
Yeah, this storm overall has had really good structure, and we've seen it go through 2 cycles so far. One that was a cycle that lasted so long that they were able to expire a previous tornado warning, only to reinitiate another one further downstream off to the north and northeast there. There's the areas under the gun here, Klein at 1156. After we get past the lunch hour, it's up to 1220 at Woodlock. So this is going to be a long duration cell here. The warning itself, though, set to expire in 12 minutes from now. That's not the only tornado warning we've got. We've got one off towards the Sealy area. All of this activity is now moving to the north of I-10 and northwest of downtown Houston. However, I want to bring to your attention what David and I have been talking about is even outside of any of these cells, you're getting extremely heavy rain and very, very gusty winds. This yellow signature here that you're seeing, I started talking about this earlier until we got a brand new tornado warning, but a lot of times when we show you our rotation detector, that's just a fancy name for our actual product that's called velocities, and this is the wind speed, how fast water droplets are moving either towards or away from the radar. When we show you this, most times there's 2 colors, the reds and greens. When you have reds and greens close to one another, 2 couplets rotating in opposite directions, you get a tornado. But now there's yellow shading on here, and that's because winds that are getting sampled by the radar at a pretty vast distance, up to around 40 to 50 miles away. So we're aimed up into the clouds. This is sampling winds from a low-level jet that's in place. That's just one ingredient to our severe threat today.
Yeah.
But a lot of these numbers, David, are impressive.
Look at the size and the strength of that low-level jet.
Yeah.
I mean, we're sampling winds at 70, 80. They're above 90 to 100 miles an hour. So those are winds just above the surface. So real quickly, the camera shot we're looking at, I don't know if we can take that full. Guys, if we can take that full, the camera shot, that is 249 at North Point. Look at the camera shot. That is right where this tornadic thunderstorm is moving right now. Blinding rain. Again, this is northwest Harris County. This is just south of Tomball. We're 249 at North Point, just south of the 99 connector. And you do not want to be out in this right now. I see everybody driving with their hazards on. You can see the spray and how slow they're moving along the freeway. If you can just stay put, stay where you are in Northwest Harris County, there is no reason to get out in this. We want to let this pass through before you try to do anything out on the roads right now, because it is getting very dangerous. Again, this is where this tornadic thunderstorm cell is moving right now. This is 249 at North Point, Northwest Harris County. And we can go back to the radar right now. We're taking a close look. So that's right where the camera is. That's right where that cell just crossed over 249. And so now, folks, on Louetta, this is moving into the Klein area. This is moving near Meyer Park. This will be passing right over Klein High School in the next minute or two. Everybody there needs to shelter in place for the potential for a tornado, but certainly very strong winds. We just saw that on the road, on the camera shot there out 249. So Tim, this looks like if it's not producing a tornado, it is bringing those stronger winds aloft down to the surface and causing very strong winds.
Right, at the very least, this is going to be a damaging wind cell, a wind-making cell. Again, these are the winds that are being sampled aloft, but check this out. When we switch up the radar and show you where the heaviest rain is, keep in mind what this looks like now, right? You go over to the heaviest rain, and you've got downpours of 1-2 inch an hour rainfall rates. In fact, let's throw some of those numbers on there, what the rainfall rates are. 2 inches per hour, 2.2 inches per hour in some of these areas north of there, 5 inches per hour. That might be skewed because there could be some small hail mixing.
I was just actually thinking about that. I think we may very well be seeing some rainfall rates of 5 inches per hour.
Okay, yeah, certainly a possibility.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. And also just looking at that camera shot to verify how blinding the rain is. Oh, and there is a little bit of a hail sample there.
But not much, so it probably is the rainfall rates that are that high.
The reason those rates are important, we know that our primary drainage, the gutters on the roads and streets, are made to handle about 2 inches per hour rainfall rate. So when we see rainfall rates that are getting into 2, 3, 4, 5 inches per hour, we know that the water is puddling up and ponding up on the roadways, and that we knew was going to be one of the hazards today. So the roads are becoming a big mess where the heavier rains are coming down, which right now is in Northwest Harris County. Louetta at 249, moving toward the Klein area. So this is going to be passing, again, near Meyer Park, Klein High School. You see Klein Oak High School just in the path of this storm. It'll be there in just the next few minutes. Lamar Elementary School, Oak Ridge North, Chateau Woods, all places where you want to take cover now, interior room of your home, away from windows, first floor of your home or business. That's the safest place to be when these storms move through.
Yeah, and David, it looks like from this velocity scan that we just got, this may be on the declining side of its most recent cycle. So it's just about to reach the northeast extent of the tornado warning polygon that holds just to the southwest of Spring. So Spring not currently under a tornado warning. If we see this cycle like we've already seen it do twice, this tornado warning will be extended up to the Woodlands and the Spring area. So if you're watching from those areas right now, it is likely very, very windy. In fact, you can see that yellow line here. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that does extend up to the Woodlands. So you're already seeing severe criteria wind gusts likely on top of that blinding rainfall. If this circulation tries to tighten up again and move in that same general direction northeast at 35 miles per hour, you're looking at it in the Woodlands area within the next 30 minutes or so.
Tim, Lauren's got an update on a shelter in place for the Klein area. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, yeah, that's right. So right now, Klein ISD and Waller ISDs have shelters in place underway. So let me tell you what Klein is saying. Tornado warnings are affecting multiple areas in the district. Out of precaution, all students and staff have been moved inside the buildings and are sheltering in place according to our inclement weather procedures. Okay, so for more information there, you can go to kleinisd.net/weather. As far as Waller ISD is concerned, this is what they said. Please take shelter in your current location. All individuals should remain indoors until the threat has passed. At this time, we do not expect the shelter status at all WISD facilities to be released until approximately 12 p.m., so 6 minutes from now. So again, Waller ISD and Klein ISD, those kiddos are under a shelter in place right now to keep them safe from this weather. Guys,
Lauren, thank you for the update. When we get a chance, I don't know if Reka is listening, but if we can get an update on the power outage map, I'd love to see if we actually are getting power outages increasing, which of course would help to verify these winds coming down to the surface or perhaps a tornado. But Tim, so at the moment, these 2 active tornado warnings are in effect for the next 6 minutes until noon?
That's right. And, I want to jump back over to the Katy area that just in the last 20 minutes came out of a tornado warning. Now on the western sides of the city, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning again. For this cell that the northern extent actually has a tornado warning attached to it, that cell is moving in your general direction. So in fact, that last time the tornado warning, the couplet passed by to your north and west. This time around, this right here may head right towards the Katy area. So it might be a little bit more of a closer call. So if you're watching in this area, don't let your guard down despite it just being a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning like you saw earlier. We could certainly see this extended back down to the south.
So what I'm doing here is this is what we call rocking the radar. It's kind of rocking it back and now bringing it forward to the present so we can get an idea of the vector of this storm. And you can see what
Yeah.
just pointed out.
Right, so it's this area here just south of I-10, Sealy area, David, that's moving just south of 90 and I-10 towards Katy. This reflectivity bullseye is the heaviest rain, maybe a hail core. In fact, let's check that out if it in fact is putting out any hail, which it is according to radar just north of Wallace. And those hailstone sizes, of course, we're very far from the radar site, so maybe up to quarter size hail. Likely, probably not that size reaching the ground. This is what the radar sees falling from the clouds. It doesn't account for melting that has to occur for that to happen. So this hail core is south of I-10, but it does coincide with that reflectivity signature here that has it pointed towards the Katy area, which has probably prompted the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, in this type of atmosphere, it's January, so we have a lower freezing level. So what we may be seeing is a whole lot of small hail. And our algorithm it's kind of fooling the algorithm, thinking it's bigger than it is. But still, that indicates a tremendous amount of upward motion in the storm, updrafts. That's what's polarizing the storm and giving us all the lightning with it. And those violent updrafts combined with the twist that we have at the surface with surface low pressure moving in is giving us that twist, that lift, and that rising, twisting column of air is what's producing the rotation, and thus we have these tornado warnings to deal with as we head toward lunchtime here.
All right, we're about 3 minutes out now from both of these tornado warnings being allowed to expire.
Yeah, look at the one in Northwest Harris County, Tim. It really looks like it may be weakening. It may be weakening a bit.
It sure does, and yeah, that couplet is heading right out of the warned polygon just to the west of Spring right now.
Hey, we've got Reka with the update on the power outages. Okay, Reka, how are we doing? Northwest Harris County and then out toward the Katy Sealy area.
Yeah, absolutely. So just about 5 minutes ago when I checked in with you guys then, we had about 15,000 people without power. That number has risen now to 20,000. Still most of it on the west side right now, as you can see. I'm going to zoom in right here. Again, you guys were asking more about going up, to Jersey Village up to 90. That area, Center Point, not really showing a majority of the power outages there. They're more just on the west side. We're seeing about 5,000 people here. This is near Beltway 8 on the west side and I-10. And of course, farther out into the Katy Brookshire area, about 5,000 people there as well. On the northwest side, we've got just off of 290, we've got about 66 homes or businesses without power. If you go up Townball Tollway right there, just outside the Big Loop, 379. So again, that's where you guys are telling us the storm is, and we're seeing the issues there. But again, most of the power outages on the west side. But we wouldn't call this a massive power outage. Again, this is about 20,000 customers affected. But again, that number went up by about 5,000 in just 5 minutes. And again, this actually updates every 5 minutes. So we're keeping track of all of this in real time. If you are interested to see where the power outages are in your area, we do have a link on KHOU.com. Of course, this is with CenterPoint Energy. But yeah, Dave, just in 5 minutes, we've seen that number rise.
Well, that is actually so helpful because Tim, tell me if I'm wrong, it looks like that's more straight line wind damage and not tornadic damage just based on those numbers. What do you think?
I agree with that 100% because we were seeing those velocity signatures, David, up and over 70 to 80 miles an hour. In fact, let's look at those currently. Velocities right now are extremely high. In fact, they are almost reaching the highest extreme of the color tables here. So we've got the yellows that indicate winds getting sampled from radar over 76 miles per hour, over 80 miles an hour, and you look at it with the corresponding radar signature itself, very heavy rain here is dragging those gusty winds to the surface. So a lot of these power outages are most likely getting driven from straight line winds.
Yeah, and the more I look at this now, it looks like it's elongating that potential rotation in Harris County. Now moving into southern Montgomery County, it's elongating. That is an indication that it's not as well organized, so it's much less likely that we're getting a tornado, and much more likely that we're getting straight line winds. And now it looks like they've allowed it to expire. Let's wait and see if they reissue, but just looking at the chat, it doesn't look like they're going to.
Right, so we just have one remaining severe thunderstorm warning, which is good news. So for the moment, we don't expect this to be it. It's likely going to be an ongoing event here, but we have one remaining severe thunderstorm warning that's out just to the west of the Katy area. And this, again, David, has the signature of a straight line wind feature.
Really like to see that. Okay, it is the top of the hour. It is noon. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with KHOU 11 News at noon. We'll get back into radar and what we expect through the rest of the day as we move forward. So now at the top of the hour, what's just happened is our 2 tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. So at the moment, we have not had any reports of an actual tornado on the ground. We've seen some power outages, but nothing to indicate anything too big and bad has happened. This is the type of atmosphere, and these are the type of storms that can produce a damaging, violent tornado with very little warning, which is why we've been walking you through this late morning. And now as we get into the noon hour, it is time for 11 News at noon. So you want us to go ahead and do a weather update? We're going to get to Okay, we're going to go ahead and keep going with this. So this is where we stand right now. We have a tornado watch in effect until 6 p.m. That's the red area. And Tim, as we've been talking about for the past 48 hours, it looks like it's along and south of the 59 corridor, south of the I-10 corridor, that has the best chance of seeing an actual tornado. And one other thing, so Tim, these 2 storms developed along I-10 that might be just a little too far north to tap into where the real deeper, more tornadic energy lies right now.
Exactly. It's moving into a little bit more of a stable environment, one that's not as conducive for it to maintain its structure that it built during an environment that it had all the energy and ingredients that it needed. At this time, no tornado warnings are currently up. We just saw 2 expire at the top of the hour. Now we're left with 1 severe thunderstorm warning. You can see the people affected here under 10,000, but it does affect portions of Fort Bend over into Waller, Colorado, and Austin counties. And this is up for a little while longer. Yeah, we just showed you the tornado watch, but this is the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. And this shows the probabilities of a tornado from any point within this yellow out to 25 miles. Okay, so that 10% chance is there, hashed with a significant potential because of this storm fuel instability that's building in off the Gulf of Mexico behind a warm front that right now looks to be set up just over northern Harris County. And that's a little bit farther north than what we were anticipating. So that means that we're now casting and seeing just how far north this can push, and that would allow more storm fuel to impact a larger area to the north, perhaps sustaining some of these stronger cells north of I-10. But right now, the highest threat still remains south of I-10.
And when I look at this, what I see is, if we were to get a rotating supercell in Brazoria County, in Galveston County, it would be rooted right in the heart of where all that energy is. And that would be one that perhaps would be more likely to actually produce a tornado. And so this is why we're watching this so carefully today. Those 2 that develop are right on the northern fringe of that tornadic energy. And it looks like, Tim, they just weren't able to root and really get going into producing a tornado.
Yeah, and it's got the fuel there. Let's look at the actual bigger picture here. Go over to radar, and I'll show, we can draw on where the actual surface features probably are located. Yeah. Let's go over to satellite and radar here. Let's take off the... So we probably most likely have the warm front that is set up in this, let me zoom in a little more, in this general area here. Probably like that about now. And then we've got an associated cold front that's back off here.
Yeah, there it is. That's exactly how it is set up. That's exactly what it looks like. And, you know, it may be that those two initial rotating cells develop right along that warm front, Tim.
Exactly right. And this warm front's also helping to kind of wring out the atmosphere. So you see the cluster of very, very heavy rainfall here. So you may not be under the tornado watch. You may not even get any warnings north of Spring later today, but you are certainly going to get a lot of rain. In fact, let's talk a second, David, about how much rain we've actually seen, because these storms have been dumping 2-inch per hour rainfall rate. So let's just go back 3 hours.
Yeah.
And some of these spots here north of Katy looks to be the bullseye, and pretty much anywhere along and north of I-10. Some of these numbers, Monaville area, west of Cypress, nearly 4 inches in 3 hours.
Yeah, and that's enough to cause flooding on the roadways. And speaking of roadways, Pat Kavlin in the weather tracker, Highway 71, just north of Garwood. Now, this was a spot, Pat, that we talked about yesterday that we thought would be a most likely candidate to see a tornadic supercell. And so far, we haven't had that there yet. But, Pat, that front, kind of the barn door, is about to swing into the southern counties. And I think you may be sitting in a spot that may very well see an active supercell in the next hour or so.
Yeah, that's been the challenge on this chase so far, David, is our game plan this morning was to drive down to Bay City, and then from Bay City kind of wait it out and figure out where to go from there. And our expectation was that we would see supercells and the tornado threat coming in from the southwest. Obviously, it has panned out a little differently so far this morning, with those tornado warnings popping up pretty much along I-10 around Sealy and Katy. We had that one earlier, and then it lifted towards the north and east. So our, we kind of had to reach this point where, okay, are we going to stay south or are we going to go north? And then we got the report. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but in the National Weather Service chat, there was confirmation from spotters around Eagle Lake of debris that the funnel hadn't condensed, but it sounds like there may have been a tornado very briefly on the ground up there. It's an unconfirmed report still, but it is something that the National Weather Service is aware of. So obviously the strong storms have been following that warm front as it goes north. And there's an old phrase in meteorology, right? Never trust the warm front. This is the reason why you get a lot of weird things with the wind turning that can produce these quick little spin-up tornadoes. But David, to your point, I agree. I think the best chance for any significant supercell tornadoes are going to be on the south end of this line. I was just looking at the mesoanalysis and the Storm Prediction Center's page, and the bullseye for the tornado potential is still just offshore, or at least hugging the coast, and it is starting to come a little farther to north. There was a warning earlier, a tornado warning earlier near Victoria, just to the west of Port Lavaca. That has since expired, but it's that cluster of storms that we're eyeing. So it's the decision now of, should we parallel I-10 to the south, or should we just make that beeline to the coast? And I'm leaning towards the second half of that answer, just looking at the radar trends.
So for folks at home, what this means is, if you're in Brazoria County along 288, so Angleton, Alvin, the Brazosport area, Galveston, Lamarck, Texas City, League City, Clear Lake, you will, as we head into early afternoon, be in the most likely area to see thunderstorms that could rotate and produce tornadoes. We are going to get a quick update on the power outage situation, which so far has not been too terribly bad. There's the map, and this is where the strongest storms moved through earlier, north and west of Harris County and in northwest Harris County. So it looks like a grand total at the moment is, 23,000? Which is not over the top, which tells me that we did not see a tornado with those cells. We saw straight line wind damage, but so far, so good, with fingers crossed. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break, and then we will reboot with weather and KHOU 11 News at noon. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Greater Houston Frontiers Club Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Scholarship Fund helps support the dreams of a college education for deserving students right here in the Houston area. And you can help. Scan this QR code, make a donation, and be a part of developing tomorrow's leaders today. From KHOU 11, your education station.
The Greater Houston Frontiers Club Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Scholarship Fund is proudly sponsored by HEB.
Get custom home windows you back to KHOU 11 News. Take a look at these TransStar cameras from around town. Oh, it is a wet, sloppy mess out there. Watch out for those high water spots.
Tornado warning.
More.
Tornado warning.
And we've got a tornado warning, so let's get to our meteorologists.
Yeah, it's become a very active morning and now moving into a very active afternoon. Just in the last moment, a new tornado warning has been issued for West and Northwest Harris County, and looks like portions of southeastern Waller County. This is moving right over the Katy area right now. This storm is moving northeast at about 35. This will be moving through, it looks like, Copperfield and the Jersey Village area during the next few minutes. And so, Tim, what was just a severe thunderstorm warning has now been upgraded to a tornado warning. It looks like, let's bring up velocity and let's take a look and see if what the, yeah, there it is. It looks elongated,
right?
But this is the type of velocity signature that's been producing at least some power outages in Northwest Harris County, Tim.
And this is the second tornado warning for Katy this morning so far. This one looks to be more impactful for the city of Katy itself. The last one passed a little bit farther to the north and west and then off to the north and east there. But Katy, again, under that tornado warning here, you can see the changing wind direction right on through. But again, it's spread out. So this is likely more so of some straight line winds. If we start to see a couplet begin to develop and condense and consolidate, then we'd be a little bit concerned for some tornado here, but the possibility is there. The verbiage from the Weather Service says tornado warning radar indicated. There could be hail up to 3/4 of an inch. This is up until 12:45. So it's a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. Nothing confirmed. Nothing here, at least for me, David, that screams there's a tornado about to be on the ground.
No, it looks like straight line winds. I've put up some of the wind speeds that are aloft that could be brought down to the surface. 40, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour is possible. Let's just put a storm track on this so we can get an idea of where this is headed. This is that cell, Tim, that we were looking at, that we rocked back and forth about 15 minutes ago, and now it has moved right into the Katy area. Let's see, we're at, this is a forward motion of 35 miles an hour, so this storm moving to the northeast at about 35. You know, it's in Katy now, moving towards Cinco Ranch, Addicks, and Jersey Village by 12:41 if it does hold together.
Right, and this is moving pretty quickly, which is a good thing and a bad thing. It doesn't give you as much lead time, but you know, we've been on for over an hour and a half now. And this has been a cycling system here. This is our cell earlier, David, that was back off to the south and west, the southern tier of it at least, that moved through the Sealy area that prompted a tornado warning. Southern tier of that reactivated, and it's now tracking through the Katy area. But again, very elongated, the velocity signature on here. I wonder if we're seeing any sort of hail signature with this. Minimal.
Yeah.
In the Katy area, likely mixed in with the extremely heavy rainfall, maybe up to nickel size.
You know, and when I look at that, Tim, so just the shape of it, the elongated north to south, the way it's oriented, it looks like what we may have had was a very heavy rain shaft come down, and now that is pushing out this area of straight line winds. But also possible it could be rotating. That's why, as you said, this tornado warning is for a severe thunderstorm that has the potential to produce a tornado. At the moment, the signature on the Doppler part of Doppler radar, the velocity scan, does not show what we look for a tornado. It doesn't show a tight couplet. It shows an elongated couplet, but that's the type that can produce tornado-like wind speeds moving in a straight line.
And that's the thing. We've got the setup today that we've got screaming winds a couple thousand feet up that are up and over 100 miles an hour, not even joking. And when we get the heavy rain, that rain acts to just push it all down. So you get the downdraft hitting the ground, spreading out in all directions, straight line winds, which is what we've been seeing so far.
So Katy Hockley Road, Katy area, Cinco Ranch area, this is all moving, I-10 moving east at about 35, moving in your direction. This looks like it will hold together as it passes over the 99 connector. That then would put it in the Copperfield area. So Katy area now, moving east toward the Copperfield area, Addicks Reservoir, north on Highway 6 up to Copperfield, FM 529 Road. You are in the path of this storm. What Tim's drawing in here is what we see when we look at this particular pattern, which is winds moving toward and away from the radar site, and that indicates some rotation.
Right, and it is very elongated, as you've been mentioning, pretty much right along to the west of 99 at the current time. And there it is, just a very broad. And It's very hard for a system to put down a tornado with such a broad, when the energy is so spread out like this.
Yeah.
It's got to really consolidate it when you get a very well-defined couplet that funnel can then develop and then reach down to the ground, make contact with the ground, and become a verified tornado. Again, this is all just radar indicated.
Just to set your bearings, our camera shot, that's 290 at Mushki Road. Where very heavy, almost blinding rain is coming down right now. But boy, if you're I-10 on the west side at the 99 connector, that is where the strongest storm is located right now. It is under a radar indicated tornado warning. It looks most likely right now what we have there are strong straight line winds. And perhaps not a tornado, but it's the type of storm right there, Katy area, 99 at I-10 on the west side that can, with very little or no warning, suddenly produce, you know, Tim, either a tornado or a very quick little gustnado.
Exactly.
But those come out of nowhere. Sometimes they'll just touch the treetops or a rooftop, do some roof and tree damage, and then pick back up in the cloud in a matter of seconds. But obviously those are dangerous. So, you know, in that warned area, it's an interior room of your home, first floor, away from windows. That's the safe place to be.
And exactly, you know, even if this doesn't produce, this tornado warning does not actually produce a tornado, you still have very gusty winds. We've verified that already, that gusty winds are in excess of severe criteria, which is over 58 miles per hour.
Hey, Tim, Gerald is in the Katy area. Okay, Gerald's in Sealy right now. So, Gerald, you went out I-10. What did you drive through? What did you see? And how are conditions in Sealy now?
Sealy.
Yeah, getting to Sealy, the visibility was an issue for a lot of drivers. Some drivers even pulled over to try to make sure that the visibility would get better because of the rain and torrential rain that was pouring down. But here in Sealy, we get off the interstate here in Sealy, we saw some emergency crews tending to some emergencies, I'm sure. But right here, the concern is localized flooding along Highway 90 here in Sealy. You can see homes across the street from where we are. The water is coming up, getting closer to homes, which is of concern for residents here, but the rain continues to come down and continues to come down strongly at times, causing some cars to have to slow down to be cognizant of your surroundings as you're trying to make your way through this rain coming down here. But of course, we're talking with firefighters who are grabbing lunch. They're saying that they're expecting the rain to continue all day and they expect to be busy all day. So first responders are certainly perusing the area, going in and out of the area, trying to make sure everyone is safe. But again, the localized flooding is an issue that many people are turning their attention to, Dave.
Thank you so much for the live update. That helps. It doesn't look like there's any significant damage there. What I need you guys to do is go east, I-10, and go east back through the Katy area. Let's check for some damage there, and then you're going to want to head east and northeast after that. Real quickly, so where are we going to go next, guys? Okay, we're going to take a short break. We're going to reset. We'll be right back with more in just a moment. Stay right with us.
This is a paid advertisement for legal service.
Tim Panjadis, David Paul with you. Still one active tornado warning. It is here. It is in northwest Harris County. Now, we've had several tornado warnings this morning and going into the afternoon. So far, we have not had any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Looking at power outages, they don't seem to be that bad, but it does look like we're getting some very gusty winds. And Tim, so diagnosing this particular storm in northwest Harris County, it's elongated. You know, here's your edge, but along that little line of demarcation, that's where we could see these little gustnados spin up right there.
Right, and we were talking about this during the break, that we're starting to see that signature here, that it's beginning to resemble the letter S. So you've got some twisting winds. You got the red moving away from the radar site and the green diving back around towards the radar site. So this area here that you just drew in, David, that's probably a little suspicious just to the east of Katy along I-10. That looks to be maybe a couplet trying to develop and pinch off from the same overall broad rotation.
Yeah, it's like an eddy in a stream.
Yeah.
You watch a stream, it'll flow, and then every now and then a little swirl cuts off. That's basically exactly what we're dealing with. And if you've looked at a stream and you've seen those little swirls come and go very quickly, that is exactly what we're dealing with. The atmosphere is a fluid. These are fluid dynamics. But along a line like that, it's impossible to say exactly where one of those little swirls is going to develop. But it's the type of atmosphere where it's likely to occur. And that's why we're under the tornado warning for this severe thunderstorm in west and northwest Harris County, again, just east of Katy now, heading toward Attucks. This is pushing into the Copperfield area now, Tim.
Yeah, and it no longer includes the city of Katy, so all clear for you. You are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for the back edge, maybe some gusty winds, still heavy rain, but really the potential of seeing a tornado has pushed off to your east and is moving along in northeast of I-10 at the moment, even to the north of Attucks, south of Cypress. This whole general area has been experiencing almost all the activity so far today. And there's David, put a track on it for you. If you're near any of these landmark cities or towns, it's a general approximation of when this couplet could be reaching where you live. So give yourself some lead time, add on a minute or two to all these, or take off a minute depending on changing storm motion speeds. But all in all, the general direction is east-northeast, progressing towards places like Jersey Village and eventually towards areas out towards the south of Bush Airport as well, if it holds together, which we've seen it do. It hasn't just spun up and then fallen apart. It's been cycling through maturity stages here, possibly putting down a tornado. I know when we talked to Pat, David, that there was unconfirmed preliminary reports that when we were talking about that cell earlier in spring, that a funnel cloud was observed. If indeed it did touch the ground, still yet to be determined.
Out near Eagle Lake, I think he said.
But it's really something.
Yeah. Okay, so Lauren Tallarico has an update on what's going on with the schools and school districts right now. Hi, Lauren. What's going on?
Hey there. Well, of course, this is the school district map. So what you're seeing in the weather map, this is what it looks like when it's broken up into school districts. And we have seen shelters in place for Katy ISD, Waller ISD, Klein ISD, and now Spring Branch ISD. Cypress Fairbanks so far says they have not. They're going to give us an update shortly, but so far there's no shelter in place there that we know of. Now, a shelter in place means they bring all the kiddos into a safe location. We know so many districts are growing so quickly that some of the classrooms are in those trailers. Not a place you want to be when there's severe weather, so they're bringing all those kids into buildings, making sure they are in the safest locations. This storm, these storms impacting schools all throughout the day. So I want to show you already we have cancellations for all HISD after school programs. I didn't have the chance to add the latest, which is Santa Fe ISD. Santa Fe ISD also canceling all after school programs. Now I know, of course, parents that are working, this could be a problem. I know you're probably worried, scrambling kind of what you can do. Well, there is a hotline for HISD. This is their inclement weather hotline. That number, take a picture of your screen, write it down, 713-556-9595. Again, that's the inclement weather hotline for HISD. If you have questions, if you are confused about what all this means, you can go ahead and call them. There are also some early dismissals already announced. So Hull Dizetta ISD, which is in Liberty County, 1 o'clock dismissal time. So they are dismissing those kiddos early, hoping to get them home safely. I guess they're trying to avoid the storms a little bit later on. But again, so far right now, Katy ISD, Waller ISD, Klein, Spring ISD, these school districts are shelter in place to try to keep those kiddos safe. Of course, we'll be monitoring the situation all day long on air and online. David?
Lauren,
Tim.
keeping the kids and families safe, paramount. Thank you so much for the update. Real quickly, Tim, I just glanced over at the CenterPoint's power outage map, which is, we have a link to that at KHOU.com. I'm not seeing anything that indicates any type of widespread wind damage or tornado damage. You know, I've got little clusters on the west and northwest side near Katy, 2,000 without power. Bunker Hill, 5,000 without power. 200, 400, 500, up to 90 without power. Nothing too out of the ordinary. So far, you know, so good as far as the wind and tornado damage. In fact, let's put that map up. We can take that full screen so you can see what I'm looking at right now in real time. And again, we've got pockets of power outages. Northwest side, up toward Tomball, 200 to 400 power outages, but nothing really stands out. So what this tells us is that so far, these tornado warnings have been just radar indicated. The circulation has been above the ground, and we have not had a tornado touchdown anywhere, because if we had, the population density in here is so great that we could literally see where that tornado went by tracking the number of power outages, and we're just not seeing that right now. This is exactly what I want to see. This is great news. Hopefully it stays this way. But we continue with this active tornado warning in Northwest Harris County, Tim.
Yeah, David, this tornado warning is up for another 15 minutes until 12:45. I've got a track on it for you there. It's moving to the northeast at around 35. So take a look at the cities and towns and landmarks there. If, in fact, it was to hold together, even though Bush Airport is not under the warning right now, around 1:15 would be the arrival time of that cell and the strongest of the winds reaching there. So, and I love that we put this on the bottom of our screen. The tornado warning is up for Harris County. Harris County is massive. The entire county is not going to be experiencing tornadic conditions. It's far northwestern Harris County, and you can see where that warning polygon is. It includes places like Jersey Village right now and along 290. It doesn't quite include the Spring area again like it did earlier. It looks like they actually just dropped the tornado warning.
They've let it go.
There you go.
Well, they were seeing what we were seeing. It's elongated.
Yep.
And we're not seeing the damage.
Yeah, there you go. It's really just straight line winds.
Yeah, it's straight line winds. This is the best outcome that we could possibly hope for with this. The problem is the atmosphere remains charged and the ingredients remain there for possibly more tornadoes and maybe actually a tornado to form and touch the ground. Tim, there's one thing that I do want. So here are the wind speeds just above the surface, potential wind gusts of 50 or above, Jersey Village, out to 90, moving into the Spring area, out toward Klein, out toward the mall out there, and up toward the Champions area. But I did spot something on the radar out to the south and west.
Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, let's just take a look at that. I'm going to put reflectivity back up, and that is looking like, just at first glance, like it's. I mean, maybe we're trying to see a little rotation here, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Is this? Let me just draw this in, and then I'll give it back to you. Yeah, okay. It looks like we might be seeing a hook echo. So you're seeing reflectivity. This is the radar seeing the raindrops. But when we begin to see a formation like that, sometimes it indicates that rotation is trying to get going down there.
Right, and you know, that's a great point that you pick this out, because that's the southern sector of this line finally getting activated. Right, so far all the action has been to the west and northwest of Houston. Now we're seeing that influx of energy, storm energy building in off the Gulf of Mexico, and the southern sector of this squall line begin to initiate. By the way, this is likely where the cold front currently is. So you've got even more of enhanced lift coming in that direction than you're finding with our associated warm front that now is probably around the Cleveland area. And south of there, you've got an extremely favorable environment. Upper level winds are just screaming in out of the southwest. You've got the atmosphere being lifted by dual boundaries, the warm front and cold front. So everything's there. And I want to show you, David, we were looking at the dew points and everything earlier, like the amount of moisture in the atmosphere. And look at the difference between areas to the north and areas to the south. Palacios and Sugar Land have got dew points out there. You can feel the humidity. 67 at Sugar Land, 67 Palacios. Meanwhile, College Station, very stable air mass there right now at 47. Corresponding temperatures, 73 now in El Campo. Sugar Land at 70, 40s at College Station. So there are dueling air masses over our area right now.
So, and for folks watching right now, the camera shot we have up, this is from Jason Miles, who is in one of our weather trackers. He's in the Galveston area, near Galveston right now. So this is why we have reporters on the ground in our southern counties, because it looks like as we head deeper into the afternoon that it will be, southern Fort Bend, south of 59. Portions of Brazoria County, the entire county, maybe southern Harris, and especially Galveston County, that may end up seeing violent thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes as we head deeper into the afternoon and evening. Okay, and we're going to put up some images from Saltwater Recon as well as we continue to monitor the south. But the reason we are watching that, and Tim, I'll put up this storm energy graphic that we have here. So this is, here we are moving into noon, and the red area indicates where we have the greatest twist in the atmosphere and the greatest lift in the atmosphere going into the early afternoon as it stands right now.
And where have we seen the most activity so far today?
Yeah.
Out along I-10 near Sealy and out through Katy. And look at the storm energy currently present. Those cells were lifting to the northeast, exiting that area that's very favorable, and we saw most of them fall apart and lose their tornado signatures. Still having gusty winds, certainly, and very heavy rain, but the fuel is mostly located along and south of 290 there, especially southwest of the city. Now, this isn't the extent likely that it'll lift. It'll likely move a little bit farther. You can see there as David plays it out for the next couple of hours. We're under the gun here with a tornado watch until 6 p.m. So you got to have your guard up and in a way to get the alerts for another 5.5 hours before this whole system exits to the east.
Yeah, well, if you've got the app, you can watch it. You can watch this live stream right now. Download the KHOU app and turn on notifications so you know what's going on wherever you are. That's the shot up there, camera. That is I-10 west, where it is blinding rain. It looks like the heaviest rain is about to move into the Spring area right now. So if you're in Spring, Woodlands, north I-45 north, at where the Hardy Toll Road is going to meet you right there. That is where we have blinding rain right now. Heavy storms crossing 290 right now as well on the Katy Freeway. Another heavy storm out there near Sealy. These are rain totals, Tim, which are becoming pretty impressive. Estimated by radar, 4-5. Was that a 6-inch little bullseye in eastern Colorado County?
Yeah, easily. And this is just the last 3 hours. So if some of these 6-inch totals verify, it's 2-inch an hour rainfall rates for 3 hours. Yeah. Flooding likely an issue in some of those spots.
So 249 at Gessner is where we're looking at Transtar right now. Again, that's the 249 at Gessner Road. Looks like the rain may have let up there a little bit. If you guys can get I-45 Spring where the Hardy Toll Road meets it, that may be a really good shot as well where heavy rain is coming down. But I think for the moment, the big message right now, Tim, is that our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire.
Right.
We're not seeing anything that can produce a tornado right now. It is, for the most part right now, heavy rain. And the roads are an absolute mess. There's many, many high water spots, 290, 249 North Freeway up to Spring, now pushing into the Woodlands. And the one that we'll be watching for potential development is the one down to our southwest, moving out of Jackson County into Wharton County. Folks down there near the Pierce Ranch, El Campo, that storm is heading in your direction, and all involved in this area where the tornado watch is in effect until 6 o'clock.
Right, you can see the areas in red. Harris County points south, points west of there and east. This is the area where the storm fuel is currently present, like you saw. David mentioned that cell that's down to the south, entering western, southwestern portions of Wharton. Now, I'm going to throw velocities on this. Again, keep in mind, this is pretty far away from our radar site, too. Not getting a good sampling of that, but in their warning that they released, the Weather Service said that this is a cell that is radar indicated with a tornado possible.
Okay.
So it has the potential of producing one as it's building into that area that's very favorable. And down the line here, even though no active warnings are for Fort Bend, Richmond, Sugar Land area, nothing there right now, but if that continues along this trajectory, it's going to ride along 59 and head in your direction and potentially be strengthening at that point.
So the live shot we're looking at, that is Pat Cavlin. He is in Wharton County. Pat, are you on 59 and are you heading toward that cell which is coming out of Jackson County and now moving toward El Campo into Wharton County?
Yeah, that's exactly where we are, David. So I told you we were going back and forth. Do we go north? Do we go south? I decided to commit to our southern storms here. We're going to get off at Hilgi, the Hilgi exit. And I hope I'm saying that right. Apologies if I'm not. And we're going to try to get off on a southern farm road because it looks like the core of this rotation is going to pass just to the south of 59. Like Tim was saying, really poorly sampled area when it comes to radar rotation, but it's there. I mean, you can see it in the upper levels. What we're not getting is ground truth, and that's kind of why we're out here right now. So we are looking to get off here at some point. It's going to be 5:24. Talking to our driver right now, and then we're going to go for Texas 441 south. And the lightning strikes have been incredible. I think you guys have actually gotten a few on this shot. And that's what really has jumped out to me about this storm as we drove south into it. More frequent lightning, cloud to ground strikes. This is a dangerous storm, and I think this is the one that we're going to be chasing probably longer term here. The lightning is just almost starting to become a little more continuous. So really an intense storm here. It's pretty much riding up 59 going towards El Campo. So right now, severe thunderstorm warning on this, as you guys mentioned. We'll see what happens. National Weather Service, though, in their chat saying low-level fuel continues to increase. 50-knot winds 1,000 feet above the ground, 65-knot winds 2,000 feet above the ground. And guys, we've gotten a lot of really strong gusts here on our drive down to this area so far, so we can confirm the winds have just been ripping out of the south, of course, fueling those storms. What also stands out is just how flat it is out here. This is such a good area to view these types of storms, and they just continue the severe thunderstorm warning.
Well, and
again,
Pat,
saying tornado possible.
Pat, they have popped a new tornado warning. That one is way to the southwest. It's south of Victoria, so clearly it's the southwest where things are getting more active. We're going to get back to you, Pat, in just a little bit. Gerald Harris, meanwhile, did move. He's now in the Katy area where very heavy thunderstorms went through earlier under a tornadic thunder shower that has now passed through. Gerald, how are things in the Katy area?
Well, yeah, you just see the result of that rainfall falling down. And take a look behind me. You can see that a car has gone through a puddle. Well, it's more than a puddle. He went through the water here on this road and said that his engine stalled. And that's one of the things that we have repeatedly said was if you see water, turn around, don't drown, or don't get your car stalled. And this is causing some headaches for a lot of drivers like this driver I spoke with in this car here. But the traffic is backing up. You see how on the interstate, we're on I-10 here, the traffic has been backing up for some time now. They have been getting off on these feeder roads to try to avoid the traffic backup, but this is the situation that we're dealing with right now with this heavy rainfall that continues to come down in our area, and people have to be mindful to not drive through flooded water, flooded areas to avoid a situation like this or even worse. Dave?
Well, thank you so much. So that's a perfect example of what we expected to see with these rainfall totals of 2, 3, 4 inches plus are these ponding on the roadways, flash flooding on roadways. And Gerald, that is very interesting how they're backed up on I-10 because of the weather. I-10 is one of the major arteries for goods and services across the southern United States. And when they're impacted like a storm like this, it's not just, people and kids going to school, it's industry going back and forth on I-10. Tim, we're looking right now at rain totals across the west side, and they are pretty significant.
They are up to 4, 5, 6 inches in 3 hours off to the northwest of Katy, including a large chunk of 90 and I-10 there. But I want to bring your attention to the camera that we're seeing here. This is atop our studios here at KHOU in Westheimer, and we're looking west. So we're looking towards the storms that are pushing eastwards. And you can see that very ominous look there. Every now and then we're catching some lightning strikes showing up there. That's another thing about these cells, how electrified they are. Check this out. As we go out full and just turn on lightning, there are hundreds and hundreds of strikes over a short amount of time within the last 10 minutes or so. And some of these, let's put some numbers on the cell that's around the spring area. 172 strikes in the last 10 minutes. Not the highest number we've ever seen, but certainly impressive. And this number is actually starting to come down a bit, which is interesting to note, David, because of where it's moving into the more stable atmosphere.
As they move northeast, they're weakening, right? Mm-hmm. It's exactly how it should be happening. They're drifting out of that energy zone and into a zone where there's just a little bit less energy, and they weaken. but still strong enough to tap into all the moisture that's available and producing that heavy rain, blinding rain. So I'm looking out in our studio. We have a door and a window to look out. We're getting some very strong wind gusts here in the Galleria area right now. As we're looking at our tower camera, we're looking, that's what I'm looking at. We're looking west as the storms move in. That is Westheimer stretching off into the distance off to the west. So those storms are coming in from the west. I'm hearing, I just heard a transformer arc. So the trees are arcing transformers out here in the Westheimer area. But again, not tornadic, but very strong straight line winds. And it's definitely, go ahead, say that one more time. Yeah, okay, so that's what I felt. Channel 11 just took a hit here, and we may have transitioned over to our generator power, but that's what we're going to see. So while we're talking about power, I can take a look at the CenterPoint energy map, and it's nothing outstanding. We're at 15,000 customers across the service area who are impacted right now. That's not that bad, but right now we've got a core of 8,000 people without power right around the Westheimer area, the Galleria area, uptown Houston, and that's where the strongest winds are moving in on radar that you're showing us, Tim.
Yeah, 75-mile-an-hour winds depicted by radar. I saw on the western side of the loop, just to the west of downtown Houston, again, pushing eastward. So the wind's about to really pick up in the short term. And a lot of these, again, we are getting closer to our radar site that's down in League City. So these are getting a little more feasible to be reaching the ground, and the sample's actually getting a little bit more accurate. Pat was talking about how at different levels of the atmosphere this afternoon, it's been estimated and even verified that winds are gusting up in over 60, 70, 80, perhaps 100 miles an hour, a couple thousand feet up. And when you get these heavy downpours that are consistent with a lot of these cells, that's forcing these gusty winds down to the ground, which is what we've seen so far. And sometimes they try to twist, which is what prompts the tornado warnings. Again, nothing verified in terms of any twisting. Now, here's something interesting, David. We look at this, too, to kind of pick out, look at the broad scheme of things, any cells that may be trying to develop a couplet, and something draws my eye right here.
Oh, yeah, look, there's two of them.
Well to the southwest of Katy, near Chesterville. That's a couplet you keep an eye on. This currently has no warning on it, not a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but it's in the area that's under a tornado watch. So this environment is conducive to this trying to pinch off and trying to consolidate and put down a funnel cloud and maybe potentially a tornado. So Wallace area, we'll see if this one gets tagged for a tornado warning.
Yeah, this is something we'll have to watch very carefully. I'm kind of curious what reflectivity looks like on that. And also, let's just to reset my own bearings here. Let's take a look. Yeah, we're getting some pretty heavy rain there, but I'm not seeing anything. The lightning has not fired off there, Tim. So we may just be seeing some straight line wind, something that we'll have to watch. Here's the big picture. So right now, the only active warnings are off to our west and southwest toward Victoria. That is an active tornado warning for this cell just south of Victoria. So this is in that tornado watch area along the coastal counties. Something we'll be watching because, of course, this indicates that parameters that can produce tornadoes are racing off to the north and east. So something we're watching carefully as it moves toward our area. And then this cell near Ocampo is warned for a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the one Pat Kavlin's in the weather tracker monitoring just in case that one does produce a tornado or any damage. Heavy rain here in northern Harris County. But at the moment, that is not severe and it is not warned for. Lauren Tallarico is checking on, Lauren's got the power outage map.
Reka.
Oh, hey, Reka. Sorry, Reka. Yes,
no, that's all right.
Lauren's taking care of the schools. You're taking care of the power outages. How are we doing as far as power outages go?
So we're still not dealing with anything as far as like a massive power outage. In fact, the number of power outages has gone down since the last time I checked in with you around about half hour ago. So about 15,000 customers affected. This, of course, according to CenterPoint Energy, as we track this map, which refreshes about every 5 minutes. So we just did it again. Last time when I talked to you, we were seeing more power outages on the west side, the northwest side. Now it's the southwest side. So we've got about 5,000 folks here just off of the Southwest Freeway in this area here, Sam Houston Tollway. We're seeing about 2,000 customers in this area here near Maine and the Hillcroft area without power. So this is now on the southwest side where we're seeing most of the power outages. I know our KHOU studios in the Galleria area here, we have lost power. We are running on generators right now. So we are seeing issues within the city of Houston. But again, most of the power outages that we're tracking are on the southwest side. On the north side, we've got about 3,000 customers up here who are off the North Freeway who are dealing with power outages in this area. So definitely scattered, nothing massive per se. It's gone down, as I said, by about 5,000 customers. So 15,000 customers right now are affected. But of course, we're going to keep track of all of this. And we do have a link on our website, KHOU.com. It is on the main page. It's right at the top. So if you want to track power outages in your area as well, you can do that.
Thank you so much. That is like, it's like having boots on the ground to see exactly whether or not we've got tornadic damage or straight line wind damage. And what that indicates, those power outages, is that we've got isolated straight line wind damage. So far, we have not seen any type of tornadic damage. It is something we will be watching like a hawk as we go through the rest of the afternoon. So that is very valuable information. Okay, taking a look at the rotation of this cell moving into Wharton County. I see a little rotation, Tim, but it doesn't look overdone.
Yeah, this is the only warning currently in our area for southwestern Wharton, including El Campo. Why I want to focus on this a little bit more is because there is a report, a spotter report of a rotating wall cloud near El Campo. In fact, just to the northwest of El Campo. So even though it's a poorly sampled area, there obviously is rotation within the cell. And as it lifts more and more to the northeast, we'll get better sampling of it from our radar site there. So that's something to certainly watch.
And that's Pat Cavlin's live shot. He's down there in Wharton County right now, chasing that storm, watching for that. When you mentioned the report of rotating wall cloud, so that's interesting. I bet, Tim, that we have seen rotating wall clouds with all of these warned thunderstorm and tornado warnings so far this morning and early afternoon. I bet we've seen that with all of them. But so far, it has not been able to drop a tornado out of that wall cloud and bring it down to the ground and do any significant damage. And for that, we're all grateful so far. So again, the live shot is Pat. He's in Wharton County. He is chasing the storm that is now a severe thunderstorm warning for the El Campo area. Again, that's not far from the Pierce Ranch. That area of Highway 71 warned for a severe thunderstorm warning. It is the only active warning in our forecast area. We have heavy rain and thunder across Harris County right now. Spring Woodlands just getting lambasted with rain and thunder right now, but it's not severe. It stayed below severe limits. Power outage reports have been sporadic and scattered, nothing over the top. Updating again right now, it's a total of 10,000 without power in our area. Let me make sure I'm getting that correct number. That's across the greater Houston area right now. Okay, it's about 15,000, but that's nothing over the top. That's what we'd expect. Now, speaking of power, our Channel 11 studios here in the Galleria area, we are without power. We're on generator power as we took a lightning hit or a wind gust that has knocked a limb into our generator, our power box. I heard the arc, and so we are now one of the many without power. But so far, Tim Pandages, so good. There's the big picture. We've got those two clusters in Harris County and Wharton County where the weather is bad but manageable right now.
Yeah, and to summarize what's going on, as you mentioned, there's not much else from that cell that's in Wharton. Of course, it's raining extremely heavy. There's plenty of lightning and thunder out there, some gusty winds, but all of which are falling below severe criteria. For now, it's important to note what's going on, though, to our southwest. This is going to be the origin zone for what's going to be impacting us later today. These cells that are developing are being born in a very favorable environment, and they're moving into a favorable environment. So areas out towards Victoria, you see these cells here that just recently developed have already popped tornado warnings, and the cell farther to the northeast through the El Campo area, these are ones to watch if you live south of I-10. We're talking like Sugarland, Katy, points south of there. These are all moving in that general direction over the next few hours.
Live shot is Sam Houston Parkway heading toward Tomball where the rain is moderate. Looks like traffic's moving okay. That's where one of the heavier thunder showers just went through. You see on the radar heaviest thunderstorm spring in the woodlands, heavy enough to cause ponding on roadways. We saw a little bit ago Gerald Harris live in Katy where we've got some of the roads, the underpasses and exit ramps and entrance ramps to I-10 have high water spots. Traffic in parts of I-10 out toward Katy is at a standstill because of the heavy rain that has gone through. We're monitoring that. Heavy thunderstorm moving into Wharton County and El Campo. You know what we can do, Tim? Let's just move forward in time. Let's take a look at how this is going to play out as we head through the next several hours, and let's begin with our elevated tornado threat. Here's the way the energy stood at noon, which is exactly where we were seeing development. And as we head into the 1 o'clock hour, we're almost there. You know, here's where we expect most of the energy to be: Harris County south to the coast. And then, Tim, as we head deeper into the afternoon, here's by 2 o'clock. This may transition into Galveston County, Eastern Harris County, Liberty County, and Chambers County.
Yeah, I think everybody south of I-10 is going to see action at some point today. Let's take a look at what Future Track shows this as doing as we go through time. We step through the afternoon hour here, and here we are around 1 o'clock. There's that line moving on through. This is along the cold front, by the way. So the cold front's moving through by 2 o'clock. And just slowly pushes southeast, likely firing off several severe storms before clearing our area by around 5.
Yeah. You know, and just on that latest Future Track update, it looks more linear. It's a little more linear than some of the earlier runs, and that's a good sign. That may be that we don't get these individual discrete rotating supercells. Those are the ones that can produce the big tornadoes. When we get a more linear type of a situation, it can produce, you know, sometimes little gustnados, but smaller tornadoes, or, you know, might lower the severe weather threat. We get straight line wind damage instead of tornado threat. That's something we'll be watching for moving forward as well.
Yeah, extremely heavy rain is going to be an additional problem here. No flooding alerts have yet to be issued, but we've seen totals up to around 6 inches in 3 hours worth of time in areas just to the northwest of Katy and north of Spring. All those cells that are continuing to move over those same general areas, dropping a lot of rain. Again, keep in mind that all of this seems to just be pushing to the northeast and not really progressing eastwards, but it is. The entire line will be pushed east by an inbound cold front. As that happens, it's going to squeeze out the atmosphere here, wring it out like a sponge, and on top of very, very heavy rainfall, we're still going to see probably the increasing risk for damaging winds. The tornado risk will be present through the afternoon. It may be lining up a little bit farther south of I-10, but still present in our area. There is that inbound front, the clashing air masses behind it, drier and cooler, warmer, more humid and unstable. So the clash of that, the cold front is digging under that warm, humid air, forcing it to rise. We've got the spin already there, so what's rising is just being allowed to spin like a top, and that's what we've been seeing so far. Excuse me, and we'll likely see more of that because I'm really interested in what's developing here off to the south and west, David, that'll be lifting into our area in the next hour. Yep,
that's going to be interesting. So what I'm drawing in here are the boundaries that we're watching carefully, and it's along these boundaries, the cold front, and then, yeah, that's where the warm front is. And that is where we have seen so far most of our development, but it will be in this area to the south and east of that area of low pressure, right in here, that we will be watching very carefully over the next hour or two for potential for rotating storms. But right now, so far so good. What's out there is one severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Wharton County near El Campo. Yeah, and this really shows the boundary temperature-wise.
Yeah, very dry air off to the west. So even west of Columbus, Brenham, dew points are in the 40s and 50s. Meanwhile, we're pushing towards 70-degree dew points in Palacios. So this is summertime humidity here down to the south. This is all being brought in under surface winds off the Gulf of Mexico out of the southeast and onshore, and that's delivering the moisture increasing in value farther and farther north and eroding some of this dry air along that warm front that David drew in earlier. Here's your associated cold front. Now check out the air temperatures with this. You can really see it's warming up
Look at the
exceptionally
contrast.
fast. 72 at El Campo, 52 at Huntsville, 64 at Hobby. Water temperatures in the 70s. So all of that warm air is unstable, being forced to rise. And I don't think we've seen the worst of our storms yet today.
Well, look at how the 70s have worked their way in up to the 59 corridor. That's a little worrisome. The reason being is that temperatures in the 70s, you've just got more energy. It can hold more moisture, and that warmer air can rise quicker into the cold air aloft, as this is a cold core low coming in at upper levels. And so that rapidly rising air, the potential for the rapidly rising air with the warmer air temperatures coming off the Gulf of Mexico, that's why the southern counties where that warmer air exists, I-59 corridor and south to the coast, will have the potential for these stronger storms to develop as we walk through the afternoon.
Yeah, and David, brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This includes Harris, Montgomery. It does include Bush, Intercontinental.
Yeah.
I'd imagine there's a ground stop there right now. Highland Heights, all this area here, lots of lightning, thunder, gusty winds. Let's check on the wind speeds here because look, there's a straight line wind signature right there moving right over Bush Airport. Check out some of these values. In fact, let's turn on terminal radar there, David, and get a check of what that is actually showing, because that's literally located at Bush. So let's see if it's up here. There it is. So we'll get the velocity values there.
So live camera, West Mount Houston Road on the northwest side.
Looks like we're not getting velocities from Bush Airport right now, unfortunately.
So what Tim is doing is we have the ability to pick and choose and pluck multiple radar sites across southeast Texas and really across the United States. We're able to tap into the radar that Bush Intercontinental Airport uses as their radar. You know, they have their own radar set there to keep those planes safe and monitor the weather, and we're able to tap into that as well and get more information and help to track these storms. Okay, did you hear that, Tim?
Yeah,
so ground stop is in effect at Bush until 2:15. You called it. That's exactly what they've got. And with winds potentially gusting to 70 miles an hour, you'd expect that.
And think about it, only getting stronger. Planes are gaining altitude and they're going right through those twisting winds. So very, very unsafe to do, which is why that ground stop is currently in effect at Bush until 2:15. So an hour and 15. If you've got a flight out today, check before you leave. You don't want to be on the roadways in any of this. And on top of that, extremely heavy rain too. We've got the wind gusts. There's a look at radar here. Look at these values are just exceptional, you know, up and over an inch to 2 inches to 3 inches per hour, now moving over Bush Airport and approaching 69.
Yeah, estimating 4 to 6 inches per hour. You know, I believe it. The good news is that it's moving, but it's creating this straight line wind damage and that's blowing through. So if you're east of I-45 and the Hardy Toll Road on Cypresswood Drive, Humble area, Bush Intercontinental Airport area. This includes the Greens Point area, the Aldine area just south of Beltway 8. This is where those straight line winds that we're talking about are moving into right now. And so although it's not tornadic, it is not a bad idea at all to get in the first floor of your home or business or school and away from windows. We were here in the Galleria area. We were on the edge of this line of straight line winds, and we had our power knocked out as a limb apparently hit a transformer out here. But that's where the worst of it is. That yellow box is a severe thunderstorm warning. That is in effect for north and northeast Harris County. So this is racing across the North Freeway and heading toward the 5969 corridor, which will be heading toward Humble and Atascocita and Kingwood here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and David, what's interesting to note with this cell, same cell that moved through Katy earlier that was tornado warned. It had an exceptional amount of lightning with it earlier. Notice the lightning is a little bit more widespread, but not as concentrated. So it's transitioning from a storm that could potentially produce a tornado to a storm that's going to be producing straight line wind damage, and it's not as high topped as what we were seeing off to the south, meaning the energy to sustain an extremely strong storm is getting less and less present the farther north you go.
Just heard another transformer pop out here in the Galleria area. So lightning strikes with that cell on the north and east side of Harris County, 80 strikes. So if you remember earlier, we had the same cell. We had almost 500 strikes in a 10-minute time frame. So the storm has weakened considerably. That is very good news.
And this is a real-time update. So you're watching the number's dropping as we see it. So the cell itself is probably in that maturity stage where it's collapsing, which is why the straight line winds would be more of an issue here.
Yeah, growth phase, updrafts, mature phase, downdrafts and updrafts, and then eventually it decays into all downdrafts. Pat Kavlin is available for a live update. He's in Wharton County where that severe thunderstorm was moving through the El Campo area. Hi, Pat. How's it going down there? What are you seeing?
Guys, it's good. A lot of rain, a lot of wind. The wind is unbelievable, actually. The gusts have been pushing the car. I just want to show you where we are right now. We're on a county road. We're trying to get back onto a paved road here, which is just up ahead. And the rain is now starting to come down in sheets. So we are just to the south and east of El Campo. We are just outside the town of El Campo. We're going to hop back on 59. That's the goal, to get back ahead of this line. But you can see the rain is really starting to come down now. Dave, Tim, I just want to get your opinion because the storm in El Campo does not look quite as impressive, but that line of cells that are starting to line up all the way down towards the coast, I think those have our attention going forward as we head through the next, because those are all, they all have that kidney bean shape on velocity, they all have higher wind gusts. Of course, it's a poorly sampled area by radar, but I think those are the ones that we're going to end up chasing here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, Pat. And that cell that you're moving through now in El Campo in Wharton County is no longer warned, but there's plenty of lightning, thunder, cell count here for over 200 in the last 10 minutes. Pat mentioned the winds that were gusting. The samples we are getting are picking up winds aloft of over 80 miles an hour. And with that heavy rain that you saw him driving through, it's certainly pulling some of that down to the surface. So that's going to be the problem along 59 there, headed towards Wharton as that cell progresses to the north and east. And there's that Palacios cell too, David, that still poorly sampled area, but it's moving up through Matagorda.
That's the problem. It's so far away from the radar side, it's tough to get a real read on it. But these cells down here, and I'll put the radar back up, these cells have really just kind of jumped into existence over the past few minutes. And that is concerning. So this is the area where we have the energy for potentially violent development. And notice they're kind of individual. They're kind of discrete. You know, we've got a cell here, one here. Here's another one north of Palacios. Here's one over Blessing. These are the types of cells that can begin to rotate, especially in this type of atmosphere. Remember, temperatures down here are in the 70s. You know, if you're in North Harris County and in Montgomery County, you're in the 60s and 50s. You're in the much cooler area, which is why the storms are weakening. But down there along the coast in our coastal counties is where we have all this energy just sort of waiting to be tapped by this incoming storm system.
Yeah, that line there is interesting that we're so far from the radar, but it is picking up those storm tops. No lightning yet with them, so they're still, you know, building on up, moving through near Markham and Palacios and through Matagorda in the short term. But it's really the center of energy looks to be really around, you know, what's moved now out of El Campo.
Yeah, what you're looking at where Tim is circling it, that's an area where the storm has been able to what we call root in the low-level surface energy. It's been able to root in that low-level rotation and tap the energy that's sitting at the surface with temps in the 70s. That one's been able to grab that energy and cause those violent updrafts, which are indicated by all the lightning. Mm-hmm. When we're looking at those storms that are just developing south of that in Brazoria County and Matagorda County, those have not been able to root in that low-level energy, but if they do, they can very quickly become strong to severe. So that's why we're watching those as well. We've moved back up to North Harris County. This is where we've got that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, the ground stop in effect at Bush Cotton Little Airport, Tim.
Yeah, this is the only active warning currently in our in our area. We do have a tornado watch up until 6 p.m., but this cell here warned until 1:30, so another 27 minutes there. Let's zoom back out and show you exactly where our front is, because that's going to be the driving force. We have two separate fronts moving through our area. One that's progressed off to the north, that is our warm front, and I'll show you it here. It's pretty much right along this barrier here, now mostly north of Harris County, and then we have an incoming cold front, and that's pretty much right around through here. So in this sector here, let's draw that into, this is going to be our go zone over the next, 3 or 4 hours. As that cold front comes on in, tries to be catching on up and occlude with the warm front, it's going to be squeezing out moisture and energy from the atmosphere and raining it out. Lots of moisture associated in this area right now, building in off the Gulf of Mexico. This is where we've seen the most severe storms so far today, and as they lift north, they tend to weaken a bit. So this area here, most of Fort Bend, outside of Katy, south of Sugar Land, hasn't seen much today. There's a lot of action down through Wharton that's building in your direction, so it will go downhill in the next hour. But most of Brazoria and Matagorda and Galveston have just been dealing with some thunder showers here so far. But this whole line, as the cold front pushes east, will be impacting you. So the tornado watch is until 6. 5 more hours of this. So far, all the action has been on the western side.
You see the flash flood advisory that just popped out here? So Sealy to East Bernard, this is the southern portion of Austin County, south of I-10. This is a flash flood advisory. This is part of the county where you had perhaps as much as 4 to 5 inches of rain, and it's still raining there, and portions of I-10, the traffic has come to a standstill. Gerald Harris reported on that a little bit earlier because of many high water spots on the entrance and exit ramps out here. So East Bernard to Wallace in southern Austin County. This is along and south of I-10. Sealy, you're included in this. flash flood warning is in effect now until 3 o'clock. And this part of Austin County is rural. There are a lot of little creeks and streams and roads that drop down into those creek crossings. That is where you do not want to be right now. If you can just stay where you are in southern portions and along I-10 in Austin County, do, because those creek crossings, those stream crossings have the potential to have very fast-moving water over them, and that can make it very, very dangerous for drivers.
Yeah, and you see some of these totals here, 3-hour totals, 4 or 5 inches, and certainly it could be verifying higher than that. You know, it's a lot of rain, very heavy rain. That was a hazard we had highlighted here with these storms as they blew on through, on top of the wind, on top of the tornado threat, on top of the hail. So every hazard pretty much verifying.
Yep, it's all there. All hazards available today. Jason Miles is outside. Now, Jason, I believe you're in Galveston County. You're on the south side. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're on the island, David. In fact, we're on the western edge where the seawall ends, heading toward, I guess, the Jamaica Beach area. Let me flip the camera around, and as you see, we are parked. Again, this is facing west, so toward the west end of the island. What we've seen so far today here in Galveston, light rain, Willie, but fairly brisk winds, and as a result, there is a red flag warning related to the beaches and the conditions of the surf. As you can see, if you look to the left of that camera shot, the surf is pretty high right now and active, as they say. As far as beach activity, we've seen a young lady running with her dog, another guy up on the seawall running, but pretty much Deadsville down here on the island today in the middle of the week and part of the year that might be relatively slow. Anyway, particularly slow today, and as I heard you mention, it may get more active down here weather-wise as the day progresses. We will certainly check out the Strand area downtown, always prone to street flooding and other activity. Even when there's just a high tide and heavy rain, that area is prone to flooding, so today could be challenging. I would certainly advise people who live on the island and around it to pay attention to the forecast because we may see more activity as the day progresses, guys.
Well, Jason, that is exactly where I want you to be, in Galveston, because a little bit later in the afternoon, as we head toward 3, 4 o'clock, I'm concerned that the storm energy that's sitting there as this front plows into all that near Galveston, that very well may be an area where we see explosive development in a couple of hours. Before we get to Future Track, and we'll walk through the forecast for the afternoon, Lauren has an update on schools. Hi, Lauren.
Okay, so as I showed you earlier, this is the ISD map for Greater Houston. I want to let you know that Galena Park ISD just issued a shelter-in-place for its students. Shelter-in-place means they are bringing kids inside to the safest building that they can to make sure they are away from windows, or of course a lot of districts now also have those trailers because they're growing so fast. Kids are going to be brought into the main buildings there. Earlier we had KDIC, Waller, Spring, and Klein under shelter-in-place. Many of those have since lifted. However, Cleveland ISD, which is not on this map, it's up north, up here, that is also under a shelter in place. Not only are things happening right now, so that's happening immediately, those shelter in places, there are many cancellations for later on this afternoon. HISD has canceled all after school programs, as well as Santa Fe ISD, Yes Prep Academies, and Crosby ISDs. Again, all their after-school programs are closed, and that's not all. Spring ISD, now their after-school outdoor activities are closed. As of now, those indoor activities, maybe math club or something like that, those are still a go for now. Cleveland ISD has also canceled all of their after-school activities. Now, there is one early dismissal that I can report right now. It's happening right now. Hall Dizetta ISD, which is in Liberty County, they have a 1 o'clock dismissal, dismissing early. Now, of course, we will keep you posted because we are expecting to add more schools and districts onto the cancellation list as the time moves on and as the storms continue. For HISD, I know there are a lot of parents probably trying to scramble right now to figure out what are they going to do with those kiddos because of those after-school programs being canceled. Now, they do have an inclement weather hotline. It's 713-556-9595. I want to leave it on the screen for a second so you can take a picture. If you need to call them, if you're confused about what happens with these procedures, go ahead and give them a call. They're there to answer your questions. But again, This is the school district map of Greater Houston right now. Galena Park ISD sheltering in place, as well as Cleveland ISD sheltering in place. We will, of course, continue to add districts and schools to these lists as we need to throughout the afternoon. Guys.
Thank you, Lauren. Keep the kids and families safe on this very stormy Tuesday. Let's set your bearings as far as where the worst of the weather is right now, and then we'll walk you through the rest of the afternoon. And Tim, we still have this active severe thunderstorm warning in North and East Harris County, but it looks like it's being whittled down a little bit.
Yeah, they just shaved it back. Now the far southwestern portion of it is still impacting Bush Intercontinental. As you're seeing at the bottom of your screen, the ground stop for another hour until 2:15. But the main feature with this was that there was straight line winds, gusty winds that are going out in a straight line from a downburst, descending down from the cloud tops. So we're seeing 60, 50, 65, 70 mile per hour winds here that are racing. They're now exited off to the east of 69 there, and they are now on the eastern side of that warning polygon, which is why they shaved it back. This is up until 1:30, what's remaining of the severe thunderstorm warning. And for now, that is the only active warning. We do have an active watch, a tornado watch up for the majority of our area along and south of I-10 until 6 p.m. We've seen several tornado warnings already, nothing to have been confirmed to touch down, but nonetheless, each warning should be taken very seriously.
Hey, Tim, real quickly, we just need to correct one thing. For Galena Park, for the kids and parents for Galena Park, they have canceled the school activities. They do not have a shelter in place. What they've done is canceled school activities for the afternoon at Galena Park. They do not have a shelter in place. Just wanted to get that through there.
Okay, good to know. And, let me get the latest here on how fast that cell is moving, that warning that's over Bush. The text from the Weather Service says it is moving. Let's see.
And as Tim's updating that, so you see live just above me, those are downed power lines, and it looks like a pole may have fallen there. That's Westheimer at Bering. So Westheimer at Bering, that is where it looks like a pole has fallen, and we've got some power lines and some traffic signals that are impacted, and that is going to add to the weather mess that is out there right now. This is exactly what we felt here. So this is right near where the KHOU 11 studios are, Westheimer at Chimney Rock. We're on backup power right now because of apparently a limb or a pole that hit a transformer, and this may very well be the culprit that has knocked power out to our building, but we're on generators and we're continuing to bring it to you. Area-wide, just since we're talking about power, the center point map suggests that 23,000 in the greater Houston area are without power right now. That is nothing over the top, but it is 23,000 people that do not have the lights on right now, Tim.
Yeah, and here's a look at the line here. I just got the update from the Weather Service that this cell is moving now at 45. So it's picked up forward motion by 10 miles an hour. They're cruising. The line of the strongest winds is now well east of 69 and away from Bush Intercontinental, despite the ground stop ongoing for another hour. They have sliced off the far southwestern portion of the warning polygon right now to still include Bush, but now the majority of it is now off to the east of there. Let's take a look at the area regionally, because we've got one warning there, but that's about it right now, even though we do expect many more warnings here, because we're watching what's beginning to develop off to the south and southwest here. These corresponding lines, the farther off to the west one is the actual cold front. We've got another line here just to the east of Palacios now, west of Bay City, about to approach central Matagorda. No warning on this yet, but notice the northern extent of it near Needville. There is tons of lightning with this. Richmond area down to Needville, Wharton, New Gulf along 59. Strikes here over the last 10 minutes have been 200. And they've been fluctuating but increasing slowly as well. So this cell has been maintaining strength. It's in an area that we expect it to maintain strength, if not get stronger, because all the fuel is currently in place there.
That's the most interesting cell right now. We've got Pat Kavlin tracking that one. We'll continue to monitor that. Gerald Harris is in Katy with an update. And earlier we had some flooded roadways. Gerald, how are we looking out there in Katy?
Yeah, it's the same story. We're beginning to see the ponding on the roadway. You can see my foot has completely been sunk into the flooding here on the roadway, but this entire area where the East Avenue and the Avenue A meets, you can see roadway. You can see another car driving through flooded water, which we advise you not to do because your car can stall out, if not worse. But this is the situation many drivers during this lunchtime period are dealing with if they're deciding to go out and venture out into this weather event. But it's certainly the wind is picking up, the rain is coming down really hard, and drivers are continuing to take on the road and take on the roadways. But this is the conditions here in downtown Katy as we continue to follow the weather event that's moving through our area that's causing some concern for a lot of people.
Well, thank you so much for the update. And Tim and I have just noticed something that is beginning to happen with this cell now coming out of Wharton County into, into southwestern portions of Fort Bend County. And that is perhaps a little bit of rotation beginning to form in this thunderstorm near Hungerford and Powell Point and coming up 59.
Yeah, it's moving a little bit closer to the radar site, so we're getting a better sampling of it. But you can see that certain turning of the winds here. Out in this area here, we're getting the winds that are moving towards the radar site around the Wharton area. Red is moving away. So the radar site's out there along 45, the Gulf Freeway in League City. So starting to see a general broad rotation there. This is not a warned cell at this time. It still has plenty of thunder and lightning. I mean, look at the lightning count on this. Some of these numbers as you get towards Richmond, Needville, Wharton, New Gulf, 185 strikes. This is the last 10 minutes that tally is taken from. And lots of very heavy rain too. And I want to kind of go off of that heavy rain and show you the bigger picture here because there's been a lot of rises along area creeks. I want to read some of them out, David. And if you can, zoom in on where they are. Significant rises on Mound Creek, Upper Little Cypress Creek, Upper Cypress Creek, from 4 to 5 inches of rainfall in just the last couple of hours there.
So Little Cypress Creek, that is notorious for flooding. This is in northwest Harris County. So Little Cypress Creek up in here, this is where you're going to see, it's the genesis of Cypress Creek. This is an area up in Cypress in northwest Harris County where the land is very, very flat. And so you get 3, 4, 5 inches of rain on ground that is already wet, and you're going to begin to see some rises on area creeks. Now, I did see that. It looks like it may come to bank full on Little Cypress Creek in North and West Harris County. I don't believe you're going to see homes impacted there. And also, if we can get this rain to continue to move to the east, that would certainly help. But at the moment, the creeks are reacting, the bayous are reacting, they're doing their job. The water's flowing into it, and the water's trying to flow down to Galveston Bay and down to the Gulf of Mexico. At the moment, no flood warnings for those creeks, but that is what we will be watching. So Little Cypress Creek, right here's where Cypress Creek is born, right up here in North and West Harris County, right in this area up here. So this is where we've had these rain totals. We can take a look at them, on the headwaters of Cypress and Little Cypress Creek. You've had widespread areas of 3, 4 inches of rain. All of this rain is flowing into Little Cypress and Cypress Creek. So all of this is flowing into the watershed here. That's what these watersheds do. They take all the rain that falls in the area and put it into the creek. So expect to see some significant rises on Cypress Creek, northwest Harris County. At the moment, no flood warnings, but a special Upper Cypress and Little Cypress Creek. As we just noted, we may see rises that bring them to bank full, and this will likely impact low-lying roads in and along Cypress Creek and Little Cypress Creek. You're urged to stay away from the creek up there in northwest Harris County.
Yeah, just look at these rainfall totals of the last 3 hours. 5, 6, 7 inches, most of it northwest of downtown. Again, it is all moving in the direction towards downtown. Here's a 2-hour loop. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning still up, flash flood warning there. I'll take those off so you can see it a little bit better. The overall trend of the last 2 hours, David, is mainly a predominant southwest to northeast movement along the line, but the line itself is chugging its way a little bit slower off to the east.
Yeah, and I'm seeing an increase in power outages. My producer's telling me 26. Let me update the map here. Yeah, so I'm getting 32,000 now across the greater Houston area. This includes everybody from Lake Conroe down to the Brazosport area, and he's telling me he's just updated as well. So we're seeing more power outages. I think that may very well be because we're getting these straight line winds coming right through the heart of Harris County. where we've got a higher population density. And I'm seeing right here on the outage map, right in the heart of Harris County, inside the 610 loop, especially on the east side 610 loop, just east of downtown, 20,000 customers right in that area without power. And that's right where we've just had this very strong line of thunderstorms go through. So that, combined with the heavy rain, are so far the two biggest impacts. The wind knocking out power and the heavy rain, which is causing a lot of problems on the roadways. And as we just noted, Little Cypress and Cypress Creek, Northwest Harris County, causing significant rises on Upper Cypress and Little Cypress, and we will continue to monitor that. And what Tim is showing on the radar here, these are wind speeds just above the surface that are being pulled down to the surface in the heavier rain. The rain comes down, it can pull and transport those winds down to the surface for a brief moment and cause the damage.
Yeah, this cell, will just refresh there, was over 80 miles an hour near the Huffman area, just outside of the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So this storm here with the heavy rain that's associated with it is acting, as David said, to pull down the strong winds that are currently located aloft. Just look at this far-reaching area of gusty winds, not even in any areas that are currently warned. We have one small polygon here for mainly the gusty wind threat, but you're finding severe threat criteria here, wind gust-wise, well off to the east, all along through the Liberty area from Sheldon to Liberty up to Moss Hill. Winds are gusting, at least aloft, 70, 80 miles an hour, and once you get the heaviest rain to build on through, it pulls it all down to the surface. So wind threat is going to be large over the next couple of hours. Here's all of our reporting stations, their wind speeds. Take this with a grain of salt because there's a lot of gaps in between these, right?
And these are current winds, so these are not wind gusts, they're just current sustained winds. So, sustained winds out of the south at 25 in Pearland, sustained at almost 30 at Hobby, and I'm just hearing now Hobby now has a ground stop at Hobby Airport because the strong gusty winds are moving through right there. So embedded in this wind field, we're getting these stronger gusts, and just peeking out the door, the limbs, every now and then we get a strong gust of wind still here in the Galleria area. It's got to be gusting to 30 and 35.
Yeah, let's take a look at what those winds have been doing for our temperatures. Last we checked, we were in the 70s, and we are. Sugarland at 72, 70 at Hobby.
Yeah,
but
that's a change. Notice how Hobby's warmed up.
Yeah, and that whole line, that unstable air mass, the dew point in Hobby last time we checked was in the 50s. So now it's in the 60s. So all of that moist, unstable air is building north. Even Bush's dew point has climbed as well. Still marginal in the mid-50s, but it's climbing nonetheless.
I'm just hearing an update. Fort Bend ISD has canceled all after-school activities. So moms and dads, Fort Bend ISD canceling all after-school activities in Fort Bend ISD. I'm curious to take a look at what that cell looks like now coming into southern Fort Bend County.
Yeah, let's take a look.
If we're getting any more rotation with that, if it's increased at all. It's getting a little closer to the radar site. Radar is able to look inside and indicate and see rotation. That's something we've been watching carefully. It's not over the top.
Yeah.
That's why they haven't warned for it. It's not too terribly bad. We're monitoring it carefully, but that's not a severe thunderstorm right now.
Yeah, and probably what we'll see happen first, the Weather Service is looking at this as well. We'll probably see this get a severe thunderstorm warning, and then quickly thereafter be upgraded to a tornado warning as this tightens up.
Yeah, if it does tighten up, yeah, that will be what we'll watch. That's been the pattern with each one of these storms that has become warned. A little bit ago, we had 200 lightning strikes in the past 10 minutes. It dropped down a little bit. I'm curious about what lightning is doing there. But again, Fort Bend County, all after-school activities, Fort Bend ISD, those have been canceled because of the weather that's going through there. Let's see, lightning strikes in that area. It looks like they haven't. Okay, 191, so they're a little bit below 200, so it has not significantly increased, Tim, over the past 10 minutes, just kind of holding in a steady state. But the reason we're watching this storm so carefully is because it is in the environment where the models are suggesting we've got rapidly rising air and a twist to the atmosphere. And we've already had a couple of tornado warnings, and so we're. And I see we've now, we've warned it. Severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe thunderstorm warning there. Let's put the info on this to let you know when it's up for. It is up for over 340,000 folks until 2 o'clock, so 36 minutes on here. Severe thunderstorm, they've categorized this with a tornado possible and 60-mile-per-hour winds in this area. Notice it is a large area stretching all the way just to the southwest of downtown, including Alief, Sugarland, Richmond, down towards Needville, all pushing in the general direction. Let's see the speed on this one, actually.
And so while you're checking that, so we got a report from a viewer, Louise. Hi, Louise. thank you for the report. Their home weather station, this was in the Pearland area, reporting a wind gust between 55 and 60 miles an hour. And that would jibe with what we've been seeing. That's just strong enough to be a severe thunderstorm force wind and strong enough to knock down a tree limb or a power line and cause some power outages. Thank you, Louise.
Yeah, and David, this cell is moving at 50 miles per hour now. Here's a storm track on it from the couplet that's moving in that direction towards Pleak, towards Sugar Land. Look at some of these areas here. If you live close to any of these areas or live in these cities and towns, it's a general approximation of when this cell that is now severe thunderstorm warned, meaning it's got winds of at least 58 miles an hour. They're putting it at 60. Makes sense. We've seen plenty of wind gusts so far. And we're also watching a couplet for trying to condense and consolidate and possibly present a tornado. There's nothing here that screams it's imminent, but the potential is there for a tornado with this severe thunderstorm warning as it pushes into the Beltway and the inner loop as we get through the next hour or so. It's moving quickly, 50 miles an hour.
So everybody in the Richmond-Rosenberg area, everybody up and down in Fort Bend County along the 59 corridor, along Highway 90, this is a strong thunderstorm. At the moment, no tornado warning, but this is the type of storm that we have seen warned for tornadic activity earlier in the day. So everybody in Fort Bend County along and near the 59 corridor expect strong straight line wind gusts in excess of 55 to 60 miles an hour, blinding rain, and very strong cloud to ground lightning as this races up through Fort Bend County. The storm itself is racing to the north and east, Tim, at 50 to 55 miles an hour.
50 miles an hour,
So you can expect at least a 50-mile-an-hour wind. Richmond-Rosenberg area, Sugar Land, and folks just in the communities just to the south of you as well. This is also, we're looking live on the 59 corridor there from our TranStar camera where the rain is beginning to build. But the storm itself is just about to move through the Needville area, moving up toward Richmond, Rosenberg, and then eventually Sugar Land. And looking at this display, you know, Tim, I don't see any well-defined rotation, but look at those winds.
Yeah, and this is going to be the main threat right now with this cell for straight line winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. I think that's perfect to put it at 60 mile an hour winds expected with this as it moves, pretty much affecting all the cities along 59, 69 from Richmond to Sugar Land to Stafford, getting into closer to Bel Air and then into downtown as well in the next hour.
Yeah, if you're in Sugar Land, Missouri City, Stafford, you're about 10 minutes away from getting into these really strong winds coming out of the west and southwest, again gusting 50, 60 or above. If you've got some loose lawn furniture outside, Sugar Land area, Missouri City area, Mission Bend, on the southwest side, you might want to try to bring it in because we've seen those winds come through here in the Galleria area and we didn't get power knocked out with it knocking over a power pole. So the winds are strong enough to do that. Again, at the moment, no tornado reported with this, but it is a severe thunderstorm, and those also can spin off these little gustnados from time to time with very little or no warning. So it is definitely a time to stay where you are in Fort Bend County and let this storm move through. It's not going to last too long, Tim. It's going to race through here very quickly.
Yeah, but it is bringing rainfall rates right along 59, 69, a very heavily traveled highway system here. 6-inch an hour rainfall rates might be a little high, still 2-3 inch an hour rainfall rates is blinding. So if you're headed on 59, 69 through Richmond, Sugar Land, Stafford, and heading into Houston, or you're outbound to the city headed home, give yourself a little while, 30 minutes or so. As David mentioned, it's moving fast. It'll be in and out, this cell at least, but we're not out of the woods yet with all of our other cells. This particular warning up until 2 o'clock, so we got another 30 minutes on this.
Okay, so let me reset our storm track so we can give folks an idea of where this is headed and when it should arrive. There's the storm moving through Fort Bend County. You can see the heaviest rain right now near Needville. This one racing northeast. Okay, and we'll do this at a 50-mile-an-hour clip. You're looking at the elephant enclosure at the Houston Zoo live right now. So this storm racing through Fort Bend County at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. Here are your times of arrival. Richmond here in just about 10 minutes, 1:37. Sugarland by 147. So this is going to race across Forest Bend County. This reaches the Bel Air area by 2 o'clock. So if you're in Bel Air, southwest side, expect gusty wind, 50 to 60, very heavy rain to reach you here in the next half hour. Downtown Houston by about 2:09, and then if it were to hold together, Spring and Atascocita by 2:33. So this, in an hour, it races from southwest Fort Bend County to northeast Harris County up to the Lake Houston area, Tim.
Yeah, and it's very fast moving and very large as well. This is just completely encompassed with heavy rain.
Yeah, well, and you can see that. So that shot is Katy Freeway, Memorial City area, just blinding rain on the west side right now.
Unbelievable, yes. Travel is not advised at this time all throughout Houston, pretty much anywhere along and to the west of downtown. So that means outbound along 59, 69, outbound along 290, inbound as well towards Cypress. Coming down from Spring on 45, 69 too, out from the airport. You're not going to want to be on the roads anytime soon.
Let's take a look inside this storm. Power outages, quick update, greater Houston area, 32,000. Okay, and Reka's monitoring the power outages. Reka, let's go ahead and get an update from you. How are we doing out there? What does the power outage map look like right now? We're up to almost 32,000, I see.
Yeah, as expected, the numbers have gone up as we look at the outage tracker now. You mentioned the southwest side. Most of the power outages in the Houston area, but if you take a closer look now, southwest side here. So in the Bel Air area, I've got 5,000 power outages there, and kind of south of there, 3,000 power outages. When we come farther down here into the Sugarland area, Missouri City area, we're seeing a lot of power outages in this area. So you mentioned the weather coming through there. That is where we're seeing a lot of the power outages. But of course, we have gone up 33,000 homes or businesses without power right now. Of course, working to get those fixed as soon as possible. We could be seeing more in the coming hours. They kind of stayed within about 15,000 businesses or customers that were without power. Obviously, that number has doubled. It has jumped, so we're expecting more. But again, we're seeing a lot in the city of Houston on the southwest side in this area, just outside the 610 loop. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this. You can track this in real time on KHOU.com with our link. But Dave, as you said, we were expecting this considering the weather that's coming through.
We're just getting a report of a high water rescue. South Montgomery County firefighters off of Sawdust Road. Again, a high water rescue. So Tim, that would indicate that those rain totals that we're seeing estimated by radar of 4, 5, 6 inches are actually are coming to pass.
Yeah, and we do have a flash flood warning. That's not in for that county, but off to the west there. So rainfall rates have been enough to warrant flooding, and there's likely ongoing flooding in a lot of areas. Let's look at some of those totals here over the last 3 hours. Okay, and look at the jackpot totals as you get into northern Montgomery or southern Montgomery, northern Harris. Cypress area, you're getting into the red shadings now that are up to 7, maybe 8 inches near the Cypress area. You move into southern Montgomery, and those areas are approaching Woodlock, Conroe, north of Spring, 3, 4, 5, 6 inches in 3 hours.
Well, and that's right up there off Sawdust Road where the Montgomery County firefighters had to make that high water rescue. So this is, as you pointed out, all of these watersheds are the ones that are most highly impacted right now. What are we talking about? So this is Spring Creek, right along the boundary of Harris County and Montgomery County. Here is portions of Cypress Creek and across the Cypress area. And so these are the watersheds, Little Cypress Creek, that are seeing water rises as well. All of the rain that's fallen here, again, these are where we've got these rain totals of 5, 6 inches, 4 inches all over the place. Just the tremendous amount of water that has hit the ground here is now in the process of flowing into and down the creeks and bayous, and all heading toward Lake Houston, and eventually those bayous across North Harris County, Lake Houston, and then into Galveston Bay. But this is where we're going to see rises. Spring Creek, Cypress Creek, Little Cypress Creek across North and Northwest Harris County, where we're going to see rises on the creeks. At the moment, I don't have flood warnings for the creeks, but you can expect lots of high water near these creeks, and you're urged to stay away from them.
And rain's still coming down in these areas too, David. And you look at radar currently, We've got plenty of heavy rain. Rainfall rates here in some of these areas out by Cypress, over an inch, inch and a half an hour, an inch and a third, 2 1/3 inches as you get north of Spring. So the rain continues to mount and pour into those creeks and bayous, and that's going to lead to even more rises as we head through the next couple of hours. Let's go back down to the severe thunderstorm warning that does encompass a large chunk of Fort Bend County heading into Harris County, pretty much the entire 59-69 corridor through Fort Bend County as you get into Harris, and once you meet the Beltway and the San Houston Tollway, and just ahead of the inner loop. It does include portions of that, but the A-Leaf area, Sugarland, Richmond, you're under the gun. Check this out here. Some of the gustiest of the winds look to be out through the Richmond, Pleak area, Beasley. 50, 60 mile per hour winds certainly being pulled down from a height into those areas just to the east of Sugarland right now. Not seeing any calculations here that show the gustiest winds have moved through your area yet, but if we turn it over to radar, the heavy rain is certainly broken out in Sugarland. Lots of lightning to your south through Booth, Long Fork, and Needville, as well as Pleak along 69 there.
Well, and all of that indicates that it's straight line wind for the moment. And even the storms that earlier were warned for tornadoes in Harris County and moving through the Colorado County, Austin County, out toward Katy and Waller, all have produced straight line winds, and so far not tornadoes. And when you just look at that broad area that had all those wind gusts of 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, it's a broad area. It indicates it's straight line wind. That is the best outcome that we could possibly hope for right now, that it does not become tornadic. In other words, those winds don't get focused into a funnel, that they stay broad and straight line wind. Now, they're knocking out power in many spots, and the rain coming down is causing problems on the roadways, but avoiding a tornadic outbreak would be key because so many of the ingredients are in place to produce tornadic storms. The one thing that we're missing today is the sunshine didn't get us up into the 80s, Tim. And without those temperatures in the upper 70s to 80 degrees, it might be that we just don't have enough energy to produce these tornadoes, and we just get these straight line winds. But that's hopeful thinking. That remains to be seen. You see above me, that is one of our weather trackers. That looks like that's Pat. So he's been tracking this storm coming up through Wharton County. Okay, he's now in Matagorda, Brazoria County area. This is where the energy is at its highest. But so far, so good down there, Tim. It's been straight line winds.
And that's right. I mean, we just got an update on the severe thunderstorm warning that affects Fort Bend in Harris. Since it's moving so fast, 50 miles an hour, they're having to scale it back and chop off the far southwestern point as it moves along 69, 59 through Richmond and Sugarland. So you can see the core of that is actually outside of the warned area where we're seeing the highest concentration of lightning. 400 strikes here.
That's intensifying.
Over the last 10 minutes. So this is going to be the cell to watch, and as it's in its strengthening mode, it's building towards Houston. So if you're watching this in and around Houston, say, it's been rain so far, we've got a storm that we're watching that's heading in your direction within the hour. It's moving fast at 50 miles an hour. Add that storm motion into winds that are already being clocked at 50 to 60, and we could see even higher gusts than that outside of any warnings.
Let's put a track on it. Let me get it right. So again, this whole system is racing northeast at about 50 miles an hour. It is just about to push through Sugarland, Richmond, Rosenberg, and then into the greater Houston area from the south and west. Again, all of these neighborhoods, you can expect straight line wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Missouri City, the Sugarland area, basically starting right about now or within moments. Hunters Creek, Houston, Hobby, Pasadena, and Atascocita as it races across the area. But folks, this is the Bel Air area, southwest side. This is where we're about to see the heaviest storms come through, the southwest side, Missouri City to Bel Air. You're going to get hit hard with these gusty straight line winds. What we are monitoring like a hawk is that it stays straight line winds and doesn't become concentrated and become a tornadic event. That's what we're watching for. That's why we're here, and that's what we're monitoring just moment by moment here, because all the ingredients are there for this to become tornadic. But so far, we've been getting away with it, and it's been straight line winds. but the ingredients are there.
Right, and this is the area to watch with what's developing well southwest. That's building into that favorable environment. Now we've got dual lines setting on up, one that's now slicing through Matagorda and pushing northeast into Brazoria, and another one that's moving in a far western Wharton, building in the same general direction. But I mean, it really stands out to you when you look at this cell that's now our only warning, because the one that was over IAH, I believe, was allowed to expire at 1:30. So we only have one lone warning right now, and it's this one that's over Sugarland, Richmond area. The massive concentration of lightning on this is what's interesting and kind of gives us a gauge of how quickly it's strengthening. So last time we checked, it was 400, right?
Yeah, 400, 410.
What's that now? 475.
It's definitely intensifying.
Yes.
So what that tells us is it's being able to tap all the energy at the low levels, and then that is rising at a rapid rate up through the storm. That rising column of air is what polarizes the cloud and gives us the lightning. So when we see lightning, we know that we've got those up and down drafts. And when we see that number increasing, 400, 410, now up to 482, it tells us that those updrafts are intensifying. And in an atmosphere where we have low level twist, we could have a cell that becomes tornadic. We've got a tornado watch in effect for this area, meaning that the ingredients are there. And that's why we're watching it so carefully.
And there is a little bit of a hail signature here that would maybe be pea-sized. So even though it's such a strong storm right now, not really evidence of any damaging hail, which is good. But plenty of lightning, very, very heavy rain. I'm going to just keep the lightning track on this so we can kind of have a tally going on this storm. I'll just do this area here that goes down to Needville. We're at 481 still.
And 481.
Yeah.
So the live shot you're looking at is from Amagi Bank, Galleria area, west side of the 610 loop, where it continues to be moderate to heavy rain, and it looks like there's a heavier band of rain about to enter into the Galleria area. And this is also an area where more of that lightning is moving into as well. We're seeing a lot of cloud to ground lightning out there right now. If you can stay at home where you are in southeast Texas, in particular Fort Bend County, Harris County, Montgomery County, Liberty County, Brazoria County, I would stay where you are. In Brazoria County, it may not be raining where you are right now, Angleton, Alvin, but the storms are quickly moving in your direction.
Yeah, the lightning count now approaching 500, so this cell is definitely strengthening. So here's our line of the strongest storms right now.
Tim, look at this camera shot.
Oh, it just got real dark.
That is the Katy Freeway. We're looking west, and that is just. That starts. So it indicates just incredibly intense rainfall moving into the area. We've been getting radar estimates of rainfall rates of 5 to 6 inches per hour. That's what a 5 to 6 inch per hour rainfall rate looks like as it's approaching from the west.
And also to note here, when we're talking about the lightning, David, we've got the ratio of positive to negative strikes. And if you're watching at home, you see the number of strikes, you're like, yeah, that's impressive, 500. But what on earth does it mean with negative and positive strikes? When we've got a higher ratio of the positive strikes here, those are lightning strikes that originate from the tops of the storm clouds, and those are in fact stronger than negative strikes. So we've got many more of those, and that's also an indicator of a strengthening severe thunderstorm here. So when you see this number increasing alongside all the others, that's not a very good sign.
The number of strikes, it's just ticking up and up. We've gone from 490 to 510 to 517 to 519 down to 514. That's the first drop I've seen in the past few minutes. Now back to 519. Again, that lightning strike count is so crucial for us to be able to monitor. Is this storm intensifying? That count continues to rise. It's intensifying, and I know we wanted to leave this up. I'm concerned we need to take a look at this for rotation. 528 now. Yeah, let's take a look at what's going on inside.
Oh, there we go. Straight line winds right there. Maybe a little bit. We got the little Boeing shape going on here.
It's that bow concerns me. It's not overly bent, which would indicate rotation, but that indicates very strong straight line winds.
Yeah, that area there, well south of Sugarland.
Look at that.
It's outside of the warning too.
Is that a little bit of a twist there?
It might very well be.
Yeah. When you have a line of straight line winds like that, right along it, you can get little spin-ups that come and go very quickly, and those can produce small tornadoes. So one more thing that we're watching.
Yeah, so here's 288 here. So our radar site is back to the east along 45. So we're looking at this storm. So with the red shading here is any wind that's moving away from the radar site. Green is coming towards. So you're starting to see kind of it push and turn a little bit in this area here. So we'll kind of see if that starts to consolidate a little bit more.
I got an email from Sam in Tomball. 5 inches of rain in his rain gauge just today. So that is exactly what we're seeing by radar indicated in that area. So again, we're getting rain totals of 3, 4, 5, 6 inches as these storms move through, and it's still raining. So it is increasing the flash flood potential, and certainly the street ponding and street flooding has become an issue. If you can stay inside Harris County, just stay inside for a couple of hours, stay put, let these storms move through. It's not worth it to try to get out on these roads right now.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like we're starting to try to see the storm wrap a little bit. You've got that Boeing signature there and the turning overall. It's still very broad and outside of the actual warned area. So that's good, but it is in southern Fort Bend right now. So we're definitely getting some strong winds. Look at some of these numbers here out south of Richmond, over 50 mile an hour wind gusts. A lot of that probably reaching the ground with the heavy rain that we've been seeing so far. Look at the radar itself here. Oh, there's the lightning again, but look at the heavy rain, the reflectivity signature on this when we're seeing those dark. Oh, now we got a tornado warning in that exact area we were just looking at, David.
Yeah, they must have seen that little twist we saw.
There it is.
Yeah, so that's the right thing to do. It's quite likely that along this little spot here, we're getting a gustnado, perhaps a small tornado. Now, to be fair, so far today, we've had several tornado warnings, and we've not actually had a tornado touch the ground. So what you're seeing here is rotation up inside the storm. This is the magic of Doppler radar. We can see which way the raindrops are moving as compared to the radar site, either toward the radar or away from the radar. And where those two come together, we've got a focus of rotation, and that tells us that we've got a storm that's rotating, and that's the type of storm that can produce a tornado. And just to show you what I'm talking about here, there's your potential.
Yeah, it looks like Whaley Long Point Road right over there.
Yeah. So moving toward Thompson's, moving towards Sienna and portions of eastern Fort Bend County. And this again is moving towards southwest Harris County. Eventually, this is south of the 59 corridor, moving through north and eastern portions of Fort Bend County. Tim, let me just zoom out. Let's put a storm track on this so people can see where it's headed. Again, these storms are racing off to the north and east at about 50, 55 miles an hour. Here's our storm racing northeast. Areas in the path of this: Thompson, Sienna, Arcola, and Fresno within the next 15 minutes. And then if it continues to hold together, Alameda by 2:06, Brookside Village by 2:12, and the Hobby Airport area by 2:18, if indeed this were to hold together. Now, what we have seen is that these have gone through cycles where they tighten up, give us a little tornado signature, and then it breaks up and becomes a straight line wind situation. Tim, Pat's ready to go. He's got an update. Pat, it looks like you're driving through some blinding rain. Where are you?
Yeah, guys, it's been a really treacherous drive so far. We are breaking through the line that has formed through Brazoria County. We are headed towards West Columbia and then Angleton, and we're going to try to get on 288, I think. There's a little bit of rotation on those cells coming in over Matagorda Bay. But guys, I mean, it's just all day. The main event in terms of rotation has been along I-10 and around the Houston Metro. And these storms, I gotta tell you, it's been really hard to keep up with these storms. Right now we're trying to get ahead of this line, so we're breaking through it right now. Hopefully we'll be ahead of it in the next 10 or 15 minutes. The rain has been blinding. The wind has made this a very difficult drive as well, because we keep getting pushed on the roadway. Thankfully, we've got a great driver. Eric Rilius here, our cameraman, our photographer. He's been doing a great job trying to get us ahead of these storms, and I think we'll get there in the next 10 or 15 minutes. From there, the question becomes, do we chase those ones to the south or do we go north? And it just seems like the flooding has been a major concern in the city. And of course, as a storm chaser, the big concern is going to be heading north into a more populated area, getting stuck in traffic, and getting into a flooded roadway situation. So that's where we are right now. We're driving through Brazoria County towards West Columbia, about 10 miles to the west. Tracking this line here, heavy rain, a lot of wind, and we'll be watching those cells coming in over Matagorda Bay.
But you mentioned trying to keep up with these storms. The storm motion has increased in speed. We're at 45 miles an hour earlier. Now we're at 50 miles an hour. We've got a tornado warning now south of a severe thunderstorm warning that was initiated about 30 minutes ago. That's racing along 59-69. South of there, some of the winds have tried to pinch off and become a couplet, spinning in opposite directions, giving shape to the potential of a funnel cloud that has the potential, nothing confirmed, radar indicated, of tightening up enough to put down a tornado. Notice it is still kind of broad. Looks to be likely, David, I know you'd agree with this, is more straight line winds at the moment.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
Well, and on those straight line winds, we talked about this. You can get these little gustnados where it pinches off just for a few moments, and I think that's what we picked up on radar a little bit ago. A couple of things. It looks like it's building to the south. You know, we saw the lightning become more aggressive to the south. That may be tapping the energy coming off the Gulf of Mexico. And then the increase in speed, racing off to the northeast at 50 to 55 miles an hour. And then I just wanted to show where Pat is. So he's West Columbia. He's in Brazoria County. So basically he's here and he's trying to move toward 288, toward the Angleton area. And the reason that he is there is because we are seeing back building down to the south of intense thunderstorms. We'll zoom out. So he's right in here. This line of storms looks like it's developing here. See the lightning beginning to get going? So that's why he's here heading toward Angleton. So Angleton, we are monitoring you as that line of storms moves in your direction. In the meantime, the heart of that storm is here, southern Fort Bend County, about to move into northern Brazoria County, about to cross over 288. Sienna, in the heart of this storm right now, getting just pounded with heavy rain and winds that, easily gusting to 50 and 55 miles an hour. And once again, let me just zoom out and we'll put a little broader track on this. So where is this all headed? Racing northeast at 55. So in the bigger picture, this is going to race through South Houston toward NRG Park, reaching the Hobby Airport area in the next few minutes, downtown Houston by 1:53. So just a few minutes away from reaching the southern portion of downtown Houston as it races to the north and east.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here today. We've got 2 warnings, 1 severe thunderstorm warning, 1 tornado warning. Let's clear a little bit of this off to show you where the highest concentration of lightning is. And it's really in this building storm here. The number on this, now up to 637 strikes in the last 10 minutes. If you've been with us, we've been tracking this. We started off in the 400s, went through the 500s, now over 637. Underneath all of this lightning, there is an active tornado warning that you can see setting up south of the 59-69 corridor in far southern, southeastern portions of Fort Bend County, clipping just the borderlands around Brazoria County here. So I want to show you that the area that would be potentially impacted by any tornado, we're going to turn on a filter that we have that can tell us the shifting wind directions and where they're located, because the entire area that's in this warning polygon, if you live there, I know the warning said that there's about 5,000 folks that live in this tornado warned area, 4,600 people affected. So if you're getting your phone alerting you right now and say you're out in Sienna, this is the time in Sienna to get out into your safe place, because this is heading in your direction at 50 miles an hour. So you're going to have about a lead time on this for this couplet through Sienna. Let's see here if I clear that back off. Through Sienna, you've got about 4-minute lead time. That's how fast these are moving. So if you're watching near Houston Southwest, Sienna area, Fresno, get to your safe place now. You're under an active tornado warning, nothing confirmed, nobody on the ground seeing anything yet. In fact, if we turn on our correlation coefficient, which is another tool that can tell us where there would potentially be debris lofted by a tornado if it was on the ground, not showing up much, but there's one area we're going to check back on, which is this one southwest of Sienna. That's an anomaly right there that doesn't blend in with the rest. All the purples and maroons that you're seeing is raindrops, hydrometeors, maybe hailstones, but this sets out aside from that. So it's a case of which ones of these are not like the other. And this would be the radar saying something here is interesting, brand new tornado warning, just issued on this. In fact, this is an observed tornado now.
So that must be a little bit of debris.
Signature.
Yeah. So we just had another transformer blow out here in the Galleria area at Westheimer and Chimney Rock. Just heard that. And so you see the color and the outline of that tornado warning change to now a white outline. So that tells us that this is now a system where we have spotted a tornado on the ground doing damage. I'm noticing power outages have suddenly spiked to 35,000 now. I'll have to wait to see if that changes in the next 5 minutes. But folks on the southwest side, Sienna Parkway, FM 521, south side of Chimney Rock, Sienna Ranch Road, take cover right now. Interior room of your home, away from windows on the first floor of your home or business. Take shelter right now and let this storm move through. And again, this is racing northeast at 50 miles an hour, Tim.
David, so from the Weather Service, they're saying an observed tornado. This was at 1:52. A radar-confirmed tornado was located near Sienna Plantation or near Fresno, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So it's an observed tornado now. If you're in Sienna, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you're running into a closet, an area with no windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Turn the TV up high so you can hear us. We'll let you know when there's an all clear there. But this is the area that there is potentially, in fact, observed a tornado that is working through that area.
Let's zoom out and put a storm track on this. So, tornado warning in the Sienna area, racing northeast now at 45 to 50 miles an hour. So within the next few minutes, Duke, Arcola, and Fresno, you will be in the path of this storm as it races northeast. Again, Duke, Arcola, and Fresno. These are the neighborhoods where right now you need to go to your safe place. Interior room of your home, a closet, an interior bathroom, away from windows or as few windows as possible on the first floor of your home, the first floor of your business. That's the safest place to be during a tornado as it moves through. This is to keep you away from broken glass and flying debris. Okay, yeah, and you see the instructions there on the screen as well. Interior room, away from windows. Again, inside a sturdy structure. You want to be in a structure that has a foundation on it. That's the best place to be. And again, on the first floor, away from windows to protect yourself from flying debris. This is for Sienna, the Sienna area, just to the south of Highway 6, southeast Fort Bend County, moving toward northern Brazoria County.
Yeah, so if you live along Highway 6 between Lake Olympia Parkway and Iowa Colony, seek shelter immediately. This line is moving right up on you right now. It is now progressing through Sienna. It is moving at such a speed that lead time is not a fortunate thing that we have at this point. So it is now an observed tornado with a white background you see around this tornado warning polygon. This is an observed tornado in the Sienna area that's moving to the northeast at around 45 to 50 miles an hour. So a very fast pace. There are some of the areas. Iowa Colony itself just past the top of the hour in 5 minutes from now at 2:01. So this is a situation, folks, not radar indicated. This is an observed tornado on the ground in portions of southern Fort Bend and the far northern portion of Brazoria County. Seek shelter now. Go to your safe place. Take your phone with you. We'll let you know when it's an all clear. It's fast moving, so it will be just a few minutes.
So again, Arcola, Fresno, Iowa Colony, areas in the Alameda area. This reaches you within the next 7 minutes. Then Brookside Village by 2:11. And then the Pearland area by 2:14 if it were to hold together here for the next 15 to 20 minutes. So once again, in Arcola, Fresno, Iowa Colony, this is a tornadic thunderstorm with a spotted tornado that is moving rapidly in your direction at 45 miles an hour. Interior room of your home, away from windows on the first floor, is the best place to be. You have very little lead time to take cover, so now is the time to take action. As Tim mentioned, if you're watching us on TV, turn up the volume all the way or take your device with you so you can continue to get information or hear the television in the background, but turn it up and go get in that safe place as we continue to monitor the situation. This was a gust front, a line of straight line winds where a little bit of rotation pinched off and has formed enough of a rotation to produce a tornado. And as we're looking at our debris detector a little bit ago, yeah, there it is. We detected that little punch of debris, and I'm curious to see if it's holding together or not as it moved right. Yeah, that's the spot right there. That's debris. That's broken branches, dust, very small particles that the tornado has picked up and the radar can pick up, and that tells us that indeed we've got a tornado.
Yeah, so David, I was just reading the discussion. There was radar confirmed by the Weather Service based on this data here, based on a debris signature that was picked up on the far southwest side of this warning polygon. So that's about 15 minutes ago, that signature. I fast forward to now, and notice we aren't seeing that anymore. So if a tornado did in fact touch down, cause that debris signature, there is mounting evidence that maybe it has lifted again.
I'm going to watch that spot right there like a hawk. I don't know if, that looks like it's part of the same little debris signature, which was here.
You know, let me take off the polygon here because that's kind of masking what it looks like a little bit. Let's take that off so we can see the debris signature a little bit brighter. So that's about 15 minutes ago, and it moves over Siena. So if in fact there was a tornado, it moved directly over Siena, Waters Lake Boulevard there, and then is now not seeing a signature really popping up there as it approaches Highway 6.
Looks like there may be a little bit of a radar spike there.
Yeah, could be.
So we're going to need to get one more update here in the next few minutes. But that is, hopefully that is weakening, but it's right along where that little pinch occurred. You can see it.
Well, there's the update, moving over Highway 6 now.
Okay, that's a live picture. You're looking at Highway 6 at Savannah Parkway, where the worst of the weather is pushing through right now. Just looking at that update, Tim, maybe that rotation has weakened a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, now the warning has been expired.
There it is. So we literally able to track that from start to finish. The debris ball, you spotted it, tornado warning, and as it dissipated, they were able to drop the warning.
And with that, that's the only severe thunderstorm. Just kidding, they just popped another one. There we go.
Busy day.
Yeah, so this line here that we were watching since it entered our viewing area that was non-severe until now, large. So this indicates to us, David, that this is probably going to be a pronounced straight line wind feature here with a line all the way to the coast, lifting north just south of Houston right now, along 288.
Notice how that storm built to the south. So it's feeding that energy coming off the Gulf of Mexico. By the way, that is exactly where our Pat Kavlin is in the weather tracker in Brazoria County, right along and ahead of that line as it's moving toward the Angleton area. So he's setting up. So we are there in case anything does happen. We'll have pictures. That's Kavlin right now driving toward the Angleton area through the storm. So we're monitoring that for you as well. It looks like the heaviest rain right now is up and down the I-45 and then 288 corridor as it slices north to south across the Houston area right now. As we mentioned earlier, we've got confirmed rain totals of 5 and 6 inches. So we're getting a lot of street flooding out of this. At the moment, no widespread flash flooding with any type of bayou flooding, but the bayous are reacting. They've come up. They're doing their job. Hopefully we can get this to move through before we get any type of serious flooding. But at the moment, the only warning is right here. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for this line in Brazoria County, Tim, right where that deeper energy exists.
Yeah, radar's picking up 60-mile-an-hour winds. It doesn't say that there is any threat of a tornado with this. Let me see here.
Interesting.
If we have that. This looks to be more of a problem with straight-line winds. Let's see, a tornado watch. Yeah, I don't see anything mentioned, any verbiage of saying a tornado possible with this, which is great.
Well, I'm looking at that signature. It is linear. And perhaps, I think the greatest threat, at least for the next, half hour or so, is going to be that we get maybe a little gustnado along that outflow boundary, where the leading edge of the straight line winds are. But overall, it's been and continues to be a straight line wind event. I will be very interested to see if we ended up with any type of tornadic looking damage in Fort Bend County as that little gustnado, that tornado warning we just had that just expired, went through.
Yeah. And I don't see anything right now. This was the area that we were watching earlier that had the tornado warning. Now near Fresno, that was allowed to expire. We don't see any signature there for debris, which is great.
That's great. So anybody along from downtown south on 288 all the way down to Bonnie toward Danbury, you're getting these straight line winds of 40, 50, 60 miles an hour and above. They are knocking out power. We've had the power knocked out here to a wide part of the Galleria area. Our building is without power. We had a power pole come down here at Chimney Rock at Westheimer and knocked out the power lines. Okay, 692 strikes. That's about the same size area, so that continues to expand.
It is very dominant on the northern flank of this line. I mean, right through Houston. Houston is almost completely washed out from lightning strikes. This is 10-minute data here.
Wow.
Now over 700 strikes here. More importantly of note, we're now approaching 500 positive strikes, meaning this cell itself is strengthening. It's taking advantage of the overall environment that it's in that stretches even far north of Houston. So I don't expect this to weaken anytime soon. I'm a little bit surprised that it hasn't really brought much in the way of warnings. I mean, it was warned earlier when it was moving through Richmond, but it just looks a lot more fierce than that.
Yeah, it really does. So Lauren Tallarico has gathered some of the viewer pictures and video from across the area. Hi, Lauren. I'm very interested to see what you have.
Hi. Yeah. Of course, as you know, it is pouring out. It's been pouring for hours, and when you're talking about inches upon inches in just an hour, you start to see, of course, that street flooding, but also ponding and flooding around neighborhoods too. And we've gotten some great videos from you, so thank you so much for sending them in. Some of the best stuff we get is from you. We want to see what you're seeing as long as it's safe to do so. So this is from Vanessa Dirks in Cyprus. We're no stranger to this kind of thing, right? Here we go. Street ponding at the end of our driveway, at the end of our yard. Of course, a lot of us, our foundations are built up a little bit for this reason, so that the roads can take on the majority of the water and they can act as canals. And that's exactly what's happening here up in Cyprus. So Vanessa, thank you so much for sending us that. This is the Galleria. Pay attention to this piece of metal. Now this is a construction project on top of a roof, and you can see those wind gusts that we've been talking about, taking construction, taking objects from this roof and then just flying it through. I want to play this one again because this is why you want to stay inside. When we say stay inside, this is why. You never know what's going to fly at you. Okay, so this is the Galleria area. We've seen wind gusts, of course, all over greater Houston. And this is in Tomball. This is from Kim Brown. Kind of the same thing that we saw from Vanessa up in Cyprus. You can see the road is acting as a waterway, collecting water. Every time it rains like this, we tend to get videos of people in kayaks or walking out into it. Please don't do that. This is where you have red ant piles, you have sewage, you have all sorts of disgusting things in this water. So just take a video of it instead and stay inside. Thank you so much for sending these videos to us. It is so easy to do. Just go to our website, KHOU.com, or our app. We have a section on there called the Near Me section, and you can just easily upload a picture or a video from your neck of the woods right to us, and we can use it on air. You never know, we might see it on air. Just make sure that you are safe when you are doing so. David, Tim.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Check out this live image here. You can usually see the outline of downtown Houston. This is our Gulf Freeway camera looking north. And we've got plenty of rain falling there. You see traffic is moving slowly. I want to toss it out now to Janelle Bluda, who is live for us right now. Janelle, are you with us?
Yeah, hey guys, I can hear you. We are actually downtown. We just got downtown here to the intersection of Dallas and Fannin. I want to give you a look at this happening here right behind me. Now this just happened within the last 10 minutes or so. It got visibly darker, and as you can see, you can hardly see those skyscrapers right in front of us there. We knew the storm was heading downtown, and it has arrived. Clearly the rain is coming down in sheets. You can see people attempting to cross the road. There's a lot of drivers out right now. On 59 there were a lot of drivers as well. It was a little bit lighter earlier, but heavy rain this entire time, and it's been pouring down like this here for about 5 to 10 minutes now. Lots of lightning and thunder. We haven't seen any power outages out here just yet, but that doesn't mean that they are not happening. But you can hardly even see the cars down the street. That's how low visibility is. And we know a lot of this area and areas around Houston, the roads start to flood. So just some tips, remember to never attempt to drive on a road that's covered with water. Should you encounter a situation where your vehicle takes on water, always think of your personal safety first. Leave your car to get to safer, higher ground. That should always be your first priority. AAA says as little as 1/12 of an inch of water can cause you to hydroplane, especially if you're out on those freeways. Some tires can lose contact with the road even at 35 miles per hour. If your vehicle begins to skid, remain calm, avoid slamming on your brakes, and instead steer in the direction you want your vehicle to go. Now, Obviously with this rain coming down right now, it's not recommended to be on the roads. As you can see that lightning right there. But guys, we are going to stay out here for a little while and we'll send it back to you.
Hey, I want to bring to your attention, we're monitoring the National Weather Service chat, and we have ham radio operator storm chasers that chime on in. And there's been reports of a chaser that has spotted apparently a tornado on the ground near Iowa Colony. You can see the signature here. It is not currently warned for a tornado. It is under a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is the same cell that moved over Highway 6 over Siena just in the last 20 minutes. So it may have cycled and put down a tornado. There is ground sighting of this. So we're waiting for this to be initiated as potentially a tornado warning here as it moves through the Pearland Parkway area. So if you live along that 35 Pearland Parkway, seek your safe place. Even though you're not getting the alert for a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, this is very worrisome and suspicious here, and having that ground confirmation is very interesting. I will show you too, we'll switch it up, David, and show the debris signature that we had earlier that we were tracking that prompted the tornado warning through Siena.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that here. So that's good news right now. It's not lofting debris. It's not interacting with, say, buildings or trees and causing damage, at least right now. But we'll see how that unfolds.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is along the leading edge of that gust front, those straight line winds, which is about a good 15-20 mile section south to north. We're seeing those little spin-ups. They come and go very quickly, and that may have been what they spotted in Iowa Colony. It may very well have been a tornado, but it may very well have come and gone literally in a matter of 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And you see that north-south orientation demarcation we have there, the green and the red. That indicates most likely straight line winds, very strong straight line winds, and they're moving west to east. But right along that little line, sometimes you'll get a little pinch, and those winds will pinch off, and you'll get a little tornado spin up, and they may very well have had a little tornado go right through the Iowa Colony area, and then come and go just as quickly, go just as quickly as it can.
It looks like they're monitoring also some rotation just west-southwest of Pearland, saying a warning is being drawn. So we may very well have a tornado warning issued for this area that will include Pearland in the next couple of minutes. So keep that in mind. Friendswood area, Brookside Village, if you're watching, you live along and east of the Gulf Freeway. This circular, there it is. There's the tornado warning. It is an observed tornado. Notice the white outline on this. Does encompass portions of Friendswood out towards Olcott, Pasadena, south of you there. Brookside Village. This is the circulation here that we really got our eyes on, that one of the spotters said was a tornado on the ground south of Broadway Street near Masters Road.
So let's put a track on it. I'll do that for you. Again, this is an active tornado warning. This is one where people have sighted the tornado. It is racing to the east at about 45 miles an hour.
Yep, let me get the info on there, David.
Yep.
So we've got a new tornado warning here. Let's see. That's going to be up for about 100,000 people until 2:30, so another 19 minutes. It's probably going to be evolving as we see what is happening with the circulation itself. That is located here in this area.
Yeah, there's where the circulation is. Let's put a storm track on that and get some neighborhoods up. If you are in the path of this storm, this is another one where you need to take cover now. Interior room of your home, away from windows, on the first floor, a closet, an interior bathroom. These are the safest places to be for a couple of reasons. Number one, they have few or no windows. An interior closet, no windows, so you're protected from flying glass. Also, in a bathroom or in a closet, if you think about it, you've got more of the framing of the house or structure right around you. That also helps to protect from flying debris. That's why interior room, away from windows, on the first floor is the place to go at your home or your business right now if you're in the path of this storm. And there it is, racing to the east, northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. And so Pearland, you are included in this tornado warning, and this is one where we have spotted a funnel cloud, spotted a tornado, not just radar indicated. So folks in Pearland, you've got just a few minutes to go to your safe place and stay there until the storm passes. It's racing east at 45 miles an hour, so it's not going to be long. The storm is just about to cross Highway 35, Pearland Parkway near Whispering Manor Lane, and then will very quickly be crossing the Gulf Freeway near Space Center Boulevard and Beamer Road. So that's where the storm is right now, outlined by the white outline there, and you see Tim working the radar. But if you're along Bailey Drive and Manville Road, that's right at the heart of where this rotation exists right now.
Yeah, you can see some of these streets there. It says in the Weather Service verbiage that a confirmed tornado was spotted over South Pearland. So it is now confirmed. And you can see here we just got a new scan of radar, and it does still show it maintaining. Now it's approaching 35. And just to the west of Pearland Parkway there, this is going to be the area Bailey Road, Broadway Street, Manville Road, McKeever Road. If you live on any of those or live near them.
It looks like that's where the pinch is, right there.
You should already be in your safe place. When we're showing you a tornado warning that has this white outline, that is a confirmed tornado. So this is not just radar indicated spin. This is that spin reaching down to the ground and actually confirming a tornado, validating a tornado is on the ground in this area here, just along and possibly just west of Pearland Parkway, 35 there. This is moving fast at 45 miles an hour, so it's not staying in any area for very long. It's cruising on off to the east-northeast and will be approaching the Gulf Freeway, I-45 here, within the next 10 minutes or so.
So folks in Pearland, it's time to go to your safe place right now. Interior room of your home, away from windows, on the first floor, as an active tornado. Again, a tornado that has been spotted, has been confirmed, is racing east-northeast, right crossing Broadway Street right now in the Pearland area, across Highway 35 at about 45 miles an hour. So it's racing east there. We just got another update, and you can see, Tim's, look like
there's that notch.
That little notch, that little pinch, that indicates the circulation there. So I-35 Pearland Parkway, this is just south and east of Brookside Village. Folks in the Pearland area, Beamer Road, Fuqua to Olcott as it crosses I-45. You are in the path of this rotation. Folks in Olcott, Genoa, along, this is just skirting along just south of the Beltway, the south portion of the Beltway. This is live. You're looking at pictures right above me. South Beltway at MLK, where the rain is blinding and the wind is blowing. And again, right where we have that little bit of a notch in that demarcation between the greens and the reds, that's where we've got rotation. Barry Rose Road, Hughes Road, right there in the heart of Pearland. That's where the rotation is.
Yeah, I took off the polygon so we could see it a little more clearly, David, but here's some streets where Veterans Drive, where we are seeing the strongest indication that a tornado is present, okay? You need to be in your safe place right now. McCard Road, Hughes Road, it is just to your east, or just to your west right now, so keep that in mind, moving quickly to the east. David, I want to check in on our product, our correlation coefficient, to see.
Let's see if we got a debris ball.
We don't, that's very good sign.
Yep.
It's a very good sign. So if in fact there was a tornado, let's in fact pull it back a little bit and see if we did see anything. I don't see anything really there that was showing me that there would be a debris signature, but we did have visual confirmation of a tornado being present there. Where it is most likely located is right up in here, that little inflow pinch you see near McCard Road, north of Pearland Parkway there.
And remember, this was sighted a few minutes ago. It may have lifted. The tornado itself may have lifted by now. But this is the type of system where we can be sitting here and then in another moment it drops another tornado, and that's why the tornado warning stays in effect. This part of the Doppler radar helps us to see rotation inside the storm. What we're seeing, that type of a signature, most likely indicating straight line winds. But every now and then, those straight line winds, you'll get just a little bit of a buckle, a little bit of a curve. That's right where Tim right now is updating those wind speeds. And that's where you can get twist in this type of atmosphere that has twist at the surface and then energy aloft that's just allowing the rapidly rising of column of air to just accelerate straight up. So rising, twisting air, and you'll get these tornadoes to pop up.
Yeah, and aside from this, David, really anywhere north of the city, it's pretty quiet right now. Well, not quiet. We've got lots of rain and lots of thunder, but all the severe activity is like we had thought it would be, south of I-10, at least for the time being, with a tornado warning there and a severe thunder.
One of the things I'm really happy to see is that we don't have flash flood warnings, but even as I say that, so just above me, those pictures are live from downtown, where the drainage system it's doing its job, but it is struggling as water just fires out of the manhole covers. That is drainage. That is water from the street going through the drainage system, racing toward, that'll be racing toward Buffalo Bayou. which eventually is going to race toward downtown. But that's the water trying to get to Buffalo Bayou. There's so much of it in the sewer system and drainage system right now that it's bubbling out. Again, that's the drainage system, the water firing out of there. So we've had enough rain to cause that. But Tim, it looks like this line is now moving. So as far as the flash flooding concern, we're getting street ponding and street flooding. It's a nuisance and it's dangerous. But at the moment, it's not getting into homes, and I'm grateful for that.
Right. You know, back to our tornado warning here. The circulation in question is just about to cross the Gulf Freeway.
Yeah.
So here we are, Sam Houston Tollway, just north of the center of that circulation. There is Gulf Freeway. We're about couple minutes away. There's the updated one. Notice it does not have that white outline.
Yeah, they're going on the notch right now, and no one has spotted it, but just that little notch, that little demarcation in that line is enough to suggest we've got the possibility of a tornado. So that's right there, Gulf Freeway at Beltway 8 on the south side. That's where it's about to cross.
Yeah, and look at how much ground it's really covered. It is cruising, moving at 45 to 50 miles an hour. This most recent edition of this tornado warning includes Brazoria and portions of far southern Harris. For until 2:30, so about another 11 minutes. And since we're kind of still seeing this have a pretty good notch, it may again be cycling like we've seen it before. I mean, there were reports of it just to the south of Highway 6 on the ground. It was observed there. Then it lifted and over where it just was over Pearland, another report of it touching back down. So it may be skipping along, lifting up and then putting back down, because that's still a pretty healthy inflow signature there right over the Sam Houston Tollway.
Yeah, and there's the notch. There's the possible rotation.
Yeah,
so Beamer Road, where it crosses the south side of the Sam Houston Parkway, Beltway 8 at I-45. Take cover, interior room of your home, away from windows, on the first floor of your business or home is the safest place to be. You say Fuqua Street's in there, just where it crosses I-45 on the South Freeway at Beltway 8. That's where this potentially tornadic thunderstorm is moving through. I'll put an arrow in here to show you the direction. Again, this is racing to the east-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So, Tim, this is going to cross the Gulf Freeway where it meets the Beltway on the southeast side, and then cross over Highway 3. This is heading not too far from Space Center Boulevard and Ellington Field eventually.
Yeah, and oh, look at that new
Look
update.
at how rapidly this is moving.
Racing through.
Wow.
But now still a very healthy signature right near Strawberry Road, right along Highway 3.
So Genoa, it's right over the top of you.
Look at that.
Heading toward Burke Road, Spencer Highway. This is...
debris signature.
Look at that. Yeah, there's your debris. See that right over Genoa. So what this display is telling us is that little leaves and dust and sand and perhaps some broken branches have been caught up and picked up by the circulation, and the radar can see those. And it gives us this little display. It's called a debris ball, and that's literally what it is, debris being picked up by a tornadic thunderstorm. And that spot right in the middle over Genoa suggests very strongly that we've got debris, and that indicates there could be some damage there.
Yeah, this could very well be a TDS, a tornado debris signature right over Highway 3 here. It is now pushed past. There's there it is, even more pronounced, David. Yeah. So this could be right back on the ground again. This is not good news. This is a more pronounced tornado debris signature here. It is raced to the northeast of the Gulf Freeway right now, just south of Pasadena. But this little notch here, notice it, what doesn't look like everything else? All this here is the radar picking up raindrops and potentially hail. When you get these anomalies in here, that's a signature of debris getting lofted, and may it be shingles, tree branches, pieces of home. That is a very pronounced signature there. We just got an update. It does not look like it has been an observed tornado, at least gotten into the Weather Service yet, but that would suggest that it may very well be.
So folks on the east side, Spencer Highway, neighborhoods of Golden Acres, that is heading in your direction. Again, this is the signature that you get when you actually have a look at how that is
absolutely causing, that is a, I would say that is a tornado on the ground right now.
And when we looked at the setup yesterday, the amount of energy in the atmosphere on the south side had the potential to do EF1s or EF2s. So EF2 tornadoes top out with winds of around 135 miles an hour. So that may very well be what we're looking at. That is a very enhanced couplet. That is a tornado signature by radar if there ever is one. And so folks on the southeast side, the southeast portion of the Beltway, Spencer Highway, just east of I-45, take cover in the Pasadena area as that is moving in your direction. Bottom floor of your home or business, first floor away from windows. Yeah, and let's try.
So it looks like, David, the verbiage from the Weather Service, tornado observed, tornado damage threat considerable.
Yeah.
Extremely dangerous tornado is located over southeastern South Belt Ellington, moving east at 45 miles per hour.
So folks in the Ellington Field area, again, South Belt at Ellington, take cover now in your safe room. This is the bottom floor of your home or business, away from windows, in a closet or in a bathroom is the safest place to be. You're surrounded by more framing of the home or the business, and you're away from windows. The broken glass is the most dangerous part of this. There's that debris ball. Let's put that track back up so we can let people know where that is headed and who needs to take cover next. Again, this is an active tornado warning for a confirmed tornado on the ground, racing northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So this reaches Faith Bible Baptist Church by 224. That's just in the next minute. Golden Acres by 224. Texas Chiropractic College reaches you by 224. So all those areas in just the next, really just now. Abshire Stadium at Deer Park High School by 226. Deer Park Elementary School in the path of this storm by 227. San Jacinto School by 228. And Link 5 within the next minute as well. All of those areas that I've just named off, you see them listed on your screen. Take cover now. Bring the kids into an interior hallway. If you've got classrooms that have windows, bring them away from those windows into the hallway. That's the safest place. Again, now that debris ball, that active tornado just south of Deer Park. You see near Golden Acres, Spencer Highway, just crossing the east side of the Beltway, east side of Beltway 8. This is south of Highway 225, but it is just now entering the Deer Park area,
there we go.
Crossing over Red Bluff Road. And again, this is
a confirmed tornado with the black outline.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
So that means we've got an active tornado on the ground. This is that same cell that we tracked since Fort Bend County, Tim, tracked it all the way across Brazoria County, and now it's finally developed. Let's get another storm track on there. So Deer Park, everybody in Deer Park, you need to take cover again. Get inside and take cover from this. The storm itself is racing northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. But there's Baytown, Deer Park. It's going to cross Highway 225 near East Boulevard here in just the next few minutes. There's the signature, the tornadic signature just south of Deer Park, crossing Spencer Highway now. Again, racing northeast, 35 to 40 miles an hour. Folks in the path, Abshire Stadium, that's Deer Park High School, Link 5, the power plant, which is going to be near the Deer Park area, Worcester, Baytown. This is moving in your direction. This is going to graze by LaPorte here in the next few minutes. Everybody, all these spots that I'm talking about, take cover. Interior room, in a closet. Bathroom is a good place to go as well. You want as much frame around you and as close to you as possible. An interior closet is the best way to go. And that is something that we don't see here too often, Tim, is a debris signature like that.
Right over Golden Acres. I mean, you're just to the southeast of Pasadena, right? So you've got this debris signature here, south of Pasadena Highway, okay? South of Deer Park, but it is racing in that general direction right now. This has been maintained now for several scans, so this is indicative of a tornado on the ground, lofting debris into the air and getting picked up on radar. Red Bluff Road. If that sounds like a familiar road to you and you live near there, you need to seek shelter immediately. This tornado is right on top of you. Golden Acres area. As you get on, let's put some more streets on here because this is a more populated area too. We're looking at McDermott Street. If you're just to the southeast here of Canterbury Court, P Street, Abbey Lane, East Pasadena Boulevard. This debris signature with a confirmed tornado is lifting in your direction at a very fast pace. We do not have the luxury of a big lead time. This is coming your way in minutes, and it's confirmed with a debris signature here and the Weather Service observations showing that there is a tornado moving through this area at this moment.
Just another piece of evidence, the power outages right there, I-45 and Beltway 8, the Gulf Freeway, have spiked here in just the past few minutes, indicating that indeed we've got some level of tornado moving through that area right now and racing there there toward the Deer Park area. Link 5 right
There's
now.
the new one, Link 5.
Yeah, just going to be right on top of you right now. So that's East Boulevard at Highway 225. And in fact, you're looking at a live picture. That's the LaPorte, that's the Baytown East Freeway, Highway 225 near Deer Park, which has blinding rain right now.
And just look at this. It's almost like the circulation is now very, very dominant just to the south of Deer Park there. And there is, I believe that's what, 225?
Yeah.
Just south of there, about to cross it. This is a very prominent feature here on velocity signature and certainly correlates with a tornado moving on the ground that has been kind of hopscotching for the last couple of hours. And has now been on the ground for at least the last 5 minutes, moving very, very quickly. Independence Parkway, it's headed towards you and eventually towards Cody, Bayway Drive, Channelview area. Probably going to pass south of Channelview, but man, it's moving quickly and will be heading into Liberty County soon.
So Baytown, heads up. This is moving in your direction very rapidly. In fact, this is forecast to reach Baytown by 2:37. So here in just the next 9 minutes, the storm could be right on top of you in Baytown. And again, this is a storm, if you're just joining us, that has a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Hey, David, I want to interrupt you really quick.
Yeah.
The Weather Service said the tornado observed tornado damage threat catastrophic. They used that word for this tornado damage catastrophic in this area. Deer Park area right now, this is not a game. Get to your safe place right now. If you're anywhere south of I-10 in Liberty County, Baytown, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is streaming your way and has caused a lot of damage so far south of Deer Park.
So between Deer Park and Baytown, this is what we're talking about. Right now, get to your safe place, a closet, a first floor closet, a first floor bathroom, first floor small room. Because again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground that has the potential to, as the Weather Service has stated, do catastrophic damage to homes and businesses and structures. Again, between Deer Park and Baytown. And so that camera is from Space Center looking toward Deer Park. Tim, do you see that?
Yeah, that could very well be. I see a report here of a spotter saying a large tornado crossed Highway 8. And did cause damage to structure. So this must have been a little while ago when it crossed Highway 8, but it's been cruising and it's been on the ground ever since.
Can we take that camera full? Can we just take that full for a minute? It's difficult to see. That may be rain-wrapped.
Rain-wrapped, yep.
Rain-wrapped tornado on the ground. Again, this is looking from Space Center Houston up toward the Deer Park and Baytown area. That's the lowering of the cloud base. That's where we would expect the tornado to be. As we just heard a report, as it crossed over the east side of the Beltway, it did some damage as it did that, moved through Deer Park. We go back to the radar and you can see right in the middle that bright green and white. That is our debris ball that this active tornado on the ground between Deer Park and Baytown, racing east at about 40-45 miles an hour, is producing damage, and you need to take shelter immediately.
David, the debris ball has passed over 225. It's taking aim at Lynchburg, over to Cody and Worcester. If you live in these areas, get to your safe place now. This is a large, damaging tornado on the ground, lifting to the northeast towards Lynchburg at a very fast speed, 45 to 50 miles per hour. Right along there right now, Independence Parkway, that debris signature is right over you. So likely the tornado is probably right here now. The debris signature lags a little bit as it gets lofted into the air and gets picked up by the radar scan. But Link 5, north of 225, Independence Parkway South, this is a dominant debris ball, a TDS, a tornado debris signature, indicative of a tornado, damaging tornado on the ground moving through this area.
Yeah, moving right toward Muller Cutoff Road there, just to the east of Deer Park. Let's zoom out. That is a tremendous tornado signature. Look at that. So again, Baytown, if you can hear me, take cover now. This is heading right toward your community. Worcester to Baytown, Decker Road. This is racing. It's going to be right on top of you here in just the next few minutes. Again, this reaches Burnett School by 2:37, which is just in the next couple of minutes. Again, this is an observed tornado, a dangerous tornado, racing northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Again, reaches Worcester by 2:37, Travis School by 2:39, moving toward the Baytown area. Yeah, this is what it looks like coming over the Fred Hartman Bridge right now. Just blinding rain, and traffic is moving very slow as the wind is really beginning to pick up there.
Yeah, David, the latest here from the Weather Service, another report here, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Deer Park, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And this was 3-4 minutes ago.
Yeah. Again, let's update this storm track.
Let's look at the debris signature again and see how fast we're moving it. So still there, certainly present, southwest of Worcester. That's evident, not as dominant as it was earlier. Maybe it's lifting. We'll see.
You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, Worcester, Baytown, Decker Road, north of Baytown. That's where this storm is headed. You need to take cover immediately in the Baytown area right now. As the storm is racing in your direction at 45, you really literally have just about no time now to take cover from this. Again, this is not just a radar indicated tornado. This is a confirmed damaging tornado. It has already done damage. It continues to do damage. It is on the ground, now racing east of Deer Park. It moved through Deer Park, now east of Deer Park, moving toward the Baytown area, in particular the Burnett School near Decker Road, just to the north and west of Baytown. It is racing in your direction right now.
Yeah, David, it looks like it's still very, very put together, and I don't see it at least initiating a cycling anytime soon.
Nope.
I mean, this thing is just rocking and rolling. We've got Crosby Lynchburg Road here. Worcester, it's pretty much on top of you now. So if you've been watching, I really hope you're in your safe spot right now. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. Many folks don't have basements. You don't need one. Just go to the lowest level, away from windows. If you have a bicycle helmet, you have kids are at school, grab their helmets, put them on. Anything to have on your head to protect your head from flying debris with a confirmed large tornado, destructive. Weather Service verbiage on this was catastrophic damage, okay? Take that seriously. Moving on off towards Worcester and Cody area, here is I-10. Then we're starting to get into Liberty County. This is holding together for a while now. We'll see, let's change it up and see the correlation coefficient. It's debris signature, which has been really the telling sign. This is what we picked up on before the warning was even initiated. Here's what's left of it. So showing that it's not as big or as pronounced as it was earlier is encouraging. By no means let your guard down towards Cody or Lynchburg or Highlands. This is still heading in your direction. It could certainly be cycling, lift up, and drop another tornado to the ground. Not outside of the realm of possibility, but these are the areas that need to be in their safe place right now and seeking shelter. I-10, if our radio partners are warning you of this tornado warning right now, you need to get off the road and get somewhere safe. Go into a fast food joint, a gas station that will offer you shelter. Do not stop under underpasses. Do not do that. Get clear off the roadways and find a safe place there. Burnett School, there's our debris signature, although not as pronounced as earlier. It is still present, and we still have likely a tornado on the ground.
So live shot, that's the East Freeway at Cedar Lane, where the rain is coming down. It is very windy. And again, tracking this storm as it races off to the east between Cody and Baytown. That's where you need to be taking cover right now. This storm is going to pass right near Cody, maybe past just north of Baytown, but there's the storm track on it. Burnett School here at 237, Worcester by 237, Goose Creek Alternative School reaches you by 239, Cody by 240, and then Baytown by 243. So just within the next few minutes, it's just on top of you. And then Eldon, and if it holds together, Mont Bellevue. This is moving in your direction. Mont Bellevue by 250. If you're in the Mont Bellevue area, identify your safe spot, an interior closet, an interior room on the first floor away from windows of your home or business. And as Tim mentioned, bicycle helmets work. They help to protect from flying debris. Putting on shoes with a sturdy sole also work, because experience has shown that if a tornado does damage your business or your home, as it passes through, hopefully you're not hurt, but having on shoes with a sturdy sole, there are going to be nails and debris and broken glass, and this is just one more thing that can help protect you in the aftermath after the storm passes through. So
the debris signature here.
Yeah, so we're just getting an update on power outages. let's see, customers affected right now up to 80,000. So indeed, we've had that spike of power outages, Tim, that we've been waiting to see. Just one more confirmation that this tornado is doing damage.
Yeah, here's what's left of our TDS, our tornado debris signature, just to the east of Worcester. It is lifting generally in the direction of KHOU. So even though the debris signature is not as pronounced as it was, it is likely still lofting debris into the air, or it's heading over open fields of land. So keep that in mind there as it's heading towards I-10. It's had a history of destruction in this area here, Worcester area, Bayway Drive. This is all moving in your direction. Decker Drive here. Here's KHOU. Here's I-10. East Wallsville Road. Any of these roads sound familiar to you if you live close to them? Go to your safe place right now. This is an ongoing tornado emergency in this area. KHOU right now, just south of you, heading in your direction at this moment over Decker Drive. David, can we switch up to velocities and see how that's looking? Because it may very well still be on the ground. This is not the best signature I've seen to the east or west of Baytown, but it is certainly still there.
Yeah, you made a good point. It may be moving over open ground.
So there it is.
Or perhaps it's beginning to weaken.
Yeah, let me go ahead and take the warning off so we can see below it. So here's out by the KHOU area.
Still a pretty good signature.
Yeah, still,
right there over Worcester, between Worcester and KHOU.
Yeah, so you've got these winds. So now we're oriented that our radar site is to the southwest of the storm. Okay, so these are winds racing away, and these are winds heading towards the radar site. So we're getting that spin through the KHOU area. This is now just south of I-10, south of McNair, right over Worcester, likely just blew through Worcester, headed towards Katy. That signature is still very, very dangerous and still very worrisome, considering it's been an observed tornado causing a lot of destruction on the ground there. Towards the KHOU area, you got minutes to get to your safe place right now, and then heading pretty much along and south of the east highway, the Eastern Freeway there, I-10, towards West Cedar Bayou Lynchburg Road.
Cedar Bayou Lynchburg Road, just east of KHOU. That's where it's headed. So anybody between KHOU and Baytown, take cover right now. It looks like it's just crossing over the East Freeway there, just south of I-10.
So it looks like.
Okay. So
it says there's a tornado that was located over northwestern Baytown.
Yeah.
A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado in that location. So exactly here's Baytown, and here's where that location is. So yeah.
Take cover in Baytown. Take this seriously. If you're just hearing this, if you're just getting an update right now, it is time to take cover from a large tornado on the ground between Baytown and KHOU. So our circulation is right in here, right over Decker Road right now. The storm racing to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So Eldon, Mont Bellevue, now is the time. You've just got a few minutes before this large damaging tornado on the ground between KHOU and Baytown, just on the northwest side of Baytown, heads in your direction. If this holds together, it's going to reach Eldon and Mont Bellevue here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And you're going to want to take cover on an interior room of your home, away from windows, first floor, closet. Interior room is the best place you could possibly get for this type of tornado. You want to be on the ground, on your first floor. Let's put another storm track on this, get a timing of this as it approaches from the south and from the southwest, racing northeast at about, Eldon, Mont Bellevue, and Old River Winfrey, 247, 250, and 254 are the timing. So Mont Bellevue, 250. So you've got about 9 minutes, Mont Bellevue, before this, what has been a destructive tornado, a tornado on the ground, confirmed tornado on the ground, crosses I-10 and then moves into northern Chambers and southern Liberty County, and it potentially can do damage there. And I see you looking for the debris signature.
I'm not seeing it, which is good, but again, it could very well be moving over open land.
Yeah, it doesn't guarantee that the tornado's gone. We're still seeing that signature on our velocity scan. It doesn't look quite as organized.
Right, a little broader. So again, this has been the go-to for the MO of this cell. Cycling. It started around Siena in Fort Bend County, then lifted north, put down another tornado near Pearland, lifted back up, and this has been so far what looks to possibly be the most destructive.
So Mont Bellevue, tornado warning For Mont Belvieu, the storm is heading in your direction. It will be there in about 5 minutes. Mont Belvieu area, take cover now. An interior room, a closet on the first floor, or a small bathroom on the first floor is the best place to be. You're away from windows, from flying debris. You're protected by as much frame of the home as possible. Hopefully interior, you want to get away from exterior walls, as this has been a history of being a damaging large tornado. We are efforting crews on the ground and pics to get pics of damage if there is any. Our crews are all headed that way right now to get pics. But right now is just the time to take cover and take this very seriously. Again, between Cody and now heading toward Mont Belvieu, take cover now. A tornado is heading in your direction. Take cover in an interior room, first floor, away from windows. I can't say this enough. Here's the timing of the arrival. It's just near San Jacinto Mall right now. Moving toward Eldon, Mont Belvieu reaches you by 2:51, so that's in 8 minutes. Barbers Hill High School Stadium reaches you by 2:53. Old River Winfrey by 2:56. Winfrey School 2:56, and Moss Bluff by 3:03. So all of this within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, Weather Service indicates that this has been a tornado on the ground doing damage, Tim.
Yeah, they just put an update to this warning saying now it is radar indicated, so there's no longer the ground confirmation. So our thought that it may be cycling and has lifted seems to be happening, and that debris signature being absent now is a good sign and kind of verifies this. So it says radar indicated. We still have the tornado warning up for another 16 minutes, and it says at 2:43 a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over northwestern Baytown, moving northeast at 35.
I'm very glad to hear that. What it means is this system may be weakening. It may be weakening, and that's what Tim and I have been seeing on the display as the debris signature began to shrink. And now that particular couplet looks a little more ragged, Tim. All indications confirming what the Weather Service now has just put out, which is that this may not be a tornado on the ground anymore. It may have lifted, and the circulation may have been disrupted enough to stop the tornadic activity.
Yeah, so let's step back and show you what else is going on. Now that I wouldn't say things have really improved in that tornado warning, but at least we now don't have an observed one on the ground. There is a lot of action going on here from northeast to southwest. Our line is very, very dominant. Plenty of thunder and lightning here. Tons of rainfall. If you haven't been under any warning at all today, you still have had to deal with the heavy rain. That is area wide. Where we get the spin-ups of tornadoes, where we get the gusty winds, and where we get the flash flooding will be few and far in between, but they will be happening. They have been happening. And this most recent tornado emergency that moved through east of the city is really something to tell you that this atmosphere is primed. And when you get the conditions just right, it can put down a large damaging tornado, and this is the cell that just did that to the south and southwest. This is what remains. We still have a velocity signature. There is still a tornado warning for another 15 minutes right over I-10. This is radar indicated now, meaning the tornado that was on the ground has lifted back up into the cloud base. Still plenty of rotation in the cell itself, and it's not outside the realm of possibility that this cycles again and puts down another tornado as it heads into Liberty County.
All right, and when Tim says cycle, we've seen this today with several of the storms. They've tightened up, produced a tornado signature, and then they weaken only to tighten up again.
Yeah.
So in Mont Belvieu, although at the moment this is radar indicated, take cover now. Take this seriously. Highway 146 through Mont Belvieu, north of I-10. Take cover in your safe place now and let this move through. It's only going to take a few minutes to move through, and then you can come back out. But get in the safe place now in the Mont Belvieu area to stay safe from what could potentially be a tornado, although it looks like that signature is beginning to become a little more disorganized.
Yeah, still some pretty interesting wind speeds here. You got 70 mile-an-hour winds being clocked here. This is from the base of a radar that is not all that terribly far to the southwest here. You saw the radar beam. There it is right there south of League City. So we're shooting it out from a distance of, let's see, we're about 25 miles, less than 25 miles away. So that's a decent distance, but still giving us a pretty good indication of what the winds may be mixing down to the ground. So some of these numbers here, 70 miles an hour, I could see these reaching the ground. You're still in a tornado warned cell. You're getting the gusty winds. These are severe in nature thunderstorms. So 58 mile an hour winds or greater are here and are happening. But this is just what's being sampled a little bit off the ground, that with the heavy rain that you can see here on our radar scan, that rainfall that's coming down near Mount Bellevue of over nearly 2.5 inches an hour. So it's very heavy rain, and anything that is here, and I worry that the tornado that just moved through, the damaging tornado, that was rain wrapped. Although it looks like we may have been able to see that from our sky view. I'm not sure if that's what it was, but certainly it was rain wrapped and hard to see.
Tim, just looking at more evidence that this may indeed have lifted, as I look at power outages, the map, we've got a bullseye of 43,000 new power outages just south of Pasadena. That was when we had our tightest, most bold tornado signature, and that's when we had reports of this damaging tornado on the ground. As I look right now for power outages, as we look up toward Mont Bellevue and near Baytown, only getting a few thousand without power. So hopefully that tornado did and has indeed lifted, at least for the moment. But in Mont Bellevue, I would urge you to go ahead and take cover from this system that has the potential to continue to produce a tornado until it finally exits to the area, exits off to the east. There is one more cell that I do want us to take a look at. I was curious about that thunderstorm cell further to the south to see if it is beginning to develop. Yeah, that looks linear. Just take a quick look in here. You know, there might be a little bit right there. There's a lot of lightning with this storm near Santa Fe.
I don't see it.
Maybe I'm just seeing something right here.
I don't.
Yeah. A lot of lightning with that. So far, nothing warned. We'll continue to monitor that as well. But for the moment, it looks like that system just off toward Baytown continues to be the one that we're monitoring, but also it looks like it is weakening a little bit.
David, we have reports, a tweet from the Pasadena Police Department saying that a tornado touched down. Read that again for me. Southeast side of the city, and police are assisting at this time. So confirmed tornado. And I want to talk a second about that, David, because I was just reading, and when I said earlier this was a tornado emergency, that's not something that we say often. In fact, this was the first tornado emergency issued by our Weather Service office since the product was started in 2016. So it hasn't been used. All right, this is only reserved for when it's catastrophic damage being caused by a powerful tornado. And it looks to be that we saw that. This is what remains of that circulation that's still intact, that is moving north of Mount Bellevue at this time, which is why we're watching this like a hawk to see if it cycles and puts down another tornado. This cell has produced 3 out through Siena, then through Pearland, then through Pasadena. And now it's moved over I-10 and lifting to the north-northeast relatively fast. So it's still in our viewing area, still got to go through Liberty. It is moving into somewhat of an environment that's less conducive as it gets farther and farther north and gains latitude. But nonetheless, it's a dangerous cell to watch. And for now, it's a radar-indicated tornado, which is why the warning's on it for another 10 minutes.
And that may be what we're seeing is it's finally moved further to the north. It's moving out of that area that has much more energy in it. The further north it gets, the weaker the system is that can support tornadic activity. Mont Bellevue, if there is a circulation, it's right over you. Mont Bellevue Highway 146. It is moving northeast at 45. So Old River Winfrey Church. You are in the path of this system, arriving there in the next 4 minutes. Moss Bluff arriving by 3 o'clock. Mount Zion School arriving there around 3:02. So again, active tornado warning continues in effect for now, moving into portions of southeast Liberty County as the system races northeast at 45 miles an hour. And Tim, that signature continues to look a little bit more ragged. I'm cautiously optimistic, but still, we're still getting enough of a signature there. There's still some rotation aloft.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these winds out on the eastern side of the tornado polygon towards Moss Bluff. I mean, Moss Bluff's not even under the warning yet, and winds at least aloft are gusting to 70 miles an hour. The Bellevue area, let's see if we can get some of these ones, 76. So again, that could be sampled from the overall circulation of what's radar indicated as a funnel. But right over there, right along 146, Texas 146, it is a very, very windy afternoon.
Well,
Mount
and that's
Bellevue.
not very far away from the radar site, so we're
Right.
not talking about winds that are too far removed from the surface. So what happens is when you get the rain and you have strong winds that are maybe 1,000 feet above the surface, where it rains, it literally can pull those winds down to the surface. You get those straight line winds, then they lift back up, but that can obviously cause damage along with the circulation. That still looks like a little bit of a circulation signature, but also to the north there's another one. It may be becoming a little more confused, the circulation itself.
And you know, wow,
Okay.
Pasadena overturned trucks.
Yeah, Beltway 8 in Fairmont. Beltway 8 in Fairmont reports of overturned trucks. That's by Pasadena police. That's on the east side. That was just within the last 15 minutes.
And David, our debris tracker here, thankfully, I don't see anything. This looks like just a signature of the radar beam. I don't think this is any sort of debris at all. But this has been such a helpful product.
Yeah.
Today, we had lead time on tornado warnings before they were issued, because looking at this product, what this is this a radar product that takes a scan of the area, takes it all in, all the data, puts it on a table, and then says, okay, what here doesn't match with everything else? And what I mean by that is because you've got predominantly maroon colors here, and that is the radar saying, we know what this is. These are raindrops. These are hydrometeors. These are either hail pellets or raindrops. But when you get signatures that are different in color and don't match the surrounding area, that's an indication that the radar's like, not sure what this is. We're going to put the signal out and say, hey, take a look at this, and the brighter colors it uses, the more attention it's trying to attract. And we saw a debris signature here that was very, very pronounced. Even if you go a little farther back, David, I mean, it was a very large debris signature north of Golden Acres.
This is where it really popped.
Yeah, and that is what screamed to us. This is what popped the tornado emergency from the National Weather Service, and it lifted up through, and this is where it currently is. Notice there is no signature there.
So
that's good.
So at this point right here, this was at 2:27. And a little bit later on, we can move forward in time. We still had a debris ball being indicated here northwest of LaPorte at 2:32 in the middle circle. Still a little debris ball near Baytown, just north and west of Baytown. And now that has vanished. We no longer see that. So that is why we are saying we're cautiously optimistic that this tornado has indeed lifted.
And the tornado warning itself is only up for another 6 minutes until the top of the hour. So we'll see if they let it expire. I mean, the velocity signature on it is still pretty, it can go either way. It can start to disperse, or it can try to, consolidate again.
It's looking much more disrupted.
Yeah.
It really is.
More rough.
I really like what I'm seeing here.
That's good.
I'm
That's
very
good
glad
sign.
to see that. I'm very concerned as to what type of damage this has done.
Yeah, let's put another storm track on this, on where the center of the velocities are. Right near Mount Bellevue. We'll put it up here.
Yeah, if there is a circulation, it's still racing northeast. So again, Moss Bluff by 3:05 here in just 10 minutes. Reaches Old River Winfrey in just the next couple of minutes, and then off into Liberty County. Okay, and Reka has been tracking the power outages. And Reka, unfortunately, we did get a spike in power outages as this tornado did some damage on the east side.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, like you said, where we're seeing the power outages here. Let's look at the east side now. So I want to give you the general number first. 91,000 customers affected, according to CenterPoint Energy's outage tracker. And we're seeing them on the east side, the southeast side. You've got 62,000 people in the Pasadena area. And then you go further down south near Pearland. You've got a combined 6,000 people there without power. So that is where you guys are tracking the most tornadic activity, and that is where people are seeing those power outages, likely due to the high wind in the area, but definitely not looking good there. So we're seeing that big jump. I want to say about an hour ago when I was on, I think we had about 30,000 people who are without power, 30,000 businesses and customers without power. Again, that number jumping to 90,000 now. That number could definitely rise. But again, as you mentioned, most of the activity that we're seeing with these power outages on the southeast side. We are seeing some power that's out in the Houston area. We've got a couple folks on the south side, about 3,000 people here on the southeast side off of 59. Again, these were the earlier first reported power outages, I should say, we were seeing all of the activity in this area. Now it has shifted again, the southeast side near Pasadena. Taking a look at the bigger picture, 48,000 folks. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit more. Bear with me here as we take a look. Right off the Gulf Freeway down here, South Houston area, 22,000 folks without power right now. And as we shift over east, Beltway 8, about 16,000 in the Deer Park area. This is the area that you were mentioning earlier. So if we take a look at all of this, all of these folks now experiencing power outages, again, as we see that severe weather go through there. So this is just an update, again, from the CenterPoint Power Outage Tracker. We're going to keep our eyes on this because obviously the number has jumped significantly. A lot of folks without power right now, a lot of folks, as you are warning them to take shelter. So we're going to keep track of this. Again, you can check this on our website for power outages on KHOU.com. We've got a live tracker there, but folks on the southeast side definitely without power at this moment.
Well, Rekha, today those power outage updates have literally helped us track tornadoes across Harris County and southeast Texas because of that. Thank you so much. Tim, this line of storms continues to race east. We've had an update. It looks like they're going to let that tornado warning expire.
That's right. Our lone tornado warning that was up for portions of Harris and out into Liberty and Northern Chambers is going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes. So at 3 o'clock, this is good because that's the cell that's put down 3 tornadoes as it moved across from the southwest to the north and east. Right now, everywhere else, I would say areas from Katy points west, you're in the clear. You're still dealing with some flooding and some remaining water on roadways, but any severe threat is quickly coming to an end in areas west of the city. You can see where the action is now, mainly to the east along I-10. We've got tons of lightning through Liberty, down south of the Gulf Freeway towards Galveston. Look at these 900 strikes in the last 10 minutes. So very strong storms still, and there's the potential as these move through Galveston and Chambers County and potentially even into southern Liberty, and we see more tornado warnings as a result. Look at the amount of lightning right over the Gulf Freeway from League City down to Bayou Vista, Galveston on the island. Right now, no rain on the island, but you head just inland and there's plenty of rain, thunder, and lightning there for you. 333 strikes just in this area, David. That is an interesting storm.
It's a full strobe light effect down here for sure. You want to take cover from this as well. Even though it's not severe, you could get wind gusts 40 to 50 here easily. Santa Fe to Bay Cliff to Hitchcock, Lamarck, Texas City, Bayou Vista. And this is going to be coming across the causeway to Galveston Island pretty quickly here and bringing some very strong and gusty wind. I am curious about looking inside this storm because this is an area where, look at this. What a perfect example. So this is not tornadic, but this absolutely is producing straight line winds. Can you see how the reds
along the Gulf Freeway?
Just there. So you're getting straight line winds there that are just knocking on the door of Texas City, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, no doubt. But it's not tornadic, at least not at the moment. We don't see any type of buckling along that line.
Yeah. That's good, and this is going to be where we're going to need to watch for any little spin-ups like we were talking about earlier. One of those spin-ups turned out to be what we saw move through portions of Harris.
Well, this is why we stuck with this, because we watched that storm develop out of Wharton County. You know, we had Pat there giving us the update live, followed it into Fort Bend County. It wasn't severe, but you got to stick with it when you got this type of environment because, as we suspected, boom, it went tornadic. And unfortunately, I feel very bad about what may have happened on the east side, Pasadena to Baytown. We may have had significant damage there. Again, we are efforting crews to head to that area to check for damage and check for injuries and check on people. This storm, this line of storms is racing to the east, 45 to 50. Tim, this is going to be offshore in half an hour.
Yeah, it's racing.
So we will be done with our severe threat in a half hour, 45 minutes. But within that window, we're going to have to watch this like a hawk because we see that line, that straight line wind damage line. If we get a kink, we could get a tornado. So folks, Texas City, Galveston, Galveston Island, Bolivar Ferry, Bolivar Peninsula, Crystal Beach, watch this like a hawk with us. Be prepared to take cover if necessary. And you're going to see some very strong straight line winds come across the bay side of the islands and come across the coast here in the next just few minutes.
Yeah, this is an hour loop. Look at how quickly it's moving. It moved through almost all of Brazoria County and is now approaching, I'd say within 15 minutes, Galveston's going to see the downpours. hitting. And you look like the brunt of the lightning activity will be in Texas City and almost pushing due east from there and avoiding Galveston. Still some lightning, sure, but it looks like the center, the most concentrated lightning strikes is Texas City, moving towards the Bolivar Peninsula, and then eventually out of our area.
So this also looks like it's going to race across the bay. Tell you what, hold on just a second. Let me put a track on this entire line. We'll get a little better.
And you know what? It looks like there was another tornado warning issued up there.
There absolutely is. Yeah. Let me take the lightning off this real quick. Yeah, they've reissued for this. So just east of Mont Belvieu. Let's take a look inside real quick. Wallaceville.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's starting to tighten up again.
Yeah, we've had a little tighten up again. So again, east of Mont Belvieu, just north of I-10, Wallaceville. This is northern Chambers County, just near the border of Liberty County. You're now under a tornado warning there. Take cover, interior room of your home, away from windows, first floor. You want to get away from windows for potential flying and broken glass. Wallaceville area, take cover now. Hammaker area, take cover right now. This is going to cross Highway 61 just north of I-10 on the county line with Chambers and Liberty County over the next couple of minutes. Areas in the path of this: Boyd Pre-Kindergarten School by 320, which is here in just a couple of minutes, Devers, Felicia, and Nome. But again, Hammaker, this is racing toward you. It may pass just north of you, but you need to take cover now in your safe place. Interior room of home or business, first floor, away from windows, a closet or an interior bathroom, some sort of small interior room away from exterior walls is the place you want to be as safe as possible. This storm already has a history of producing a damaging tornado in east and southeast Harris County between Pasadena and Baytown. We have damage there, and we are efforting pictures and crews there right now. But again, this storm looks like it has tried to reform another tornado. This one looks like it may be radar indicated, Tim?
It is.
Okay, radar indicated. So again, we don't have a debris ball signature. What we have is a rotational signature that the radar is seeing. And because we know the system has already had a history of producing a tornado, we know we need to issue a warning right now. So again, this is moving into the southern portion of Liberty County, just on the northern side of Chambers County along I-10 east of Mont Belvieu.
And David, stability is building in. So here is now our notch where we're going to see any more severe weather develop today. This is where dew points are high enough, north of 60, bringing in the onshore Gulf moisture. Here is our cold front. Notice the wind shifting out of the northwest, drawing down dew points, much more stable air mass. Severe weather threat has been shut down in Sugar Land, shut down in Tomball, shut down in Conroe, points west of there. Yep. It's all clear for you. It's these areas that include far portions of eastern portions of Harris, out into Chambers, Galveston, southern Brazoria, Liberty, still under the gun here. This front's moving pretty quickly, so it'll be another hour, hour and a half until you're in the clear as well. Oh, looks like that's a confirmed tornado now.
Yep, confirmed tornado.
All right, let's get in on that over here.
So again, this is going to be northern Chambers County, southern Liberty County, the storm that produced a tornado between Pasadena and Baytown a little bit ago. It broke up for a little while, the circulation, and now the circulation has reformed. We have a confirmed tornado. This is going to be just along and north of I-10 in Chambers County. Hammaker, take cover now in your safe room.
There's a debris wall.
And look at the debris signature that has shown up again. This product has been so helpful in finding the location of these tornadoes and knowing when they actually begin to produce damage. So again, this past east of Mont Belvieu now, just south of Moss Bluff in Liberty County. This will be crossing Highway 61 very quickly. This is going to move just near Devers along Highway 90 east of Liberty in Liberty County in the next few minutes. So we are sitting here at 3:06 right now. By 3:11, this circulation reaches Shiloh Church. By 3:21, Boyd Pre-Kindergarten School. By 3:21, again reaching Devers. So that's just in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And
so here's what the Weather Service has said. Observed tornado at 3:04. Confirmed tornado located near Old River Winfrey, or 12 miles northeast of Beach City. Moving northeast at 45.
Yep. So southern, southeastern Liberty County, take cover now. We have an active tornado on the ground doing damage. We know that because of this display right here. That is a debris ball, a debris signature. That means the tornado has come down. It has broken up limbs and dust and leaves and perhaps, pieces of structures and lifted them into the air, and the radar can see that, and we can see it right here. So take cover right now. Moss Bluff, Devers, this is racing to the east. It's going to cross Highway 61 in southeastern Liberty County here very quickly. It's about to cross over FM 563 in southern and eastern Liberty County. There it is, crossing right there at the cross of FM 770 and FM 563.
Yeah, and this is just a prime example. When you get these strong cells that maintain their circulation for such a long time, they do something like hopscotching. They'll put down a tornado, it'll do its damage, it'll lift, it'll recirculate, it'll occlude itself, kind of choke itself off, and then gather more energy and do it all over again. So this cell, this would be the fourth time it's putting down a debris signature here. So here is Chambers County. Here's this county line, Chambers County, Liberty County. And there's not many roads out here. It's a sparsely populated area, but nonetheless, it's moving over a road, so likely causing damage to this road right now. And here's going to be 61. So it's still located to the west of there, south of Devers, moving in that direction towards Highway 90.
People in the path of this storm: Shiloh Church, Boyd Pre-Kindergarten School, Devers and Felicia. Reaches Shiloh Church at 3:08, which is about right now. Boyd Pre-Kindergarten at 3:18, so 10 minutes away. That's up on Highway 90 at the confluence of Highway 61. Folks at the Boyd Pre-Kindergarten School, now is the time to move kids to the hallways, the interior portion of the first floor of the school, interior portion of the first floor of your building, your home, or your business, away from as many windows as possible, as we have a confirmed tornado on the ground that we know is doing damage to some degree, as we can see the debris on the radar signature just north of Wallaceville, Hammaker, and east of Moss Bluff. It's about to cross over Highway 61. It will do so near Devers. And again, this is a tornado warning that will be in effect for at least the next
until 3:30.
Until 3:30, so at least almost the next half hour there. And that's where, and when you see the tornado warning with the white outline on it, that means we have a confirmed tornado, not just radar indicated, but we actually have had it spotted by professional storm spotters who know what they're looking for, and we know that it's the real deal. We need to take cover right now.
Absolutely, and let's see something we haven't checked on in a little while. If there's any hail associated with any of these cells. Not in that one particular, and we really haven't seen much. There are a few very weak returns here north of Texas City, which that storm is interesting. Look at the amount of lightning here.
Well, that's the one that I thought was going to be our next candidate to go severe, being that it's developing in that environment that has so much energy, but so far it's just been straight line wind damage. It might be worth, let me just put it up here. Let's just take a look and see. Yeah, that's, it's straight line. Is it trying to curly Q up over Galveston Bay a little bit?
It does look like that, yeah. Could be a little water spout developing there.
That's a good call. It could very well be a water spout trying to develop in there.
Interesting. So Galveston, so far today, you've been watching and seeing, when's it coming my way? You've had a few showers, some thunder showers here and there, but the main line itself is pretty much pushing in to your area in the next 30 minutes.
More than 100,000 customers in the area now without power.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big increase.
Yep. That's when you know you've got one on the ground doing damage.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I hate to see that.
Yeah, that definitely may be putting something in the bay there.
So if that is, that's going to be then moving into Chambers County here on the east side of the bay. Yeah, that looks suspicious. Smith Point, heads up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's moving northeast. Yeah, you see what we're looking at right here.
And see, in this type of situation, we've been using the debris tracker. We're over open water now, so we're not going to see any of that. This is a good product for that because you're over an area that there's not much friction with the land. It's over water, so you get the winds to really give more of a signature that you look for a tornado or a water spout in that case, moving in that general direction. So towards Double Bayou School, if it holds together. Sometimes when they develop as a water spout and they hit land, they fall apart. but I wouldn't bet on that with the way we've seen cells perform today. They've held together and kept their organization building over land. This would be the first one coming off of water, though.
Yeah, well, and to your point, quite often when you see a water spout develop, the moment it hits the beach, it falls apart.
Right.
But in this type of atmosphere, that may not be the case. This may indeed hold together. So folks in Maine, the portion of Chambers County, south of Anahuac, be prepared. We're monitoring that area over Galveston Bay very carefully. And again, this is our tornado warning. It looks like they've taken off the active.
Yeah, I'm seeing if there's an update here. Here we go. So now it's radar indicated.
Yeah.
It said a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 9 miles southeast of Ames.
So folks near Ames, southeastern Liberty County, take cover, interior room of your home, away from windows, first floor. This is the quickest, safest answer to where to go if you have a tornado moving toward you. I'm going to put up the velocity and let's see what we're looking like in here. Yeah, it's not nearly as pronounced. It looks more straight line winds and anything. So perfect example of how these tornadic thunderstorms with rotation aloft, they can strengthen, drop a tornado, do damage, and then just as quickly as they come, sort of break apart and lift back up. And that appears to be what's happened for the moment with this storm in southeastern Liberty County, but we still have an active tornado warning until 3:30 for southeastern Liberty County.
Right, so here's the overview. We have that one tornado warning. Back behind the line, of course, it brought a ton of rain. So flooding, rains, downpours, flash flood warning here, still up for portions of Fort Bend, Waller, and Wharton until 4 o'clock. So that's for standing water that's still there. No more rain coming your way. You've now seen the boundary push on through. A stable air mass is building on in, so all clear in places like Katy, Sugar Land, up towards Spring. The real headache here is going to be along this line. Now, the good news in all this, David, is here we are at 3:15. I think the evening commute should be okay.
Yeah.
With rainfall and blinding downpours causing delays and things like that. It should be mostly gone by that time, but nonetheless, you still got the damage left behind by what could have been multiple tornadoes today.
Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers for that people are safe from Pasadena to Baytown, where it looks like we had a big tornado touch down. And what I'm going to do here is just put a storm track on the line itself. And let's slow this down. It's moving at about 35. The whole line moving east at about 35 miles an hour. The individual storms racing northeast at 45. So here's what's left. As the storm races toward the coast, Chambers County, Galveston County. Galveston by 3:19, which is here in just the next couple of minutes. You can expect very strong straight line gusty winds. Bolivar Peninsula, it's got 3:33. It may reach you before that Bolivar Peninsula, Crystal Beach, Bolivar Ferry. And then it races off toward Beaumont by 3:56. And at that point, clearly, we will be done here in southeast Texas with our severe weather threat. So we've got about another half an hour or so to go for the immediate coast, Galveston Island, Texas City, Galveston Bay, the southeast portion, the body of Chambers County. We're monitoring you carefully as well, Bolivar Peninsula. Next half hour, 45 minutes. These are live pics from Galveston. Well, the wave action looks busy. A lot of wind energy coming across the bay and coming off the Gulf of Mexico right now. I believe that's where Jason Miles.
Warning.
Okay, severe thunderstorm warning. So that's just about to race across the bay and into Galveston Island and Bolivar Peninsula. You're now warned with a severe thunderstorm warning. So, Tim, it looks like at the minimum they're going to get these straight line winds of 40, 50, 60 miles an hour across the coast.
Oh, for sure. I mean, very heavy rain, blinding rain on the Gulf Freeway. This is a line of heavy winds. In fact, let's show you on velocities, because I bet it's showing some pretty, look at these numbers here. 50 miles per hour, 48 miles an hour, getting some 59. So that whole line along the actual squall line is pushing towards Galveston. So
and the problem is it's going over that open water.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, there's no friction.
Yeah.
So it accelerates over the open water. And so you can get particularly hard Bolivar Peninsula and Galveston Island by this.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, you've got plenty of rainfall. So some of these rainfall totals in here, or rainfall rates, 3-4 inches per hour, and I'm not seeing any hail. Maybe a little bit of hail north of Texas City to kind of misconstrue those numbers, but the rain is very, very heavy, and that's going to cause some ponding issues, some flooding problems too, potentially in those areas.
102,000 people without power. The bulk of that is in East Harris County between Pasadena and Baytown.
Wow.
1,000 strikes.
And you know, it's this line has, I mean, look at the positive. 700 compared to 300 negative. That ratio is very indicative of a strengthening line. So as this pushes into Louisiana, this is expected to have the energy still with it. Louisiana is going to be under the gun as we go through tonight. We're going to be done with it, but nonetheless showing it how long it holds on for.
Well, to your point, they've extended it and moved it into the southwest Louisiana along the Louisiana coast.
Yeah, and it's that level 3, which is quite rare for areas down to the coast. And we had that today. And it certainly is verified with widespread storms, lots of lightning and thunder, gusty winds, and likely confirmed tornadoes.
The
there
waves,
were many confirmed.
The live shot is from Saltwater Recon, South Jetty Park. Look at the wave action coming in. And it's just blind. That's the leading edge. That's the wind and the rain coming in right now.
Yeah, the gust front coming on out from the downdrafts.
I'm going to take a look at the velocity across the bay, see if we still have that rotation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we do. They haven't warned for it. What Tim and I are looking at is the potential for some rotation right here over the bay. That will be moving into Chambers County. So Chambers County, we're monitoring you. Get a little closer view. So Smith Point, that rotation is just to your north. On the western side of the, on the east side of the bay, western portions of Chambers County. I'm going to put a track on this. So this, you know, is this moving along with the line? I don't see this racing northeast.
Yeah, it looks like it might just be pushing due east.
Yeah, this looks like it's moving about due east. So if this were to continue east, this possible rotation, Pine Island School in Chambers County by 3:27 in about 9 minutes from now. And then reaching High Island and High Island Elementary by 3:43. So we're keeping an eye on you. A lot of times rotations like this, as we mentioned earlier, will fall apart as they go across the bay and onto the land. But Chambers County, it's something that we're monitoring for you.
You know, now that we're starting to see the line push towards Galveston and offshore, let's look back on just how much rain a lot of these areas saw. So I'd say the last 6 hours, since 9 a.m., we've been dealing with the rain. I mean, listen, this is obviously going to update as the line comes on through, but a large swath from south of I-10 west of Katy to Conroe to Cleveland out into northern Liberty County, 6, 7, 8 inches radar estimated rainfall, which is quite something.
I'm going to pull up the Harris County flood warning system and see what the rain gauges say.
And this is what we're left with still. I mean, look at that. Now it's Boeing, David, so they got another severe thunderstorm warning, but this is outside of our viewing area. This is on the border of Chambers and Liberty, headed towards Beaumont.
Yeah, Beaumont, they better batten down the hatches, and I'm sure they have. They've been watching this whole system set up as well, and they are monitoring it. They're in for a bumpy ride here in the next hour in Jefferson County.
Yeah, so one remaining severe thunderstorm warning in our area. There are 2 on the board here. This is just outside. This is just to the east of Chambers County and Liberty, and then down into Galveston and portions of Chambers as well, out into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Another severe thunderstorm warning is up until 4 o'clock. So we got another 40 minutes on this. Likely this will be discontinued because that line is racing to the south and southeast at around 45 to 50 miles an hour. So it'll be offshore, I think, by then. But nonetheless, this looks to be the last hurrah of this line dropping on through before it clears our area, because behind it, back to the west, a cold front is lifted on through, and that has brought in a much more stable air mass, drier air that these storms cannot use to deepen or strengthen.
You're showing it on the radar. Look at the saltwater recon cam down on the Galveston beaches.
Oh, yeah.
Just.
Wow.
Now,
dumping.
To be fair, we just saw a couple of joggers jogging down the beach in the rain.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just looking at rain totals, northwest Harris County, we were showing those highest rain totals. In the actual gauges, I'm seeing a lot of 4 to 5 inch totals out here. Nothing more than 4 to 5, 5.5 inches. But I do want to look at Little Cypress Creek. I'll give you a quick update on its elevation. Okay, hey, let's go ahead and take Samantha live. Samantha Humphrey, Chambers County PIO. Hi, Samantha. How are you guys doing? And how are the winds down there? And how are you holding up now in Chambers County?
We're doing all right. The winds are pretty high. The rain's pretty heavy. We're seeing a lot of activity as far as thunder and lightning goes. But we're okay right now.
good. You're going to see the worst of it here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. I expect you'll see wind gusts 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, but we're hoping that it's just straight line winds. That's what it looks like on radar. I would expect you're going to see some power outages, but if we can avoid a tornado spinning up, we can get this off the coast and you can start to clear out here in about 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay, yeah, we've definitely experienced some power outages here, especially in mid-county where that line seems to be moving through.
Yeah.
One of the schools here lost power. We've had some homes lose power, and even some county offices have lost power. We do have a report of a possibility of a tornado in our Old River area.
Yes.
Just kind of northwest. Looking in my situational awareness group, it has not touched down. There's no reports of the tornado actually touching down, but there have been quite a few auto accidents as people try to get home.
So we had reports of some trucks blown over or damaged near the Pasadena area, but we have not so far had any reports of any structure damage. We're kind of waiting on that, and we're sending our live crews in that direction right now. But that I'm very interested to hear that report that you just said, that although we had a tornado reported, they didn't report any damage near Old River Winfrey. Am I correct in saying that? Correct. Our reports are that it did not touch down on the ground. I do have reports of a tornado that did hit a building in Baytown off of Spur 330. That's not in my jurisdiction, but that's information that's been provided to our OEM office. So just in case you're hearing that for the first time, so Spur 330 near Baytown reports that you're passing on to me that a tornado did damage a structure near the Baytown area. That's the report that we're getting. Okay. And again, Baytown's not in my jurisdiction, but we do share a border, and so we try to communicate and share information as often as we're able to. I appreciate you sharing that with us so much, because we like you, we're just trying to gather information and then be the clearinghouse for information so everybody knows what's going on. Absolutely. Samantha, thank you so much for your time. Absolutely. Thank you guys for what you're doing as well. All right, hang in there. About another 45 minutes and you'll be in the clear.
Yeah, David, we've still got the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Chambers, portions of Galveston. Again, the line right here is just about to move over the island and push southeast and offshore. I want to go back and show you what the storm reports look like, because keep in mind the Weather Service puts these in, and they've obviously been just as busy as us, so not many are coming in yet. There is one tornado report that's out here south of Columbus. This was from our first tornado warning of the day, David, if you remember that. So a tornado report out by Eagle Lake, tornado viewed by a spotter, tree debris in the air. So that's interesting there. Yeah, let's go over to Lauren now, Tellerico. She's got some storm images to share with us. Lauren, what are they looking like across the area?
Well, there's significant damage, and you can see it here in these images. So this is Pasadena. I mean, here we go. Homes. You can see roofs ripped off, homes, siding ripped off, trees down. You can see all this debris. And this is not just that home. We're talking several homes in these neighborhoods. This is just a heavy rain that we're seeing. We've been talking about the flooding, of course, lots of flash flooding on roadways and neighborhoods. That, of course, has been happening all day long. You can see here on the Beltway, here is an 18-wheeler tipped over, apparently by high winds, possibly a tornado there. Then we've got more heavy rains, and again, flooding, street flooding. I want to get to some of the best video, the most recent video. First, the city of Pasadena, tornado damage in southeast Harris County, including Pasadena. This is from the city. They say avoid certain areas there. Power lines down all over Pasadena, so make sure you're being careful if you're driving around there. Don't walk out around the area if you don't need to, because of course down power lines are very dangerous. Here we go. This is what I wanted to get to these videos. So this person, Axel, says that he was in a tornado just now, or just saw this. You can see in the background here, this low cloud hanging. He's panning away from it here. But tons of emergency crews. Here we go. So much damage to these buildings here. Can you see that? all here. It looks like a line of damage, which is what, of course, David Paul and Tim Panjagis have been talking about. In Fort Bend County on I-69, the winds were so strong here that the signs just toppled over and were damaged. Of course, the blinding rain that Pat Kavlin has been going through, we're getting a lot of videos from folks here, but it's kind of hard to see. But he says he just drove through the circulation, and you can see in this video debris flying, and also just the low clouds swirling there. So must have been very scary to be driving through. Again, this is Pasadena as well. A lot of damage in Pasadena. Streets, I wish I could get back to that. This is a bank in Pasadena. You can see just a trail of debris here. Those branches are down, trees are down, roofs have ripped off, and this is just some of the video and the pictures that we're starting to see into the newsroom. If you can safely send us some, we'd love to see them. Of course, you know, we need you to help us tell the story, to help keep people safe, and to help you clean up. Okay, you can send them to us on our Near Me section on our website and through our app. It's so easy to do. But yeah, it's just so sad to see so many areas around Greater Houston dealing with so much damage already. And of course, Tim and David, they're continuing right now.
Yeah, the last of the line is now pushing out towards the southeast, so we should be wrapping things up. At least new damage reports shouldn't be coming in these areas until the next hour or so when things wind down. Good news here, the tornado watch that has been ongoing and still remains in effect until 6 p.m. in the areas in red has been dropped in Fort Bend over to Wharton, places like Waller, and as you get out towards Colorado, it's also been dropped. Also in Austin, no longer under a tornado watch in those areas. It is remaining in effect for Harris County, although I do expect that to be dropped pretty soon. Over in the Liberty, still remains a threat right along the immediate coast there, with the cold front not having quite reached there just yet. I want to read some damage reports for you now from Baytown. Wallaceville and Garth, there's a report of one home reporting damage. South Main and I-10, damage to a Valero station. Weaver, several building collapses and a structure fire. Baytown Nature Center, damage reported to several buildings there. Yolander and I-10, power lines down. Decker and Bayway, 6 power lines down. There are also reports of people trapped in these areas. They cannot confirm where those locations are, but that is unsettling there, that folks were in some of these structures as they sustained damage from what looked, from what we were seeing here, as a very powerful, dangerous, destructive tornado.
Yeah, it sounds like the Pasadena area has taken a very hard hit today. We have crews heading that way. We want to know that everybody is safe, and we want to know that everybody is rescued. And so we will be bringing that to you as quickly as possible. For the moment, it looks, Tim, like this is linear, straight line wind. They have that active tornado warning. That is now east of Liberty County, pushing toward the Beaumont area.
So this is the last of the active warnings in our area here, right out in Galveston.
Chambers County, Bolivar Peninsula, Galveston Island. It looks like from Jamaica Beach to downtown, you're going to get some very strong winds right now. You can see this is from Saltwater Recon, our live pics there. Look at the wave action in Galveston.
Yeah, and velocities here kind of coinciding with that. You've got the very pronounced line of strong winds that are now moving onto the island. Some of these numbers here over the open water are near 60 miles an hour. They're going to slam into land and cause some damage. I mean, that's why the warning is up. 58-mile-an-hour winds being sustained at the surface as this line blows through.
Hey, I'm monitoring the creeks and bayous. Looking at Spring Creek in North Harris County, where the watershed had a widespread 4 to 5 inches of rain. Upper Spring Creek, the bayou, the creek has reacted from 204 feet all the way up to 213 feet. It's only a foot below bank full, but the rain has ended there. So it looks like we're going to go to near bank full on Cypress Creek in northwest Harris County, southwest Montgomery County, and then begin to fall. Good. So it has stayed within its banks. Getting an update on Little Cypress Creek. It's doing basically the same thing. It's several feet below bank full. Yeah, we're going to go to Pat Kavlin. He's live in. These are pictures from Pasadena. This is from the weather tracker, and there is an over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've got an overturned. That is a mail truck.
Yeah, UPS truck.
Yeah, that's UPS. So again, Pasadena has taken a hard hit today with a confirmed tornado that has gone right through the community of Pasadena. This was about 45 minutes to an hour ago. And we're going to check back with that in just a little bit, but that's just another piece of damage, and we're getting reports that the driver is okay. Okay, we've got Jacob Hale on the phone. He's in Pasadena. Jacob, give me your location, give me a cross street, and let me know what you're seeing, Jacob, in Pasadena.
I am west of Red Bluff Road, north of Spencer Highway. I'm not sure of the exact crossroads because I'm passing through a neighborhood right now, but there's numerous trees down, roofs are peeled off, lots of debris and damage. It's making the roadway, much of the roadway, impassable.
Have you seen any? I assume you're seeing some emergency vehicles out there. Is anyone being rescued? Do you know of anybody who needs help? How have you heard of any injuries out there?
I have not seen or heard of any injuries myself, thankfully. Mainly, emergency vehicles are blocking off roadways that are impassable with trees, roof, and other damage.
Do you live in Pasadena?
No, I was just driving through the area.
Okay. I'm curious. You're seeing that roofs have been ripped off in some of these neighborhoods. Do you see any brick or wall damage?
No, it's mainly roof. Most of the brick walls are still intact. A lot of it is metal carports. That's most of the damage that I'm seeing, and shingles peeled off. So not total destruction, but definitely significant damage around here.
Well, thank you so much for your report. Again, live in Pasadena. That helps because that type of your description of the damage, the roofs being damaged, but the brick walls still intact. Tim, that speaks to about EF2 winds that peak at around 130, 135 miles an hour.
Yeah. And speaking of that, the Weather Service said they're going to dispatch survey crews first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So we'll get some confirmation by probably tomorrow afternoon of exactly what touched down there. They're going to do various things. It's called forensic meteorology, and they're going to go and dissect damage patterns and see exactly what happened, what certain wind speeds would cause damage to what, and gauge from that and radar data on what exactly touched down in those areas just to the east of Houston this afternoon.
By the way, we're monitoring an accident on the west loop at Old Katy Road. That's the TransStar shot that you see above us. So it looks like we've avoided the bayou flooding and the creek flooding, although they did react up there in northwest Harris County where we had the heaviest rain. We've got widespread tornado damage, looks like EF1, EF2 damage at this point through the Pasadena area. We continue to effort updates from there. We've got reports of roof damage on multiple homes in the Pasadena area. But from that report, at least that one, no reports of any major structural damage like walls down, just roof damage. That would suggest EF1, EF2 strength tornadoes. Those EF2s top out with winds of about 130, 135 miles an hour. This is where the strongest winds are right now, just racing across the coast. They're gusting 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. And Tim, that's an active severe thunderstorm warning for the coast right now.
Right, impacting Galveston and Chambers now. And it looks like Weather Service is transitioning to maritime warnings now, which means it's no longer going to be impacting land here within the next 20 minutes. The brunt of the strongest winds are right along this leading edge that's moving through Galveston now. The back edge is now pushed through League City. So back to the northwest of there, things are clearing on out. And to that regard, too, out in the Baytown area, Pasadena, that had that damage, now that the storms have passed, people are able to get out there and kind of assess damage. Now we're really going to start seeing the tweets and pictures coming on in and getting the dispatch reports and seeing the observations filled in here on the map later today.
So this is live. The images you're seeing, that's from Moody Gardens, where the leading edge of this last line of thunderstorms is racing through the coast with wind gusts 40, 50, 60 miles an hour under a severe thunderstorm warning there at Moody Gardens. This is just about over. This looks linear for the coast. It looks like the tornado threat is just about to end, I'm happy to say. Pasadena apparently now has taken a hard hit from a strong tornado. They've got damage. We're efforting pictures there. Lauren Tallarico is continuing to gather pictures and images from social media, but from what she has shown us, there's a lot of broken limbs, broken trees, We've had a live report from a gentleman on the ground who reports a lot of roof damage to homes in the Pasadena area. We've had our creeks in northwest Harris County come up to near bank full, Little Cypress and Cypress Creek and Spring Creek, but they've stayed within their banks. And that is about gets all the update that we've got right now.
Yeah, and we're going to wait for this severe thunderstorm warning to expire at 4. It'll likely bring most of the damaging winds and heavy rain offshore before then, but this is the last of the warnings.
Let's take a look at what Future Track says about the next couple of hours here. So here we are basically now.
Pretty good initialization too.
Exactly. So this is a computer model. It's not perfect. It thought the line would be right here at 3:30, and that's right about where it is, hitting Galveston, the leading edge. So it nailed it. And the leading edge of the bad stuff is gone. It's off the coast by 4.
And this is one of our in-house models, David, that has been very, very consistent on this scenario playing out for really the last 2 or 3 days. It's been timing-wise and severity-wise very much on top of it. So computer modeling, think of it as you will, but it's getting better and better by the year.
Well, and this also pointed out the threat for heaviest rain across northwest Harris County. At this time yesterday, we were looking at this model and thinking, are we going to have real flooding? And it was suggesting 3, 4, 5 inches. We looked at the flash flood indicators, looked like we could handle that, but just barely. We have indeed. That scenario has played out exactly as that model and the flash flood guidance suggested it would.
Here's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers, Galveston, and Liberty. So it's just now extending further up that line. That's still in the process of exiting to the south and east, just for some strong gusty winds. So here's velocity on it. And we do have some pockets in this warning here, out by Winnie, 60 miles per hour. You know, so there are some gusty winds in there. Over 58 miles an hour prompted a warning. So there we go.
Jason Miles is live in Galveston. Hi, Jason.
Hey there, yeah, we are live, taking a right onto Seawall Boulevard off 21st Street, right here at the Galvez Hotel. And I can tell you, for the first time, guys, we're seeing steady rain here in Galveston, thunder and lightning pretty much all day long. We've had some misty rain, light rain, and it appeared as if we even had sunshine trying its best to peek through the clouds a couple of hours ago at this point. But as you mentioned, the line of storms seem to be moving offshore as we speak over the island. And again, we're seeing rain, thunder, and lightning for the first time. We have seen a few people out on the beach today, not many. There is a red flag warning, meaning there is a rip current danger. The best thing to do is to stay out of that water and then stay off the beach at this point until this system is well offshore. So far, we have also not noticed any major issues down in the Strand area, which you know is prone to flooding when any heavy rain is combined with, say, a high tide. But we just came from that area, and so far it is free and clear of any potential problems. But again, we know those can arise rather rapidly in a system like this. But fortunately, this one seems to be moving fairly quickly. And looking toward my left, the surf still fairly high. A lot of whitecaps out in the Gulf. But thankfully, no reports of any problems here on the island thus far. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jason. Lauren Tallarico in the newsroom with more pictures from tornado damage. Hi, Lauren.
Hi there. Yeah, so this is Spencer Highway east of Beltway 8. Of course, when that tornado was on the ground, David and Tim were telling you that there were reports it was crossing over Beltway 8. They were tracking it. Well, this is the aftermath. You can see just debris everywhere, power lines down. It looks like siding here from a building, just totally crumpled on the road there. Some more, this is the same area. You can see damage here. It looks like siding was just blown all over this part of the road. Here is a strip center. That looks like the roof was ripped off here. And it looks like some of the inside of the building is on the road too. And you can see it's scattered all the way down the road. So it's such tremendous damage. This is a wholesale supply, looks like a warehouse, and you can see the siding is just completely ripped and mangled right here. So now we're Spencer Highway, Space Center Boulevard. A UPS truck flipped on its side. I mean, these are big trucks. So Pat Kavlin was just here, and he showed you that too. So I really hope that driver was able to get out okay and is safe. As David and Tim and Pat were saying, you just can't see a tornado coming when you had the conditions like we had and we have. It's just pretty much impossible. So hopefully that driver is okay right now. You can see more siding. Looks like roofs, siding, just crumpled up into power lines, and that's a warning from various city leaders and emergency responders all over Twitter right now, all over social media, saying please stay away from these down power lines. They are dangerous. A lot of them are active, and they can cause some serious damage to you. So make sure you're not wandering around to see the damage yourself. That's what we're here for, okay? So if you have damage in your area and you can safely get to it, safely send it in to us. We want to see it. Not only, of course, is it just, and I hate to say the word fascinating because I mean that in the worst way to look at, but when the cleanup begins, sharing these images helps. This is when the nonprofits come in and people go to the neighborhoods to help their neighbors clean up. So we really appreciate you sending these images to us, David and Paul, but of course this is just the tip of the iceberg. These images are continuing to come into the newsroom, and we'll share them with you as they do.
Well, and it helps us tremendously to determine how strong the tornado was. Looking at awnings, metal awnings ripped up, metal roofs ripped off, and the report earlier of roof damage. It sounds like EF1, EF2, which top out at about 130, 135 mile an hour winds. Now, Tim, we had a tornado outbreak, the worst we've ever had, in 1992, which we had an EF4. It doesn't look like we had that, but that's kind of the benchmark we look at. Okay, Pat Kavlin is live. Hi, Pat. How are you doing?
Hey guys, good. We're here in Pasadena. We're on Mickey Gilley Boulevard, I believe it is, and the damage here behind me, I mean, speaks for itself. This building back here behind the Caliber collision sign totally pancaked, completely collapsed. There's power lines down, the streets flooded. The heart of the tornado, it looks like, came right through this area. In fact, I just spoke to a Pasadena police officer off camera. He couldn't go on camera with us, but he told me that he actually saw the tornado rip across this area. He said it's probably on his dash camera. I asked him if there was anyone in the building, if there were any injuries. He said no. So far, they have not found any injuries, but it is quite the sight down here. We've got sirens in the background, a lot of street closures, traffic lights are out, power is out, but again, this large building back here, we're not sure what it is, but totally pancaked, totally collapsed. And even outside of this main damage path, I mean, going down the block, you know, a quarter mile, you could see trees down. There's a full metal billboard, a steel billboard that was totally flattened at its base. We passed by that UPS truck that was on its signs, on its side. So, I mean, really significant damage down here in this part of Pasadena. The police officer that I spoke to, he said that they are currently in the process of checking homes for any injuries, and thankfully they have not heard of anything so far. I asked him if this was the worst damage in this area, and he said yes, at least this part of Pasadena, but of course we've gotten more reports farther up towards the Deer Park area. So really quite the sight. We just got out here, so we got to do a little more digging, but we're not going to be able to get too much closer just because some of these power lines are still active, so we are at a safe distance, but it's a lot colder out here. You can tell that cold front has gone through, and again, the latest report from that police officer, no injuries in that building.
Pat, that's a great observation you just made with the power lines down. If you are listening to us, that is an incredibly dangerous situation when tornadoes go through. So listen to what Pat just said. Power lines are down all over the place. They may be live wires. Stay away from them. Don't cross them. Pat Kavlin live in Pasadena with storm damage. Thank you so much for the report. We'll get more from you later. Tim Pandages, the worst is pushing off the coast, but it looks like it was Pasadena to Deer Park to Baytown that has taken a hard hit.
In all those places, now it is the all clear. All the storms have moved off to your east-southeast. Still under the gun is going to be Galveston and Chambers County. Everywhere else, you're seeing drastically improving conditions as the cold front is now pretty much located right along the coast here, pushing offshore. Still have a remaining severe thunderstorm warning up for Galveston and Chambers for another 15 minutes. This is mainly for for the threat of gusty winds. That could cause some damage as it moves over the island and portions of Chambers County. That should be the last of it. We'll clear that offshore, and then it becomes a cleanup brigade as we go east of the city for all those areas that saw some of the damage from the tornadoes or the strong winds. Heaviest of the rain all along this line, and you see modeling here does take it east and out of our area in time for the morning commute, sure, but the evening commute today I think will be okay as well. Aside from those areas that hold on to the water a little while longer, it takes those drainage basins to evacuate it a little bit longer. But most areas in and around Houston should be okay for that evening commute, that evening drive home, evening activities. I know a lot of them have been canceled today. Speaking of being canceled, the tornado watch has been canceled in Fort Bend over to Wharton, up to Colorado, Austin, and Waller. And that everywhere else is under it until 6 p.m. for another 2 hours, 15 minutes. I do expect Harris to be taken out of it soon. I do expect Matagorda to be taken out of this watch box soon because all the threats have pushed to your east. You can see that line here. David, let's put lightning on here because that's been a little while since we saw that. All along the line, this has been a dominant feature today as well. Our lightning tracker, which takes the count of 10 minutes of strikes within an area. And if we take this and query it, over 1,000 strikes in 10 minutes.
I mean, what a release of energy, just tremendous. The atmosphere we knew it was primed. We saw this setup. If you watched us yesterday, we were talking about, hey, the energy, the twist and the lift and that split jet overhead. And this is exactly why we were so concerned. The lightning indicating that energy is being wrung out.
Yeah, and the energy is being now dispersed as wind energy because you get an indication of that from the pattern of the warnings. So the line itself is all severe thunderstorm warnings for the movement of the bowing of that line pushing off to the east and the straight line winds associated with it. So most of it now is pushed out of our area, still hanging on to far southeastern Chambers County and portions of Galveston County, Galveston Island really itself, and then pushing offshore there. There it is without the lightning. Blinding rain along this as well.
Well, Galveston and the Bolivar Peninsula are getting hit hard, but it's not tornadic.
Exactly.
It is definitely very windy, but now, looking at this, we'll just stop at the latest image. So now the severe threat's over. Here's the leading edge, and it's off the coast.
Yep.
Now pushing out into open water. So High Island and Kaplan still have to get through it, but that's the worst of it. Okay, I'm sorry. So where are those live pictures from, guys? Okay, that's the Grand Parkway up there at Huffsmith. Yeah, look at the high water spots there. That's what we expected. This is again the north side where we expected to see the heaviest rain, 4, 5, 6 inches. But it looks like that's the worst of it. We don't have any bayous and creeks coming out of their banks. Harris County Commissioner, Mr. Garcia, good afternoon. How is the county doing? And of course, that includes having this tornado and tornado damage going through the Pasadena, Deer Park, Baytown area.
Yeah, the updates that we're getting are so far no reported injuries. We want to hope that remains the case. That's been our primary concern. But we have heard of a nursing home that has received damage. We have received information that a commercial building has also received damage. We've gotten information that at least there's been one 18-wheeler that's been overturned, maybe two. A train derailment that may also be affected by this. But we're it's the Nexon train that has been derailed. We are now at level 2 readiness. And so we know that two ambuses rather, have been deployed to the nursing home, not for injuries, but for assistance, as we understand it, in the event that any of the folks there need to be moved from the area, from the facility, to something much more usable. And so we're monitoring all. We are coordinating with our cities and with the Office of Emergency Management, but we're again hoping that there have been no injuries. We believe that there's approximately 89,000 households across the county that are still without power. There was 180,000 earlier, but CenterPoint has done a great job in getting about 90 of those back online. So we're hopeful that they'll be able to do that with the remaining 89,000, but we're getting those assessments as we speak. Baytown has received some impact. Obviously, Deer Park is currently without power. Their mayor is moving over to their Office of Emergency Management, and we are working to deploy all and any necessary resources to help our residents.
Adrian Garcia, Precinct 2 Commissioner. Adrian, thank you so much for that detailed report. It sounds like, and then correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like even though we had what appears to be a fairly strong tornado go through Pasadena, Deer Park, over to Baytown, we may have gotten through this without any injuries that you know of?
That is what I'm hoping, and I have not heard of any injuries at this point. No one's reported any. Mayor Wagner was on his way from Pasadena to check on his animal shelter where he does have staff, but we don't know, again, at this point, if there's been any reported injuries. We hope that remains the case. But we have been told that the worst of the weather is now beyond us, and we're hoping that will be the case and that we can get our resources out to do any recovery and rescue if necessary.
All right, Mr. Garcia, thank you so much for the report. Very much appreciated. Very glad to hear that it appears, at least for now, that we don't know of any injuries being reported. And he's correct, Tim. The worst of it is now over for most of the area. High Island on the eastern edge of the Bolivar Peninsula still has to go through some gusty wind, but that will be about the end of it, and then we can get out there and clean up, and it's getting cooler and breezy. But the weather part of this is very rapidly calming down. Yeah, and now we're starting to really see the observation reports come on in. All right, let's go over to some of the tornado damage. Matt Doherty's out in Pasadena. Matt, I mean, quite a scene out there. What can you tell us? What have you seen so far?
Yeah, we just pulled off just a second ago, Tim, just to kind of get an idea of what's going on. I want you to check this out. This is wild. Okay, so this is a huge billboard, and Ryan, if you can step up just a little bit and show them inside that hole. Look at this. You see how that metal just snapped like that? Unbelievable. It gives you an idea of just how strong those winds were, and here's the rest of that billboard over here. We're outside of an ice house, the KHOU ice house. If you take a look up there, you can see more of the damage. You can see how that power pole broke and snapped and took out, it looks like a part of a wall, some fencing, maybe, or definitely that roof over there. I checked inside the ice house just a second ago to make sure that everybody was okay, and there are customers in there who weathered the storm. They're safe right now. And then if you can take a look over there in this neighborhood that's right behind the area that we're at, you can see some of the siding was ripped off of that home over there. You take a little bit to your left, and you can see a second billboard has toppled on that side. The traffic right now is at a crawl, and you can see that because all of
All right, thank you, Matt. I mean, some of those images out there, David, are quite interesting, and this is just the start. It's the start of more reports that'll be coming on in. So here's the reason why we're seeing our threat really drop off this evening. Here's our cold front. Back behind it, dew points have dropped significantly. We've still got the onshore flow out ahead of it, and our warm front hung up through southern Liberty and northern Chambers County. That's allowing instability to remain, which is why we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings up for areas like Galveston and over to Chambers. But as this progresses east, which is doing at a pretty good clip, we'll see all of this wrap up. Check out the corresponding temperatures. Temperatures have really come down off to the north and west in the 40s. Earlier, Hobby was in the 70s. I think Sugar Land peaked today at like 73, and El Campo was in the 70s as well. So it was extremely unstable south of I-10. It's been replaced by a much more stable air mass, putting the kibosh on any more activity developing, at least off to the west.
These pictures above me are all from Pasadena of damage pictures. You see power lines down. And if you're in the sound of my voice, it is downed power lines that are tremendously dangerous at this point because they could still be live. Stay away from those downed power lines. If you can hear me, pass on that message. Stay away from those downed power lines. They can be very, very dangerous. It looks like the weather is clearing. Tim, I was very happy to hear Harris County Precinct 4 Commissioner Adrian Garcia say at least so far no injuries have been reported, which is almost hard to believe looking at all the damage that we've seen with the roofs blowing off and awnings. But looking at that damage, you know, it's the metal awnings, the metal roofs, the siding that is usually EF1, EF2, which is a strong tornado, but it's not over the top.
Right.
They top out with winds at around 130, 135 if it was a high-end EF2. So good.
Yeah.
I mean, to get a tornado going through that population center and so far not have any injuries is an outcome that we could only pray for. So I'm loving that. It's a bit of a mess out there, but I like what I'm seeing on radar too. It's almost completely out of Houston and Southeast Texas viewing area.
Right, here's our last line of it. So we've got Galveston under a severe thunderstorm warning for another 4 minutes. And let's go down there and show you some of the live views out in Galveston. They had the strongest of the winds drop on through earlier. Now that is begin to push offshore. Do we have those images or are those up in the corner? There it is. There's our live sky view out there in Galveston. You can see it's definitely cloudy, raining pretty heavily, gusty winds. But the severe part of the storm, you can see there, has now pushed offshore and off the island. So rapidly improving conditions as you go up the Gulf Freeway in the next, well, right now, but just improving more as we go through the next half hour.
Yep, that's it. We're clearing out. We thought this might come to an abrupt end between 5 and 6. Looks like it's going to happen right here at 5 o'clock, Tim.
Yeah, a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great for that evening commute. If you were moving plans around to try to get around these storms, it looks like this may be helping you out, especially in and around downtown, where there's not much going on anymore. Back to the west, sharp cutoff, as David mentioned, things are improving, skies are clearing on out, conditions are much, much better.
Yep, and now we're going to bring in some cold air. In fact, are we still looking at the possibility of some freezing weather Thursday and Friday morning?
We are. Yeah, it's going to be a big change of pace.
We're going to have more about that as we're about to transition into KHOU 11 News at 4, the 411. Ron and Raker are sitting up right here to my right, so we'll be transitioning into that. We'll be showing you all the pictures that we have. We've got crews that are live out in Pasadena area where, again, you're seeing live pictures there. It's the downed power poles and downed power lines. Oh, and I see we've got an update on that tornado watch. Good.
Yep.
You're eroding it from west to east.
Right, and you know, right where the tornado or the severe thunderstorm warnings are is where Chambers and Galveston. So once those expire at 4, I would think quickly thereafter we would have this canceled as well.
Look at all the metal roof damage up in Pasadena. Again, those are live damage pictures from Pasadena from our crews out there right now. It's these metal awnings, these metal roof storage buildings. And looking at that, experience tells us that's EF1, EF2 tornado damage. Winds between 110 and 135 miles an hour with those tornadoes would do damage exactly like that. So it's likely that that's what we had.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Good. If we can get out of this without having reports of anybody seriously injured or even injured, at the moment we don't have any reports of any injury, we're going to consider ourselves very, very lucky. Are we going to start 11 News at 4 with the open here coming up, guys? Okay, let me know when that happens. Okay, so the storms continue to push up. We're going to land this plane right at 4 o'clock. With the storms exiting to the east, we've kept the bayous and the streams within their banks. They've come up, but they've stayed within their banks. We're not going to see any widespread flooding. The storms put a lot of high water spots out there, but those are draining off. No flash flood warnings in Harris County. Still have one in southern portions of Austin County. And Tim, the line is exiting to the east just in time. All right, we're going to transition and bring in Ron and Reka and start KHOU 11 News at 4. The 411 begins now.
And breaking right now, the 411, we're following severe weather and reported tornado damage. We're getting images from Deer Park, Pasadena, and Baytown with damaged homes and buildings. Even seen a truck flipped onto its side. Meteorologist Pat Kavlin is in the Pasadena area right now where all that damage is. Hey, Pat, what can you tell us about what you see behind you? And it looks like a mess.
It is a mess, Ron. Yeah, we've got power lines down everywhere. So we showed you this here in just the last half an hour. We showed it to you from a distance. We've been able to get a little bit closer safely. And we can tell you what this structure is. In fact, if my photographer zooms in towards the ground there in the middle, you can see kettlebells on the floor. That was a CrossFit gym, which thankfully witnesses have told me was unoccupied while this tornado went through, and thank God it was, because the entire structure collapsed. Also, Eric, if you can pan over to the right, I want to show you the one part of the building, your other right, the one part of the building that was standing, and those are the bathrooms over there. And we tell you all the time, your safe spot is an interior closet, a bathroom, something with walls in between you and the outside. That is the only part of this structure that is standing after this tornado went through. So extensive damage out here. As is the case with tornadoes, it's very localized. You go just down to the end of the block and there's minimal damage. There's a billboard that's knocked over, there's a couple of trees that have been knocked over, but no buildings totally destroyed like we have here. We're just off of Fairmont. This is Pansy Street. Again, we're in Pasadena. We're about a quarter to a half a mile away from Beltway 8. And again, power is out in this area. Power lines are down. We don't know if the lines are active or not, but we are a good distance away. We've been able to keep our distance to walk over here. The roadway is flooded. The police are out here. I spoke to a police officer earlier when we first arrived and just talked to him off camera. He actually said that he was driving by. He was on Fairmont when this happened. He saw the tornado go through the area. He said that his dash camera probably caught the tornado on film. And he said that they had gone through here. They checked to see if there was anybody inside. He said no one inside, and so far no reports of any injuries. Again, this is on the south side of Pasadena, just off Beltway 8. So good news from here at least is that no injuries being reported. But of course, this tornado, this potential tornado, did extend for quite a bit up towards the Deer Park area. And actually it was confirmed by the National Weather Service with that tornado emergency. So in this part of Pasadena, so far it's just extensive building damage and power lines down. Hopefully that is the case elsewhere. Hopefully there's no human toll to this. But Ron, this is pretty incredible out here. And the people that we talked to, you know, there's an auto parts store here just next door, and they said they went into the bathroom, again, that's the safe spot, because the ceiling on their store started to bounce up and down. So a very close call for them because they were actually inside, whereas it looks like no one was inside here. So that's the very latest. We're live here in Pasadena. Meteorologist Pat Calvin will send it back inside to you.
All right, thank you so much, Pat. And we did hear earlier from Commissioner Adrian Garcia saying no reports of any injuries. Let's hope it stays that way. Meanwhile, CenterPoint Energy reports more than 100,000 homes and businesses were without power at one point today. This is a look at down power lines in the Galleria area.
Of course, we've seen heavy rain and wind and street flooding in northwest Harris County as well.
Yeah, let's go live to Gerald Harris along a flooded section of Highway 99. Gerald.
Yeah, we're still experiencing the effects of that heavy rain that poured through our area. Take a look behind me. Crews are working to clear a drainage that has caused some lanes along the I-99 near Huffsmiths to be closed. They were working, two of them were working on clearing the drainage to allow this to go by smoothly. And you can only imagine with this standing water, cars going at a high rate of speed, what that can happen. And this is still causing some traffic. We'll take another look behind my photographer, Chris Carr. And you can see the traffic is still building up here in the northern part of Harris County. So a lot of rain causing some street flooding, some ponding in a lot of communities and along the highway here, so everyone should remain safe as possible and only go out if you have to in safe areas. And back to you guys.
All right, some good advice there. Thank you so much, Gerald Harris. Be careful out there.
You know, our weather team has been tracking the storms all day nonstop. Meteorologist Tim Pandages and David Paul have the latest on what we can expect for the rest of the night. Let's start with Tim.
Hey, Ron Reka, you know, it's been an active morning into the afternoon. The entire area was impacted. However, the severity of those impacts varied depending on where you were. We had numerous tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. Maybe you didn't have any warnings, but you had a lot of heavy rain that caused some flooding. All of it came with this boundary as it rolled on through. Now we're seeing the stable air build in behind it. What's left of the severe weather has pushed out of our viewing area and is now out towards the Beaumont area. There's another active tornado warning. That's the same line we just dealt with. It's exiting a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good news. Still has some lingering, very heavy rain, far eastern portions of Chambers. Now Galveston seeing it really clear on out, just hanging on to some lighter showers right along the beachfront there, but things should be improving. Also big improvements here in terms of our tornado watch. Earlier it covered most of the area and it was up until 6 p.m. But as we saw the storm push farther and farther to the east, the threat has dropped off. So Harris County no longer under a tornado watch. The only two areas are Galveston and Chambers under the tornado watch, and this will likely be canceled before we get to 6 o'clock this evening. So improving conditions. It is a clear window for the next 12 hours or so to get outside and pick through some of the damage reports and portions of the area, especially off to the east of the city, David.
Temperatures are really beginning to react now that this cold front's blown through. Look at the difference now. Temps have now dropped from the 70s into the 50s at Hobby Airport. Earlier we were 71, now we're 54. Conroe's dropped down to 49, College Station 47. This is all the cold air coming in behind the cold front that has swept through the area and pushing out the severe weather now off to the east toward Beaumont and off the upper Texas coast. So our severe weather threat has now come to an end. Here's future track as the storms continue to move on off to the east. And Tim, won't be long until we see clearing skies and temperatures getting quite chilly this evening.
Yeah, the contrast between the air masses is what fueled these storms, right? So now we've got a very uniform air mass that's stable, building in behind this front. So we'll see conditions tomorrow, the next several days, really, really much quieter. So no issue. We've got no weather threats, at least for the next couple days.
And so now temperatures are going to get cold. And in fact, what we'll do here in just a little bit, we'll update you on the chilly air coming in and temperatures near freezing by the end of the work week. More on that in just a little bit. Ron and Reka, send it back over to you.
We'll see you then. Thank you so much, Tim and Dave.
Well, reports of storm damage are still coming in.
Yeah, Lauren Tellerico here with what parents need to know about school closings and after-school activities being canceled.
Hi, Ron and Rika. So about the after-school closings, there are several districts that have canceled their after-school programs. We have all of that on our website, KHOU.com. So if you have any questions about your kids, make sure you're going to our website to get the information that you need about them. But I also want to show you some of these amazing images that are coming in from around town of the damage, the destruction left behind this afternoon in our community. So it's just so sad to see. So this is in Pasadena. You can see this trail of destruction from the tornado that passed there. This is a bank in Pasadena, and you can see the debris line here. Also a lot of downed trees and limbs, as we've been showing you about, really impacting power lines as well. This is a home in Pasadena. You can see the roof has been ripped off. The side of this home has been ripped off as well. And as we start to deal with those cold temperatures, you just have to feel for these families dealing with that. A box truck, an 18-wheeler, flipped over here on the Beltway in Houston. Winds were strong enough to do that. And this is the animal shelter in Pasadena. You can see the roof ripped off this shelter. Much of the roof is on the ground there. Of course, there are animals in that shelter, so I know they are probably scrambling to figure out what to do with those animals in Pasadena right now overnight. This is a gym. Look at that. The sides ripped off. You can see the insulation just all over the parking lot. You know, you can't even imagine what it was like to be inside a building like this when that tornado went through. It must have been absolutely frightening. No word on injuries. Hopefully there aren't any. Here is from Pastor Jaime Garcia. This is actually in Pearland. Okay, so you see damage here to homes in Pearland as well. You can see the back fence, the fence line is down. The roof line for some of these homes ripped off as well. And in a minute, you're going to see this person just kind of standing in their backyard wondering what just happened. I think that's what a lot of people are thinking right now. And then this is, I believe this was in Pasadena as well. You can see a line of debris across the parking lot there. The roof is down, and you can see there are also first responders there trying to make sure everybody is okay. So the damage across the area is just really something. And this is actually in Fort Bend County. The signs were ripped off or bent down on 99 there. So must have been very scary for some drivers who were caught out in that. It's hard to see here, but here he says he drove through circulation. Now, I don't know, you can't see a tornado, but you you do see debris flying. And when you look closely, you see the clouds, like the low clouds, really starting to swirl there. So he very well may have been very close to a tornado there. Again, this is Pasadena. This is where we're seeing a whole lot of damage. I know we have, of course, crews on the ground showing you firsthand. So, and this is a bank in Pasadena as well. We just showed you that video a short time ago. So guys, a lot of damage. I mean, the cleanup hasn't even begun yet. I know throughout the next few days we're going to be following, going to be trying to help our community members out, because God knows a lot of people are going to need it. Ron.
So much damage. Lauren, thanks for bringing that. But I mean, all the way from Fort Bend County to the Pasadena area. Let's pray that nobody got hurt. Thank you again so much, Lauren. All right, let's get a check on the road conditions right now with Junior Caruso. Junior, give us the latest.
And we are looking at the West Loop here. There is an accident right by Old Katy. This is on the southbound side, and this wreck is taking up 2 lanes at the moment. It was blocking 3 lanes, but they did clear one of the vehicles, so still got 2 vehicles there on the left. Right now, traffic is backed up to 290, and there's a 10-minute delay there. Now, after you get past this wreck, you're going to hit some normal congestion down to the Southwest Freeway, which that stretch of roadway is moving a little bit slower today due to the conditions out there, so expect some delays anywhere you're heading on the West Loop at the moment.
All right, thank you so much, Junior Caruso.
In the meantime, we're going to go back out to meteorologist Pat Kavlin. He is in Pasadena, another area that is seeing a significant amount of damage. Pat, what else have you found?
It just looks like this area was hit very hard. I mean, we're just off of Beltway 8 here. Again, in Pasadena, we're on Pansy Road. We just showed you that CrossFit building that was leveled, but look down the road here into this neighborhood. You could see power lines down everywhere, the road flooded out. These look like maybe some residents or maybe people associated with the gym walking towards the camera here embracing, but just a shocking scene out here for people that both work and live. And again, thankfully, no reports of any injuries. Were you guys here when this happened? Yeah. Can we talk quick? Is that possible? I know you're a little shaken up, I'm sure. What's your name?
My name's Travis Smith.
Travis Smith,
yeah,
and
I'm the owner of CrossFit South.
You're the owner of this, the CrossFit gym.
My partner, Chris.
Here, come this. You want to walk towards the camera? Okay, so you guys were actually. So we had spoken to a police officer. He said that he didn't know of anyone in the building, but you guys were there.
4 of us. There were 4 of us in there working out, actually.
Okay, but no classes going on. Wasn't a big group of people.
The classes have just ended.
Did you guys have warning? Were you guys able to jump in? No, this caught you off.
I was shutting. I had an overhead door, and I went to shut it because it was blowing really hard, and it just blew the whole thing off the track and blew it out. The back, we had an overhead door in the back, and it blew out as well. And then we just all ran to the restrooms and just watched the whole building fall. Luckily, the restrooms didn't fall. That's the only thing that kept us alive.
I mean, the beams and everything are sitting on. The beams are sitting on top of the restroom.
The roof we were in.
Yeah. So that restroom was reinforced.
Yeah,
it was built really well.
It was built really well.
Thank God.
Have you ever been through something like this before?
No, sir. Never.
I mean, can you describe? I mean, this is a silly question. I've never been through something like this, but what was it like?
Total chaos, like chaos, and very loud. The metal was crashing. The glass was breaking out. It was extremely loud. Yeah.
Did you have any your phone like alerts go off like about the tornado warning, or?
We had an alert go off, but it was like I didn't have my phone on me. One of the guys playing music had it go off on the speaker, but he turned it off, so we didn't bother reading it. I guess that's our fault, but I mean, who would have ever thought? Like, I'd never been through this, and I mean, I don't get scared of much, but that's probably the scariest thing I've ever been through in my whole life.
What was your name again?
Chris.
Chris. So Chris and
Travis.
Just real quick, of the 4 of you, no one was hurt.
Nobody hurt.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, we're very blessed. Yeah, very blessed by God. No one got hurt.
Yeah. Extremely blessed. We can rebuild this and that'll be fine. But yeah, we're just extremely blessed to walk out of there.
And you guys live near here?
Yes, sir.
Any word on your homes?
Home's fine.
Yeah, mine is too. Both of them are fine.
I'm glad that you guys are both fine also. Thank you guys so much for your time for the interview. I'm very sorry about your business. Thank you guys. There you have it. I mean, so apparently 4 people in that business, and we pointed this out to you before at the top of the show, Ron, how the bathroom, that was the only spot left standing in that entire building. And that is what saved their lives. So an unbelievable story out there. We'll try to see what else we can get for you. But right now we're live in Pasadena, back inside to you.
Yeah, absolutely emotional there as well. When Pat, you were walking up to them, a lot of hugs, and you could see they were clearly shaken from what happened, but so happy they're doing okay. Thank you so much, Pat Kaplan in Pasadena.
And now we have the mayor of Pasadena in another part of that town that was hit so hard. Let's listen in.
Volunteer fire department, they're out in full force along with our police department. So we're doing everything we can to make sure all our citizens are safe. And again, as far as the animals go, a couple dogs were injured, but we're going to be able to transport them to a different location and get them shelter as soon as possible. We're working on it as we're talking.
Any idea how many animals, and will they all have to be moved out of this facility? If so, where are they going?
70. Matter of fact, our adoption center next door, we have room. We're going to get crates and stuff, and we're going to put them there. Hopefully, we got other agencies helping us get our dogs out, or not just dogs, animals, but we'll make sure that they're safe and they're well taken care of. That's our first priority here at our shelter.
Are there any other injuries reported outside of the animal shelter as far as people, anyone else injured?
Right now we have one injury, and actually it's a neighborhood right across from here. An ambulance came and took somebody to the hospital. It's not life-threatening, but again, any injury is serious.
Other than the animal shelter, what other kind of damage are you seeing in Pasadena, sir?
We drove through the town before we got here, and the chief, both chief, the fire chief and police chief, will be able to be a little more specific on that. We drove from our city hall to here, and we've seen plenty of damage. We've seen buildings that collapsed. We've seen a 18-wheeler on the Beltway completely tumped over. So there's lots of damage here in Pasadena.
Mayor, what have you heard about the schools?
We called the school district. Luckily, at this point, no school was hit. There's no injuries or any damage at any school that we know of. So that's a great thing. But still, though, we're still keeping our ears open and anything we can for the school district, we're here for them.
What's your message to the community right now, people in Pasadena who might be watching this?
Stay home, let us do our job, and we'll get the information out to you as soon as possible when it's safe to get out. We're out, all hands are on deck. We've got all the police department, all the fire department, all our public works. We're out doing everything we can. I've been on the phone with CenterPoint. CenterPoint's fixing to do a big substation here in Pasadena to help get the electricity back on, but get some electricity off where it's needed, where there's lines down. So believe me, all hands are on deck. We're doing everything we can for our citizens.
Would either the police or fire chief like to add anything?
I was going to say the biggest thing is...
can you go ahead and get the full name and title?
Yep, Josh Berger, B-R-U-E-G-G-E-R, the police chief here in Pasadena. I would say the biggest thing right now is, we're still here to respond. Be judicious in your calls because we're inundated in the dispatch center right now. And the biggest thing is, we get calls, can I go this way, can I go that way? Tune into our social media, we're trying to update it. When I left to come out here, we actually had all of our calls caught up. It's misleading, though, because a lot of our resources are tied up on intersections. We have gas leaks, buildings, power lines, all of those things. And so, I'm really proud of all the first responders. But I'm going to tell you, my 25 years here, this is probably the worst damage that I've seen, just catastrophic. And we've reached out to the Red Cross, and so that's one of the things to try to get some resources to some folks that their houses have collapsed. And I think it's probably a blessing that happened when it did, just because people were at work and weren't at home. Otherwise, I think it'd be a completely different story out here as far as injuries and possibly deaths. So
you guys are going to have your hands full, though, into the night.
100%, yes. The coming days, we're going to have our hands full. And so we're still here to respond, but again, be judicious when you call. That's all I ask.
Fire chief?
Lanny Armstrong,
yep.
L-A-N-N-Y. We're currently busy. We've run approximately 60 calls since 2 o'clock. Most of them related to power lines and building collapses. We've triaged several neighborhoods due to structural collapses. Unbelievably, there hasn't been but one injury that we're aware of, which is absolutely unbelievable considering the amount of damage. It looked like the tornado didn't run a swath. It came up and touched down in several locations because the neighborhoods are kind of spread out where the damage is, but there's a considerable amount of debris. As Chief Brugger was saying, it's really try to be judicious in your calls. We're running power lines down. People are still calling about power lines, and it's pretty obvious they're down everywhere. Gas leaks, those are immediately dangerous, so we want to respond to those as quickly as we can, especially with buildings that have been compromised. The structural collapses, it's just really difficult to get there and triage those buildings and make sure everybody's out. especially if the neighbors don't know if anybody's home. But we're doing our best, to try to get those and eliminate, the possibility of having somebody trapped.
Do you have a rough idea about the number of calls you've gotten today?
Yeah, we run about 60 since 2 o'clock.
And is there one or two neighborhoods maybe more hard hit than others?
Yeah, this one across the street suffered some pretty significant damage. There's another neighborhood off Spencer Highway, Bliss Meadows, that's had several houses that have been, taken off the slab. I mean, literally. We've been very, very fortunate that no injuries so far.
And where is that 18-wheeler the mayor was mentioning?
It was on the Beltway,
and
overpass.
So at the cross street, roughly?
Vista.
Vista. Okay. Is it still there, or is it
No.
moved?
They picked it up, thankfully, and pretty sure it was wind driven. I mean, it was picked up and turned over. The driver came in as trapped, but thankfully before we got there, he got out.
Were there any problems with high water?
We did have some problems back in this neighborhood, but by and large, the problem really wasn't flooding. It was, wind. I mean, it was damage. We had a little bit of flooding here on Burke. One of the big concerns we had is the power lines are all laid over. There was power lines in the opposing traffic, and people were driving over them. That's not a good idea because you don't know they're not de-energized. So we really want to caution people about power lines being in water, unseen, especially with debris everywhere. So just be very, very cautious around the power lines. Gas leaks are another issue. We're seeing a lot of gas leaks. CenterPoint's been really good about responding to these things pretty quickly. So we had a major gas leak here when we responded to this location. We had a 2-inch line that was blowing. Yeah, so they got here pretty quick. The firefighters isolated the gas, and then CenterPoint was here within 15 minutes.
And turn it off?
Yeah, they pulled the meter, actually. It was right there.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they did an outstanding job getting here as quick as they did. So.
Thank you. Anything else? Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Pasadena. Hi. Yeah, hi. Sorry. So we have just listened to a press conference by the mayor, police chief, and fire chief here in Pasadena, where the tornado, I believe a single tornado kind of did a bunch of hop skips, if you will, touching down obviously here at the animal shelter. Then across the street at a neighborhood where we are standing, we can see parts of roofs have been torn off. They're telling us that entire homes have been pulled from the slabs of their foundations. Really remarkable anywhere, but particularly here in Southeast Texas, where we are not used to seeing this kind of damage. Let's take a quick tour here. We're going to walk around real quick. Watch out, photographer John Gibson there. Don't trip, but you can see how the tornado, those high winds, literally peeled the rooftop off of the animal shelter here. Oop. Careful. Yep, there's a lot of stuff hanging around here. You can see the insulation, the chicken coop wire. I'm told one of the issues here is that the AC units are sort of wobbly on top of the roof and in other areas, and they are working now to bolt those down to try and prevent any kind of trouble. Like right here, you can see it looks like one unit came collapsing down. You certainly don't want to be standing underneath any of that if it's rocking and it is unstable. So they do have some video they're going to let us, they are sharing with us, but right now, if obviously they don't want anybody inside running around, especially not just to take some pictures, if you will. I'm going to walk back this way, sort of head towards the other side of the animal, see some of the damage. Parking lot, John, if we can, and show them what has happened to some of the vehicles here. We're told there are about 70 or so animals here. A dog or two may have some minor injuries, but luckily this is right next door to an adoption center, so they'll be able to move most of these animals over next door to that adoption center. They also are talking about potentially moving the animals to another location if they need to do that. But let's walk over this way. Come with me, if you will, and take a look at the vehicles here in the parking lot. So you can see what happened. Part of that roof, it just peeled off of the top here like a can opener almost, and then strips of that metal roofing and sheeting flying across the parking lot, landing on top of those vehicles. Fortunately, nobody inside, apparently nobody in the parking lot, because we're told in the city of Pasadena, despite damage like this, there's only been one relatively minor injury. Maybe we can walk a little bit closer, John, and we can get a better look at what has happened to some of these vehicles. It is dramatic stuff, and certainly nobody wants to be inside a car, parked or running, when something like this happens. But if we get a little bit closer, you can see how terrifying that might be if you were sitting inside. And I'm going to guess that these vehicles may be pretty much a total loss. That's just an uninformed guesstimate right there, but you can see how bad that looks. We're going to swing just across the street here. Photographer John Gibson and I kind of giving you a quick look, a tour. This is, we are seeing some of this for the first time just as you are. And you can see the fence right here along this home is completely flattened and it is gone down onto the ground there. John's pointing me to the left and you can see those telephone poles all listing at about a 45-degree angle. All of that coming on down, and power lines down throughout the city here, as well as gas leaks. If you'd been listening to the fire chief and the police chief, they've been talking about that and the dangers of that. Obviously, they want people to stay away from any downed power lines, stay away from any gas leaks, and also asking folks to please be judicious, please be careful about the 911 calls you make. They clearly know that there are a lot of issues and problems with power lines and with gas lines. They are getting to them as quickly as they can. I don't know if we can scoot on a little bit closer in. Traffic is obviously backed up here too because of some of the debris and potentially some of the downed lines. But we're crossing the street here. I believe this is going to be Genoa, Red Bluff, Genoa, perhaps, as we cross into this little neighborhood. And you can see the fence line torn down here, so it's all just lying on the ground. And some of the roofs have been peeled off here. So we're just gonna come down, making a turn here in a minute on Burke Ridge and take a look at what we've got over here. A little tricky to see, but back this way, if we step off onto the street, John, on Burke, you can see that roof has been peeled back. Already someone's got some blue tarp on there, so someone's been working quickly. Fence line. Hold on, young man. Come here and talk to me. Hold on. What's your name, son?
Joe Morrison.
And you live around here, Joe?
Yes, I live down there at that street.
All right, how's your house?
It's fine. My fence is going down, though.
Your fence is down, but the rest of the house okay?
Yeah.
Were you home when the tornado hit?
Yes, I was. My parents were out here in their car, and they got their car windows smashed out.
Oh, and how are your parents? Are they all right?
Yeah, they're all right. I had to come pick them up.
Good. I'm glad to hear they're okay. That must have been fairly terrifying.
Yeah, it was scary, but it's not our first rodeo. I mean, this neighborhood went through Harvey, and it's been through all the other tropical storms since then. So I'm glad everyone's okay. As far as I'm aware, no one's gotten hurt.
One relatively minor injury.
Yeah, it wasn't electrocution, yeah.
You know what? I'm not quite sure, but we'll find out about that.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Tell me, you wanted to tell me something about this vehicle down here. Can we walk a little bit, John? Yeah. Can we walk here and take a look and see? And our local guide here, Joe, yeah?
Yeah.
Gonna be telling us what happened up here. It does look very dramatic.
Well,
Holy smoke.
I was walking out after the streets had flooded before the drainage system kicked in and all the flood water went away. Yeah, you can see them up there.
Wow, okay, and more fences down over
Yeah,
here.
it was also trash day. They had the trash people coming around still picking up trash while this was all happening.
What did you hear? What did you see when it was all happening? About what time was this?
Okay, so I got the tornado warning, and to be honest, I saw that notification, and I was like, I don't really care, and I just went right back to sleep. And then my brother woke me up, and my parents were on the phone, and they were panicking because they were stuck out here in the parking lot at Tegler, just getting hit by debris. So as far as I'm aware, it looks like the tornado just came down right down this road.
So their vehicle was getting pelted by...
Yeah.
Have you seen the car?
No, not yet. I gotta go pick it up later though, so I guess I'll see you then.
Alrighty, and now we're looking at another house straight up ahead, a two-story brick there with, looks like that roof is yesterday's news, as they say. And we have some more downed lines here. I don't know if these are phone lines or power lines, but we're going to give it a good wide berth. What did it sound like to you? People always say freight train. Was that your experience?
It was really windy. You could hear the wind. The freight train, I don't think this was a super powerful tornado, so I didn't hear that. But I did walk out Well, I think it had just passed, and this is the whiteout rain they're talking about.
So it's just like blinding. You aren't actually.
Yeah. You go out and you can't see past the driveway. Okay. It was pretty crazy.
And we see some people on their rooftops right here. Looks like people stretching on their, checking on their damage and what's left on their homes. How are your neighbors careful? Step over? Looks like that's a cable. Watch out, John.
Out of their homes currently because they enter their houses through their garage, and there's no power. We don't have any power right now, and so they're just stuck walking around.
Okay. My goodness.
And so there's some people, including me earlier, going around, people like this, trying to pick up all the trash because it was trash day when this happened.
Oh, look at that! Look at that tree. It just snapped right in half. Hey, John. Are we doing okay? All righty. So we're turning around here onto. Let me. Keep going, John, while I take a look here. We are on Park Ridge.
So much damage there.
All righty, we're going to take a little break here. There is a lot going on, as you can see, in Pasadena. It is big mess out here. Good news, one injury, nothing really serious.
Yeah, be careful there in Pasadena because gas leaks are a problem and down power lines. And it looks like there's some down power lines that we could see from the shot that you have right there. Be careful out there, Sherman. We'll check in with you later. Reporter Maria Aguilera now joining us from Baytown with the latest on the situation there. Maria.
Yeah, so we're here in the Baytown area, and this is probably the worst hit area in Baytown by that tornado that hit. This is, you can see the fire behind me, down power lines, there's some down trees, some debris here. I'm going to step out of the way so you can take a look at that. So what we're told here is that there is an overturned trailer that was over there, and so a line was ruptured. They did close the line, but right now what you're seeing is they're letting it burn out so they can cap it. So certainly a very active scene here. They've got Baytown Fire, police. The good news is we haven't had any reports of any victims from that trailer, but that's about the worst that it got here in the Baytown area. We were driving around, and from what we're seeing, this is probably the worst hit in the area today. We are seeing, like I mentioned, a lot of damage just on this street. Again, this is Weaver Street in Baytown. You see that fire there still burning, and you know that's just because they are letting it burn out so they can cap it. Again, that was a line that was ruptured, so that's going to be there for a while, and crews are going to remain here on the scene until that fire is out and until they can cap it. Again, good news is there are no reports of people injured here or any victims from that overturned trailer. We're going to continue to work the scene here and talk to neighbors. We have heard from some people whose homes have also been damaged here just in the same street. So again, we're going to just remain in the area and just kind of let you take a look at that scene there. But guys, for now, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Maria Aguilera in the Baytown area.
And from Baytown to Deer Park now, Marcelino Benito there, live with a look at the damage on that side. Marcelino.
Well, Reka, we just got here to Deer Park. We're right on Center Street at St. Augustine, and you can see a chaotic, really war zone type place we're looking at right now. This is Center Street, one of the busiest streets in Deer Park, and it is essentially closed off right now. You see Deer Park firefighters along with Deer Park police actually helping to shovel the debris out of the roadway right now. You also see what looks like air conditioners that were just flipped and blown off of these buildings. The building right there to our right, you can see windows were blown out, siding that ripped off during this tornado that came through here. And the work is going to be extensive. Rocks, pieces of debris littered all over this roadway. Right now their focus, I'm told, is to get this roadway opened up, but that's going to be problematic because of this power line that you see here. If we flip the camera around, Brad, let me show you this power line. The power line hasn't fallen down, but you can see it's hanging real low. No cars could safely get through this street at this point. That's problematic. That's going to take some time to figure out. As we've said most of this show, a lot of folks here aren't used to experiencing tornadoes. This type of cleanup is not something they're used to doing around here, and that's what they're facing right now. In the distance there, I'm going to give you sort of a view of what we're seeing. There's a school called Cream of the Crop there. We've seen parents that have stopped by to pick up their children. There were children inside of a school there as this tornado went through. We're hoping to speak to some of those parents later on. The pickup continues. We've also heard reports here in Deer Park of the elementary school. The local elementary school is actually blocked off by debris in the roadway. It's difficult. We've got reports of parents that have been unable to pick up their children. Take a look at this right here. I can't tell you what this is, where this came from, but you can see it is just the force of the winds, whatever came through here, it just wrapped completely around this light pole. You see metal debris from buildings all over, pieces of air conditioners. You got wood right here. Who knows where this came from? This is a parking lot. Let me tell you the story about what happened here. There's a UPS store. There's a kolache shop. There's a Little Caesars Pizza, and this sign that has been blown off completely. Brad, if you pan over to the right, you see that sign that's missing. That I'm told is a doctor's office. We're told all of these places had folks inside when this storm came through. A lot of these people rode it out in there. We're going to be speaking to them shortly, getting their take on what they experienced and what they saw, what they witnessed. Inside, you're looking at that Little Caesars. There were folks inside of that when this tornado came through. You can see what's left behind. The cases where the soft drinks are stored are completely blown out and disheveled. The ceiling came in. Ovens are damaged. Glass blown out. It is just a chaotic scene out here, and people are really starting to come to terms and grips with what happened and taking pictures, trying to assess the damage and really start to pick up the pieces. But again, this is only just getting started. You can see a pickup truck that was parked here. I'm assuming this truck was parked here during the storm. You can see what's left of it. The force of the winds, the glass blown out on this pickup truck, the rear windshield blown out too. It is just a complete and utter chaotic scene out here. The worst damage by far, we're told, by law enforcement in the Deer Park area. The good news to report, though, to you at this point, we're told preliminarily there were no injuries. When you look at this damage, that is really a miracle, to be honest, to hear that there are no injuries with the extent of the damage that we're seeing. We hope to talk to some more folks out here, bring you their stories throughout the afternoon, but you can see the mess that this tornado left behind, and the cleanup only just getting started for these folks. Guys?
Yeah. Marcelino, I'd be curious to see if you could get one of those parents. We saw a person bringing a child out. I can't imagine how scared and nervous they were to have their kids at school. You know, we heard from the mayor and the fire chief and the police chief out in Pasadena, and we saw a lot of downed power lines there. Of course, when you have a situation like this, people want to get back out to see their businesses, see what's left, what damage, but obviously that is a big risk. And folks in Pasadena have been telling people, hey, stay home, let us assess the risks, let us make sure everything is safe before you start leaving your homes and come out. Have you heard anything like that from authorities in Deer Park?
I spoke to Deer Park police officers shortly before we went live. I asked them about injuries. They said they haven't heard of any, but we did ask them about the road closure. Cars aren't able to get by down this street. It's just impassable. But I can tell you, to be honest, there's not a lot of efforts to keep people out of the area on foot. A lot of these people are coming by, taking pictures. You see folks that were already here that are able to mosey around, and it would be a word of caution. It doesn't hurt to reiterate it. There are down power lines in the street. There's a lot of debris that you can get hurt on, mangled metal everywhere. Even if law enforcement haven't told us that here, we would advise people not to come down to Center Street between X Street and St. Augustine at this point in Deer Park. It is a complete mess and pretty dangerous for folks to be walking around, and they could get hurt.
All right, Marcelino, thank you so much. Live from Deer Park.
Looks like a bomb went off in that shopping center. Thank you so much, Marcelino. On the phone now, we have somebody with CenterPoint Energy, Al Tayton. Mr. Tayton, can you hear us? Can you give us an update on what's going on in power in the area?
Yes, good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak with your viewers this afternoon. So our crews are definitely out working the situation. We want to make sure that our customers and members of the community are safe, and as you mentioned, a lot of people are out and trying to clean up and assess the damage, and we want them to make sure that they remember that down power lines could still be energized, so it's really important that they make sure that they stay away from them and report those to us. They can call 713-207-2222. And also any structures that may be in contact. I saw someone speaking about power lines not actually being down but hanging low. If those power lines are still energized and they are contacting any structure or possibly a fence, They need to stay away from that as well and make sure that they call us so that our trained technicians can address the situation.
And what have you been able to assess so far? What are the areas worst hit in terms of the power lines? Would it be Deer Park and Pasadena, that area?
We are still assessing the situation. We've got crews out that are gathering a lot of information, but you can see from some of the footage that you are showing that we have sustained damage in the Deer Park area and also Pasadena area. We are working feverishly to try and make sure that we've got all of that information so that our crews can respond and get power restored safely to our customers.
Al, how many customers are without power right now? And as you're seeing initially the damage around the area, what is sort of a timeline to get power back on for those folks?
So that's a really good question, and the number of customers that are currently out, that is something that is changing as we speak. There are times when we actually have to disrupt power to bring additional customers on, so you're going to see that number fluctuate up and down. Our customers can track that using our outage tracker system. And we also encourage our customers to sign up for our power alert service, which will actually send them text notifications to let them know, give them an estimated time when power may be restored in their area.
Mr. Payton, can you tell us what some of these customers can expect in terms of how long they could be without power potentially?
A lot of that depends upon how much damage is sustained in their particular areas, and that's one of the reasons why we encourage the power alert service, because once we get out to a location, we may find that there are areas that we can bring on sooner than others, and we really want to make sure we're focusing on those areas where we've got critical need to get customers back on. And we want to make sure that we're spending that time wisely. And so it's important for us to make sure that we've just gathered the right information to be able to respond.
Okay, Mr. Payne, it looks like from Commissioner Garcia's office, they're told by people at Center Point that 80,000 homes are without power.
85,000 from the outage tracker.
Yeah, and approximately 50,000 are in Precinct 2. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that. I'm looking at outage tracker right now myself, and that is the correct information. Yes, sir.
All right. Any more advice to people this afternoon?
Yeah, so we talked about electricity, but it's also important to understand that some people's homes and businesses are damaged, so that can involve natural gas. So we want to make sure that we remind individuals that if they smell natural gas, we want them to leave the area immediately on foot. Tell others to leave as well. Don't turn on or off any lights, smoke, strike a match, or use a cell phone. Get to a safe location and call us at 888-876-5786, and we will send a technician to that location to address the situation.
All right, Al Tayton with CenterPoint Energy, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us and give us an update on everything. I think one of the things that Al mentioned is we talk about downed power lines and the danger of those, but he said, you know, those power lines where it hasn't quite broken, that they're kind of laying low, either touching a fence or any other structure, those are dangerous too. So they're asking folks to give them a call, report those at 713-207-2222. It's crucial that you get that information to them so obviously they can rectify the situation.
Yeah, and you're looking at one of the reasons why so many lines are down. Look at those trees and also the wind as well.
Absolutely. So we're going to...
Yeah, let's go back to Maria Aguilera. She joins us again from Baytown where we had that fire because of that gas leak. Have you got an update, Maria?
Ron, Reka, yeah, this is certainly still an active scene here. As you can see, that fire behind me is still there. This is really one of the worst areas that was hit in Baytown. The rest of the city pretty much looks fine. There are only some homes here that have had some structure damage. I'm going to go ahead and move out the way so you can take a look at that fire that the crews are working to put out. Again, this fire is caused due to a ruptured line, and they are just working to let that burn out before they can cap it. That's what we've been told here by the city. Now, the fire department has been here. Baytown police, they're all ensuring that that's done safely and that no one is injured while they're doing that. We did hear reports that no one has been hurt. but along this street, this is on Bayway and Weaver Street here in Baytown, we are seeing some more homes that are damaged. We are seeing down power lines and debris. We spoke to some people earlier who said that they received some damage to their homes, but not as extensive as the one here where that fire is. In that fire, that home was completely uprooted and it's overturned, and that power line was ruptured. So that's exactly what you guys are taking a look at right now. So that's going to be a little while longer before they can put that out and they can cap it. So we're just going to remain here at the scene, and we're going to talk to some folks to see how they're doing and see some of the damage that their homes got. And so again, Ron Reka, certainly a very active scene here in Baytown, but the good news is that no one was hurt, no reports of anybody injured at this time, guys.
All right, and thankfully it looks like fire crews and other work crews have that situation under control. So Maria Aguilera in Baytown near Bayway and Weaver Street. Thank you so much.
All right, let's get another check on the roads now with Junior Caruso. What are you seeing out there, Junior?
Well, southbound on the West Loop, they've got another lane closed. This is a wreck that happened almost an hour ago. It's near Old Katy Road, and originally just two right lanes were closed. Emergency crews arrived. They closed off another one, and traffic is backed up all the way to 290 and barely moving. It looks like they're just getting by on the shoulder to get around that wreck completely. Seeing about a 10 to 15-minute delay. There's also some delays on 290 as well. Then once you get past this wreck, you're going to hit normal congestion on the West Loop down to the Southwest Freeway.
All right, thank you so much, Junior Caruso.
All right, so we got to look at some of the damage around the area, but what's ahead this evening? David Paul and meteorologist Tim Pandage is joining us now. What can we look forward to?
Hey guys, I want to start off with the severe threat is gone. It's over for our area. The storms are now to the east, and our entire area is no longer under any warnings or any watches, so that's the good news. I do want to take a step back and talk about that cell that fired off the tornado warnings that ended up causing a lot of damage in the Pasadena and Deer Park area, because its origins started out in Wharton County. We were watching this cell earlier this afternoon, and we were looking at it, and we were using this product here called the correlation coefficient. And basically what it does, we call it the debris tracker, because that's exactly what it does. It takes a radar scan and finds things that look out of the ordinary, things that aren't a hydrometeor like rain or hail. Some things like tree branches or pieces of homes that get lofted in the air. And a lot of times when we use this product, we can get a lead on tornado warning. So we saw this out in the Siena area before it was under a tornado warning. This is what we call a TDS, a tornado debris signature. And you can see it sticks out from everything else around it. It's an anomaly. This is debris being lofted by a tornado on the ground. It moved off to the north and east at a very fast clip, passed over Highway 6, and then eventually made its way towards the Beltway and where the Gulf Freeway interchange is. You can see that debris signature right there. As we went farther out in time, it picked up, it cycled, and then it put down another tornado. So for a little while, we didn't really see much in this area of a debris signature, and then it came back in a fury. We saw this debris signature take shape, which had brighter colors indicating larger debris was getting lofted into the air, and it really became a tornado emergency. Just to talk about that word for a second, tornado emergency is a product by the National Weather Service that has never been issued before. The product here has been available since 2016, and it hasn't been used in 7 years until now. We had this debris signature. There's Deer Park. It lifted off to the north and then eventually lost the debris signature. It lost it after a while, but it really held on as it moved through Liberty County as well. So this is something called a cycling severe thunderstorm, a cycling tornado cell that will put down a tornado. It'll occlude, choke itself off, and then lift up and then reorganize and do it all over again. And a lot of times when it reorganizes and drops another tornado, it's even stronger than the first time. And this was the track here. It moved over the Pasadena area and then ejected off to the north and east. So that's what happened this afternoon, and that's what you're seeing the result of with all the damage reports and all our live reports from across those areas. Here's current imagery of radar. Everything is out of our area. No more watches, no more warnings. It was a very active last 6 hours. Most of you saw a heck of a lot of rain and even some wind and of course tornado damage too, but it wasn't widespread tornado damage, which is a good thing. Tornado watches are up still for areas out to the east into Louisiana. It's going to be their severe weather time tonight and into tomorrow. Overall, what's going on currently, we've got conditions that have been improving. You've noticed if you've stepped outside, conditions are drier, they're cooler. A stable air mass is building on in behind this as it exits David Paul, and we're not in for any more rain this afternoon and evening.
After being able to track that debris ball with the correlation coefficient with the radar and know that damage was taking place, and then track it through Pasadena, Deer Park, Baytown, and now see the damage, it is amazing.
It really is.
That we don't have any serious injuries reported. I think I heard a reporter say we have one minor injury, but so far that's been it. And that is just wonderful. You're looking at live pictures from Deer Park where it looks like the tornado may have been at its worst. That's where we have a gas leak in progress. Maria Aguilera has been out there reporting on that. Of course, you've seen Pat in Pasadena. Marcelino also out there showing damage in a parking lot in a strip mall, which has been significant, but so far no reports of any significant injury. Okay, now, so what's going to happen? We'll give you the quick forecast. The rain exits to the east. This is future track. Off it goes to the east, and so we'll see conditions continuing to improve this evening. And then things are going to get cold. So behind this, we've got cold air coming in. It was part of the ingredients in this tornadic outbreak today was the clash of air mass. We have very cold air coming in behind us. We had warm air ahead of it. So 39 degrees when we start tomorrow morning, 49 degrees by noon, 54 by 5 o'clock. So we only get into the 50s. So tomorrow is a much colder day than it has been. As we look at the 7-day outlook, dropping with lows near freezing Thursday morning and Friday morning. I think our northern suburbs are going to see a light freeze with perhaps frost Thursday morning and Friday morning, and we bring in rain chances again on Saturday and Sunday. It's been a day that we hate to see, where we actually see tornadoes in the Houston area, in our population center of Pasadena, Deer Park, and Baytown, with significant damage. But so far, to be able to get through that with damage to property and businesses and not to people has been prayers answered so far, Ron and Reka. We cross our fingers that those reports continue to come in of good news with that.
Yeah, we're all hoping for that. Thank you so much, David Paul.
We're going to go now to Janelle Bluda live with more storm damage in Pasadena with some damaged homes there. Janelle.
Yeah, guys, that tornado made quite a mess here in this neighborhood. It doesn't look like one home was saved from destruction. Look at this home right here. This is the backside, and I can tell you the front looks just as bad. It looks completely torn apart. As you can see, crews are already out here. These are actually neighbors and friends trying to help the woman who lives here. I spoke with her moments ago. She was inside the kitchen when this happened. As you can imagine, she's obviously very shaken up. She is okay, but this is her home. And let me tell you, her home isn't the only one that looks like this. There's another one down the road that's got just as much damage, but if you look beyond that home has roof damage. This home over here has roof damage, like just all the way down this block here. Every home looks to be impacted. There's even someone's roof hanging from a tree here, blowing in the wind. I have two neighbors here with me right now. Hi guys, how are y'all?
Good.
You doing okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about your home.
It's gone.
Yeah, took the whole second story completely off. Where I would normally be sitting on my bed, sitting at two 2x6s sitting on it. The roof's gone. Structurally, it's toast. The whole second story's gone. So.
Front yard's gone. Backyard's gone. Everything's just gone.
Yeah, fence is gone. The front siding of the house is gone. Bricks are gone. Garage door's toast. The only thing that's structurally safe was the center of the living room, and that was it.
And I'm sorry, tell me your names.
Jeremy Moody.
And Hillary Garza.
And Jeremy and Hillary. And so tell me where you guys were not home at the time, though.
No, we were lucky. We were doing a transmission flush on our car, and we left. Then she got the notice on her phone from our security camera, and she looked at it. And the neighbor called, said tornado hit the house. And I was like, all right, well, let's go see what's going on. And we round the corner and the house is gone. So the whole top section of the house is completely ruined. So it's toast. The house will be torn down now. So kind of hard to take, but hey, we're alive. That's the main thing.
I'm sorry?
We couldn't salvage nothing.
There's nothing in there?
No, nothing. My medications were gone. All my daughter's stuff's gone. Electronics, everything's. I mean, the main thing was we weren't there. We were safe, and my daughter wasn't there, and our dogs are okay. So stuff can be replaced. That's the main thing.
I'm so sorry this happened to you guys. I mean, so you knew that there was going to be some sort of tornado damage when you got home?
Yeah, we weren't expecting that, though. I mean, you're expecting some vents falling down, maybe knocked off, maybe a broken window. Not the whole second story of your house completely gone. That's a little shocking, but like I said, we were safe. Nobody got injured, and stuff can be replaced and rebuilt. So I was happy for that.
Tell me about the neighborhood. It doesn't look like, I mean, it looks like almost everyone was impacted.
Yeah, pretty much it jumped from the corner neighborhood, from what I was told by a couple of neighbors. It bounced, it hit this house on the corner, picked up, and it landed on our house down there, and then moved on across, is what I was told. So only just swiped the area. This anyway.
Well, I'm so glad that you guys are okay. I'm so sorry this happened to you, but thank you for talking to us. We might come catch up to y'all. Are y'all going to go to your home now?
Yeah, we're gonna go
Okay,
down
we
here
might
and-
come catch up
okay,
with y'all in
thank
a little
you.
bit. I'm so sorry.
Appreciate it.
But as they were saying, guys, you know, it looks like it hit that home, came to this home, and then their house is just 3 more, you know, houses down. And then the trees have been, I mean, the streets have been littered with trees. We're going to go now to Jack. He's over here. Jack, sorry. So this isn't even your home, but you're helping clean it up. Tell me a little bit about what you guys are trying to do.
Just trying to clear it all up. It's, you know, everything just got destroyed.
Tell me about your home. Where do you live?
Right here. Honestly, it really didn't get it as bad as this. So that's why I'm over here. We already cleared up my house. We helped my other neighbor, and now I decided, you know, start helping this neighbor. I believe it's just her and just a man, and they're older. So, you know, might as well help them.
What are you guys trying to do?
Just gonna clear all these debris for the moment, unless she needs anything else. I mean, the backyard looks like it got it. The house definitely got it. So whatever she needs, we'll help her with it.
And tell me, you were not home as well earlier.
No, I wasn't. I was on my way home from the gym. We were coming home to cook some chicken. I was so hungry, and yep, we hadn't had any chicken. Had a protein shake though.
Tell me what you heard, what you saw, what happened.
So, like I said, wind just started coming in sideways, transformers exploding overhead. Couldn't see out the windshield. We were maybe 2 minutes away from the house. Car started sliding sideways. I was trying to get hold of my brother. He wouldn't answer, so we were freaking out for him because he was driving by himself. That wasn't fun. Yeah, no. Then just coming down the street, clearing trees just to get down the street. It took me three attempts going down the street just to get down here to check on the dogs. But yeah, no, dogs are good, cats good, nobody's hurt.
I know I mentioned to you earlier this year, positive going through.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. What are you supposed to do? We had no choice. Might as well do, you know, what we can to help.
And knowing that so far no one in this neighborhood got injured. I mean,
We're aware of.
what do you think about that?
That's insane. I saw boards. There's literally boards going through the roof of that home over there. There was, I saw 2x4s going through the sidings of houses. There was a stick straight through this wood. I mean, the force of that tornado. That's insane. That's insane.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Janelle Bluto. We notice the sun is shining, really revealing the extent of the damage. It looks like they're coming together there to clean up.
Yeah, your heart has to go out to all the storm victims today. They're going to need a lot of help. But let's get to our weather team. Thank goodness the worst is over.
Well, I mean, having your roof blown off your home, just as bad as it can possibly get here on a Tuesday afternoon. The weather is improving quite a bit. Storms are racing off to the east. And they'll continue to move on to the east as well as now the storm threat heads into Louisiana. Tim Pandages has been watching the radar with me all afternoon. Tim, the storms continue to move at a pretty good clip to the east, and now we're going to bring in some chilly air. But let's go ahead and let you give that radar update as to where the storms are headed now.
Yeah, David, that line of storms was all along a cold front that was pushing on through that. Out behind it, stable air building on in quickly, putting the kibosh on any more severe weather. You can see this is a 6-hour loop. And it's just gone now, which is good news. But as it rolled on through, check out the rainfall totals. 12-hour rainfall totals here. And you can see the real bullseye is northern Harris County, southern Montgomery, stretching back through Waller and portions of Austin as well.
And as we mentioned earlier, this is where the models yesterday had painted where the heaviest rain was forecast to be. And absolutely. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check.
Yeah, some of these totals, David, this is just 12 hours, but this goes back to 5 a.m. We weren't dealing with rain yet then, right? So these totals have really come in the last 6 hours or so. Some numbers on this. 6.8, Monaville area just to the east of there, over 5 inches. Around Cypress, 5.5 inches. Going well north of the city, Roman Forest, 5.5. North of Spring, over 6 inches. So very impressive rain totals, and this did drive some flooding that took a little while for the drainage basins to evacuate all of that water from standing on roadways, but eventually it did catch up as the line moved through pretty quickly. Rainfall rates were pretty impressive. We're talking 2, 3, 4 inch an hour rainfall rates with some of these downpours, but it was moving at a clip, so we weren't dealing with training thunderstorms where this happens on and on and on again and just keeps repeating. So let's take a look at radar one more time here. I want to show you that everything is gone and out of our area, which is great news. Even the flash flood warning that was up for far portions of Wharton and Fort Bend has been allowed to expire at 4 p.m. So over an hour ago, that's good news. And an update here on the tornado watch that was up for most of our area through 6 p.m. was allowed to expire, in fact canceled well ahead of time as the system itself moved pretty quickly and moved faster than anticipated, which is a good thing out there too. Let's go back over to radar and take you through the last 6 hours because things got pretty intense, obviously, with the tornado warning that rolled on through. And for a time, there were lightning strikes. In fact, I can query some of this still, I believe. Some of these areas had over 800 strikes, and this is in 10 minutes. And this was all throughout Harris County, northern portions of Galveston. So they were very electrified storms, very intense storms, vertically stacked storms that produced a tornado. And this one hopscotched across our area. It started out in Wharton County, moved to the northeast, put down a tornado, lifted back up, put down another tornado. So the majority of our warnings from tornadoes were from this singular cell that we tracked throughout the entirety of our region. Now, though, a current picture of things, all long gone. The all clear for the entire area, which is the good news here. All of southeast Texas now drying out. In fact, in some locations, we'll pull up here some satellite imagery and show you that the skies have cleared out. Look at the dry air here indicated by the rust color. It's the mid-levels of the atmosphere, very dry air building on in. It eats away at the clouds. So we've got clearing skies building on in, and that's actually going to make for a very chilly night ahead. David, Paul, I want to send it over to you to kind of talk about our forecast going forward from here after this whole system pulls on out.
Yeah, well, you can see right now skies are improving quite a bit. They're trying to clear out as that dry air you showed moves in. It will zap the clouds and we will clear out. And we're going to get chilly as well. So after this, we'll be cool, quiet, and sunny for the rest of the week with big improvements. There is a frost potential, believe it or not, behind this cold front. We've got air cold enough to cause a freeze going into Thursday morning and Friday morning. We'll look at that. And then rain chances will return as we head into this weekend. On Weather 2, I can show you where this tornado track came through as we went through earlier portions of this afternoon as temperatures now begin to cool off with Bush at 51, Galveston 56, Sugarland at 52, and Tomball at 51. Look at Huntsville and Conroe that have already dropped down to 49 degrees. So it's getting chilly out there. College Station down to 47 as the chilly dry air now comes in behind the front that caused so much rain and thunderstorms and severe weather a little earlier today. Also, the amount of moisture in the atmosphere is being wrung out as this front blows through. Dew points down to the 40s in College Station and Brenham. Dew points in the 40s in Hobby. Dew points still a little juicy. Mont Bellevue, Beaumont, we're in the mid 60s. That's where the rain is now pushed into and will continue to push on out of here across the Louisiana-Texas border and into Louisiana. Winds continue to gust. These were peak gusts earlier today. Had a gust to near 50 at Hobby. Had a gust to Bush at 44. That as the line of thunderstorms came through. Both airports experienced ground stops this afternoon as those winds blew through. Had a gust to 45 in Bay City. As far as active wind advisories, we may still see a gust to 45 in our coastal counties, but this will be taken down pretty quickly as now the storm threat continues to race east into Louisiana. Here's the way Future Track sees it, with the rain continuing to push east and our skies beginning to clear out. In fact, not only do we clear out, but we get chilly tonight. And in fact, as we go into Wednesday's forecast, we begin tomorrow morning at 39, 49 by noon, and then highs only at 54 on a breezy, cool Wednesday tomorrow. That's where we stand right now. We'll have an update on the tornado as it went through Pasadena, Deer Park to Baytown and did significant damage as we move along. Len and Mia now join us for 11 News at 5 o'clock. Hi, Len. Hi, Mia.
Hello there. Good afternoon, early evening. What a day it's been. It's just after the top of the hour, and this is KHOU 11 News at 5. It has been something. 6 hours today that have been intense and severe for so many areas, but especially for Southeast Harris County.
Absolutely. And our Pat Kaplan is in Pasadena right now, one of the areas David just mentioned. They got hit by possible tornadoes. Pat, what are you seeing?
Len, Mia, if you guys are just joining us, the viewers at home, we were out here just about an hour and a half, not even, after the tornado ripped through this area, and you can see behind me it completely leveled this metal structure. We learned that this was actually a CrossFit gym, and when we first arrived, we were told that there was no one inside. But as we were on the air in the 4 o'clock hour, 3 people walked towards us and said that they were inside that building when the tornado came through. They said they had no warning. They went to pull some metal door down, and that's when the wind picked up. They ran to the bathroom, and if my photographer Eric can zoom in, you can actually see the bathroom. That is the only part of that building that is still standing. Not mistakenly, that absolutely saved their lives. Now, we spoke to another police officer off camera, and he told me that they actually had a CrossFit class going on. This is new. We just learned this. They had a CrossFit class going on. The owner got a phone call from family in Katy that told him that severe weather was headed his way. He got spooked. He sent the class home 30 minutes before the tornado struck, probably saving some people's lives. So no injuries still reported out here in the Pasadena area. We've got power lines down everywhere, a little bit of street flooding, traffic lights are out. This is the most substantial damage that we have found so far, but really a remarkable day for us here in Pasadena. And of course, this was the tornado that eventually went towards the north and east into Deer Park and then lifted and then touched back down out in Liberty County. So a long track supercell, a rotating thunderstorm that produced this tornado. And we're going to, as Tim mentioned earlier in the last hour, the National Weather Service will be out here tomorrow to survey the damage, to tell us exactly how long the path was and how strong this storm was. But just incredible that with a storm this strong, there were no injuries reported so far. That's the very latest here. We are live in Pasadena. Meteorologist Pat Kaplan will send it back inside to you.
Yeah, you can credit it to people getting the notice ahead of time. For example, the folks who were in the CrossFit gym getting a notice, getting out 30 minutes before. Pat, thank you. All right, he mentioned Baytown. Let's go to Baytown.
We had a gas line fire. The fire department had been monitoring. What's the latest on it? For that, let's go now live to Maria Aguilera. Maria?
Len, Mia, certainly still a very active scene. That gas line fire is still going behind me. I'm going to step out of the way so you can take a look. This is along Weaver Street and Bayway Street in Baytown. That's where the most damage was, according to city officials. This gas line fire, some neighbors tell us, is at a body shop, and right next to it is actually a home that was uprooted and overturned. That's what people are telling us. But the good news is that there were no injuries reported. They said there were no victims in the home at the time that it happened. Some of the neighbors that we've spoken with say that this all just really happened so fast that they didn't even get a chance to catch what happened until they saw the damage, and some people's roofs kind of blew away and some windows were shattered, and that's kind of all they saw. Not a lot of photos of, you know, anything that happened in the area, but we are seeing the most damages along this street. Again, the good news is that there is no injuries at this time, and according to city officials, they tell us that that's in the entire city of Baytown. There are no injuries reported and that are related to the storm. So again, we're going to be here in Baytown on Weaver Street and Bayway. That's where the most damage is. They're telling us that the fire department is going to stay here and crews are going to remain at the scene working to close that line that was raptured. They're letting it burn out for now before they're able to cap it off. So Len, Mia, definitely a very active scene here. The sun is finally coming out. This all really happened so fast here for residents in Baytown. But again, back to you.
That ruptured line back there. Things look bad. There is extensive damage. Fortunately, not a lot of injuries, almost none. That is great news. Thank you, Maria.
All right, let's get now to our phone line. We have Harris County Precinct 2 Commissioner Adrian Garcia. He joins us live. For those who are not familiar with Precinct 2, this is much of the east side, of course, talking about these areas greatly impacted. Are you there, Commissioner? Thanks for joining us.
Yes, I am, and thank you. Most of, just for your listeners will have an idea, your viewers, most of the areas you've covered and have been reported on, Baytown, Deer Park, Pasadena, all those areas are in the precinct jurisdiction. And so we are working with our mayors. We are providing crews to clear the debris, make sure the roads are passable so that emergency operations can get to the sites that they need to get to. We're tracking the fact that so far we are not hearing of any major injuries. We have heard of several very minor injuries, and we hope it stays as such. But we're obviously taking an assessment of the damage being caused. We're very, very concerned for our seniors and disabled because they are likely to be on fixed incomes. We know that a senior center was severely affected on Peace Street. However, they have been fully evacuated and moved from that site. So, again, we have not heard of any major injuries. Some have reported some minor situations, and we're, again, keeping them all in our thoughts and prayers. But the county marshal is tracking and has not been requested at all in terms of direct support. But we do have our hazmat unit stage ready to provide support services if needed. And at the last count, CenterPoint has told us that they've gone from about 180,000 homes countywide without power. They've been able to restore over 100,000 of those, and we still have about 80,000 homes without power. Unfortunately, 50,000 of those 80 are in the Precinct 2 area, so we're tracking that as well. Our request of residents is that may have trees and branches and that type of debris, if they will just move it out to the roadway, our crews will be making their way and clearing that debris just as quickly as possible. And so I'm very proud of our public works crew. Calpine and Shell plants have lost power, so they are flaring. So we ask our residents not to be overly concerned with that because that is a standard operating procedure for them under the circumstances. But our Pollution Control Department, Dr. Babin and her team are monitoring to ensure that their flaring is within the limits allowed.
Went over a lot of information there. Thank you. What do you say to people who have suffered damage to their homes, to their businesses? The next step for them, what do you advise they go to for help? Who do they reach out to move forward?
Well, first of all, please take lots of photos. Take a full inventory of the damage. If you have to have some immediate repairs done, please keep your receipts and information safe so that in the event that this is declared an emergency event, then whatever federal resources or state resources that may come our way, we'll be able to effectively reimburse or support those individuals that have had to incur costs. But that is one of the things that I have immediately directed my team to do, is to canvass the area, take their own assessments. We are prioritizing our most vulnerable with our seniors and disabled at the top of the list, and in assessing those locations. We do have folks that are clients of ours, if you will, through our respective Precinct 2 programs and activities. And so we are actively checking on them right now just to take a full assessment. But I've also been in communication with not only Mayor Wagner, but with Councilmember Ornaldo Ibarra and Councilmember Jonathan Estrada. And they are providing me an on-the-ground perspective. and they are telling me that most of the Pasadena area is doing well, but as you can see on the screen, there are certain pockets where that tornado apparently jumped around and did some major damage, and so we're tracking that as well. We're also hearing that Dow plant is also flaring due to power challenges that they're having. So again, this is the flaring is something that becomes a concerned issue for those that are seeing it because it's more prevalent than usual. But this is within standard operating procedures under the circumstances. But again, we are with our residents. We are not going to rest until we know everybody is safe, and then we will do all that we can within the resources that we have to help those homeowners with the recovery process.
Garcia, you be sure to keep us posted throughout the evening if shelters start opening up as nightfall comes and people are without power and their homes severely damaged. Please keep us posted. Thank you so much for your time and for the update for now.
All right. Yeah, just one more point is that we do have AM buses staging at Abshire Stadium in Deer Park ISD in the event that they're needed. So thank you again.
All right, Commissioner, thank you for the information for the citizens out there. We got word about this tornado activity. It was called catastrophic. Our Marcelino Benito is also in Pasadena tonight in an area that you would call catastrophic. Marcelino.
Well, Len, just a quick correction. We're actually in Deer Park right now, just on the other side of Center Street, and that catastrophic tornado came through here as well. What we're seeing here is absolutely heartbreaking and gut-wrenching. Let me tell you a story about the people that lived in this apartment complex. The woman didn't want to talk to us on camera, but she shared her story with me. Her name is Marie. She'd been living here for 15 years. She was sitting in that room that you see with the walls slightly bending over. She was sleeping, or sitting there, I should say, when the storm started rolling through. She heard a really loud noise. She said it sounded like a bomb went off. So she lunged to get down to get to her safe room. As she was going to her safe room, get this, she says the door that blocks the door to the heating unit flew off its hinges, knocked her down. She was pinned by that door in the hallway in her unit. As she was shouting for help, neighbors who lived next door on the second floor were able to get to her within minutes. As soon as that tornado came rolling through here, were able to get her to safety. You can see what's left of her unit and the ones here. The roof completely torn off. One room worse than the other. You can see AC units that have been completely ripped off. Tons of debris and damage. And the miracle here, like we've said throughout the day here in Deer Park, no one in this building at least was injured. Marie was fine, other than a few bumps and bruises from being knocked over by that door. Let me tell you the story. If you walk with me here, we'll give you a closer look at what happened at this unit. Brad, be careful here with the steps. But we're going to go upstairs here. Marie lived in this unit to my right. We told you about her. The young men who rescued her lived in this unit right in front of us. In that same unit were a husband and wife and two little babies. People here that I talked to told me they started shouting when this tornado came through. You could hear babies screaming and crying, scared obviously about the loud noise. And fortunately, as we mentioned, the babies that were up here, the families that were up here, they were all able to get out. No serious injuries. And that is truly remarkable when you see that the roof is gone. Guys, the roof is completely missing. I was talking to the property owner here. She got the call from Marie saying that this had happened. They stopped on the way here. They live in Crosby to get tarps to cover this because they thought it was not the extent of the damage they'd find. They were even blown away when they got here, and they see that the roofs are completely blown off. It is completely missing. Tons of cleaning up to do. Brad, if you come here, we can give people a look at the roof just came crashing down in here. You can see the debris, the glass that shattered in windows. And if we pan up, you're not supposed to be able to see the clouds from your living room. And that is what a lot of people here in Deer Park, homes and businesses, are seeing when they look up out of their homes this evening. But again, I can't reiterate it enough. When you hear what Marie told me earlier today, when you hear the stories of folks who are in office buildings that we talked to on Center Street, everyone is accounted for so far here in Deer Park. We hope that stays that way as the hours go by and we get updates from law enforcement. Guys, back to you.
Miraculous to see the damage. Maria's story pinned under a door. She's okay. Boy, that is really something, and glad that folks, by and large, are in pretty good shape despite the damage we see. Thank you, Marcelina.
Yeah, the worst of the damage is no doubt in southeast Harris County. But right now, let's check in on our friends and neighbors along the coast.
Jason Miles is in Galveston. Hey, Jason.
Actually, guys, we've made our way from Galveston to southeast Houston. Spent the day in Galveston. Not much to report there. Some minor flooding down on the Strand, some high surf, but no major issues. We were dispatched in the meantime to this neighborhood, again in the city of Houston. This is near the Gulf Freeway and the Beltway. I'm standing along Sabo Road, think Alameda Mall. That's kind of the area we're in. 2 of the 4 lanes of Sabo Road closed right now thanks to the storm that passed through earlier, and you can see people are already starting to pull tree debris to the curb and the street. I hear the sound of chainsaws in the background, and take a look down Sabo Road. You can see multiple utility poles knocked over, part of someone's backyard fence knocked over as well. I spoke with a man who was at home at the time, and he says it sounded like a tornado came through. Now, picture in your mind how far we are from the Pasadena Deer Park area, not too far southwest of that area, so it is possible, I suppose, and I'll leave that up to the meteorologist to explain, that the tornado that struck there may have touched down here momentarily. Fortunately, it does not appear as if any structures, homes, apartments, or otherwise were damaged in this area or heavily damaged. But again, certainly a lot of cleanup here in the southeast Houston area near the Belt and Gulf Freeway. We will continue to monitor things here. For now, we'll send it back to you.
A similar scene there as well. Jason Miles on the move for us this evening. You have to be so careful out there, folks. Even if you are driving, we're watching these cars pass by with those down power lines. Driving over down power lines, not exactly a good idea. And if you are walking around on foot, assessing the damage in your neighborhood, be extra careful out there. We cannot caution you enough.
Yeah, Tim Pandages and David Paul, our meteorologists, have been on the air most of the afternoon. David, even yesterday, you said the window for all of this problem would be 10 to 5. You were right on schedule.
Yeah, the timing was certainly right. And to Jason's point, Jason Miles just reporting live from southeast Houston, this is exactly where we first spotted that debris ball on radar, indicating that we had a actual tornado on the ground just as it crossed over the Gulf Freeway right near the southeast portion of the Beltway near Genoa. And then it tracked through the Pasadena area. There's Pasadena proper, through Pasadena, the southeast side, crossed back over the Beltway, then made a beeline through Deer Park. You just saw the damage there to the apartment complex. Thank goodness that lady was okay in that second-story apartment with the roof just ripped off. It continued on, passing just north and west of the immediate Baytown area, doing damage to neighborhoods there before finally dissipating as it moved into northern portions of Chambers County. So that's the track of the tornado, starting here near Genoa, through Pasadena, through Deer Park, and then through the Baytown area earlier this afternoon. This is part of a system that's impacting Texas in all kinds of different ways. Not only did we get the severe weather with the front pushing through southeast Texas and Houston, but now we have active tornado warnings in southwest Louisiana. That's near Lake Charles. Look at the cold side of this storm. This has been heavy snow all day. Wichita Falls crossing the Red River into Oklahoma and Oklahoma City. They've had 3, 6, 9 inches of snow come up here as this real active winter storm comes across the state of Texas. Tim, a little closer view of the radar shows that we're beginning to see clearing skies out there, Tim, and we are seeing the rain push into Louisiana, and we're getting a break from the weather now.
Yeah, we certainly are, David. If we can jump on over to Match 1 and come on out here. Not sure if we're going to be able to do that, David, but yeah, that cold side of that storm certainly bringing a significant winter storm for well to the north. Here, though, the severe side, we're in the warm sector of things.
Okay, we'll get to Tim in just a little bit, just a little technical difficulty. So again, this big storm now finally exiting into Louisiana. We continue with snow from Wichita Falls to Oak City. In fact, Dallas may end up seeing a little bit of snow tonight as the cold sector pulls through North Texas. But the bad weather is all exiting now, and as it exits, it will allow a northwest wind to build in. Temps drop into the 40s by 8 o'clock tonight. It's going to get cold tonight, Houston, with us going down into the 30s at Bush, Tomball, Sugar Land, Pearland, a low of 30. 39 tonight. College Station drops to 38 with a northwest wind. So we're going back to winter conditions here pretty quickly. And then by Wednesday afternoon, highs will struggle to get into the mid-50s. So tomorrow is a chilly day in Houston. And then another cold morning going into Thursday morning. That's when Huntsville's forecast will drop down to 33, College Station 35, Brenham at 34. We may be even colder as we head into Friday morning with lows dropping into near freezing north of I-noon. 54 and breezy, a chilly, sunny Wednesday afternoon. The extended forecast, lows near, maybe just a little bit above freezing Thursday morning, Friday morning, and then rain chances return Saturday and Sunday at 40% as another system comes through. So Len and Mia, that's where we stand weather-wise right now. The bad weather has exited to the east. We are done with it, but it has left its mark with that tornado from Pasadena to Deer Park to Baytown with significant damage all along the way.
Glad to see it gone. Now the real work begins. David Paul, thank you. You know, so many of you have helped be our eyes and ears today, sending us your video and pictures from on the road and at home.
Lauren Tallarico in the newsroom sorting through some of the video and the pictures. Lauren?
You know, we have seen so many incredible images from our crews on the ground, but we're getting amazing videos from people all around town, from you, from our viewers. So thank you for sending them into us. And I want to show you a sampling of those. So a lot of the damage in Pasadena. This is from Wrangell. You can see tree limbs down. This is actually looks like a bank drive-through. And we've been showing a lot of roofs ripped off, but you can see this underneath this awning. That was completely destroyed too. So a mess in Pasadena. Of course, the homes, the sides ripped off, the tops ripped off, the roofs ripped off. That's why we always tell people, you know, bottom floor, an inner room of the home, because of course the roofs are often the first thing to go. That's also out of Pasadena. The wind gusts and the tornado, of course, strong enough to topple an 18-wheeler. This was on the Beltway, so a mess for drivers. And then this is on Beamer Street near Pasadena. You can see an apartment complex. So many of the units appear to be damaged, and you can see debris, just a trail of debris all down the street. What a mess it is there. Your heart goes out to these families tonight. This is the Pasadena Animal Shelter that Sherman was at earlier, and we spoke to the mayor of Pasadena, who said they are working to get the animals out of the Pasadena Animal Shelter because they need safety tonight. Of course, the whole roof just completely ripped off, so a mess there as well. And then this is in Pasadena as well. This is where Pat Kavlin was, and thank God, a miracle there. So many, 4 people were inside and they were able to be saved. They hid in a bathroom. So really just so much damage around town. Thank you for sending this in. This helps us tell the story, and this also is going to help when it comes to cleaning up and damage. Len, Mia.
All right, Lauren Tallarico in the newsroom with what folks are sending us, and there's a lot out there.
Yeah, those are the pictures and the video. Let's get to real time on the ground right now with Janelle Bluda. Janelle?
We're still in this Pasadena neighborhood off Yellowstone Road. I wanted to give you guys a look at this home behind me. This is one of the more severely damaged houses. You can see the sun shining on it like a spotlight, but the entire roof ripped off, the home, you know, the siding, the bricks, everything gone. We spoke to the homeowners here earlier when we were on live. They said really there's nothing there they can really salvage. I do have Denise and Jada here with me. They live just a few houses down, yes. But you guys were home when this happened. Tell me what happened. Tell me what you guys went through.
Well, we're just sitting there watching the weather, and kids are getting scared. She's crying and doesn't know what's going on, and about that time it gets so dark outside, and then it's like something hit the window, and that's like, okay, time to go in the closet.
So you went in the closet, and then what?
We stayed in there for about, what, 10 minutes? Yeah, about 10 minutes until it was all over with.
And then you came out and you found what?
And then we came out, and pool in the backyard's messed up, half it's laying down, the roof on the patio covers messed up, and then all of this damage. I've never seen this much damage.
Well, thank you for talking to me. I'm so happy you guys are okay and you guys are safe. But for now, guys, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Janelle Bluda in Pasadena, you're hearing folks' stories about getting in closets and now picking up all the damage that we are seeing in those areas as well as parts of southeast Houston.
Yeah, southeast Harris County, really the area to take on the brunt of it. That includes Pasadena, Deer Park, and Baytown. We're going to continue to work these areas and bring you more live pictures and video. It's all coming ahead on KHOU 11 News at 6. In the meantime, be sure to check out KHOU.com, and you can always watch the KHOU 11 News app.
CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell is coming up next. We'll see you at 6.